Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. I hope you enjoy. Story number 1. Arms Race, written by British Tea Company. From across the stars, thousands of ships stretched across the battlegrounds as formations were established between Terran and Xeno lines. Having taken a position in the orbit of a shattered planet deep within a gas cloud, the Terrans had the advantage of obscurity on their side, as they were able to hide some of their backlines from scanners. Judging from the fact that cruisers and destroyers were taking up the majority of the Terran frontline, their battleships and dreadnoughts were probably hiding behind, utilizing the gas cloud to their advantage. It wasn't unlike the Terrans to have their heavier vessels in the back, and to pull them up only when the knife fights began. In the prow of every Terran battlecruiser and dreadnought was a weapon known as Bifrost, a gigantic energy weapon which could burn through dreadnought armor like tissue paper. Due to the relatively long charge rates and reload time of these weapons, it made sense for Terran heavy ships to snipe enemy vessels as they approached, and to unleash hell upon other weapons once they got too close. To counter this, the Xenos had altered the schematics of their dreadnoughts to counter the Bifrost. These dreadnoughts, known as shield ships, had the ability to not only boost, but to create massive energy barriers around entire armadas, which would provide more than ample protection against the Terran dreaded prow weapons. As demonstrated in the initial stages of the battle, the carefully hidden Terran dreadnoughts and battleships, while hard to detect by strike craft, were ultimately unable to do much damage to the enemy fleet due to the shield ships. Another trump card which was wily Xeno engineers were able to use against the Terrans happened to be a weapon called the repulsor torpedo. As mid-range combat began, this torpedo was fired straight into the heart of the Terran fleet. Massive anti-gravity wells began to push the Terran fleet, primarily their battleships and dreadnoughts, some of which were in middle of priming their prow weapons straight into the waiting jaws of the strike craft and torpedo birds. Of course, among the dreadnoughts sent into the bad positions happened to be one stand straight into a perfect spot, having a cloaking device much to the surprise of the Xeno Armada when it decloaked straight in front of their fleet. The results were stellar for the Terrans. This dreadnought was a new secret weapon of the Terran fleet, a massive kilometer-long warship with circling band of drones, each equipped with an experimental laser cannon. The prototype was excelled in knife fights. As the Xenos found the drones circling around their orbit around the ship's body, countless beams came raining down in a cone of death right in front of the dreadnought. In less than 3 seconds, over 179 ships met their demise as their Terran fleet regrouped itself right behind their new weapon, cutting straight into the alien fleet. What should have been a decisive victory against the Terran invaders had turned into a massacre and military flop as the first fleet was utterly annihilated within the span of a minute. The second and third forced to retreat after sustaining 76% casualties. The failure listed here went to command to defend against these extragalactic invaders. The Council would have to adapt quicker. Weapons developed today could very well be useless tomorrow. To the Terrans, they continued on with business as usual. A species that had been racing one another for who had the pointiest sticks while they were still using literal pointy sticks wasn't one who had to worry about flexibility in battles to come. End of story. Story number 2. Programming written by Fork Uffer. Captain Zenvok had several questions, one of which she already knew the answer to. The gainy face of the low-resolution combat simulator that was somehow playing on the menus in the ship's galley appeared to be Terran. Of the 150 members on board the Till Mech Zump, there were only 5 Terrans. Their eccentricities vexed her to no end, but the Grand Executive had deemed them a necessity. Of those 5, only one knew how to access the subroutines that controlled the menus. This could only be the work of Tech Officer Sully. Tech Officer Sully, would you be so kind as to explain how there came to be a Terran combat simulator displayed on the holo menus on the ship's galley? For her part, Dana Sully looked proud of herself, but given the captain's grey skin was already turning turquoise, with annoyance, she resisted the urge to engage in sarcasm. Well, Captain, it comes down to programming languages. Nonsense. Even systems on your home world will still have compatibility issues with each other, and you expect me to believe that the archaic program from your world is compatible with one of our modern systems that wasn't even designed to run anything remotely similar without a complete rewrite or some unauthorized modifications to our systems? For the most part, you are correct, Captain. However, there are certain features that will always be present in any programming language, namely a limited set of states, an infinite amount of storage, and a transition function. The program in question relies primarily on these features. With only minor adjustments, the program in question can run on nearly any platform. Zinvok was shocked at what she had heard. So, what you are saying is that your species created a combat simulator so basic that anything capable of processing mathematical equations can run it. That, actually explains a lot, and makes total sense for your species, but, that doesn't explain why there is a combat simulator on the galley's holo menus. Dana let out a sigh. Captain, we've been out here for 3 weeks and, with all due respect, Grelian media is boring. I had to find a way for entertaining myself, and of all the systems that I have access to, the galley seemed to be the least disruptive to experiment with. I was bored, and I wanted to see if I could get the Gret Tech to run Doom. End of story. Story number 3. The Sundering, written by Provisional Rebel. The Convocation is the Union's seat of power. It is a station dedicated to diplomacy and peace, where every species and government, no matter how small, has to have a voice. At times, this peace has been strained, but it has not been broken since the Sundering, almost 100 years ago. Since then, where every species has a chair in the Convocation's main hall, there are 3 empty seats. The first is covered in a black cloth. They were the Calv, and the first to fall as victims of their own hubris. They were an ancient race, with untold mastery over technology. But this mastery bore poison fruit when they created the intelligence, a malevolent artificial intelligence, which devastated their society, and whose infiltration was so total by the time it struck that only a pitiful few escaped. It was their final act to devise a method by which the galaxy could be saved. The second is covered in a blue cloth. They were the Daj-Ul, once bitter rivals and as equally ancient as the Kelv themselves. It was by their industrial might that the Kelv's final plan was to be enacted. Their forged worlds worked tirelessly against the expanding devastation of the intelligence. Their codesmiths fought a battle every bit as desperate as the front lines against the tendrils of the intelligence's subversive influence. Ultimately, they lost this war and suffered much the same fate as the Kelv. It was their final act to deliver the means of our salvation to the Convocation. The third is covered in white. They were the Humans, a young and small race who, in the time the galaxy knew them, had proved themselves to be brave and courageous in the face of overwhelming odds. It was them who had built the Convocation and established the Union to bring peace and stability to a time of petty tyrants. In the end, they were the only species who stood to accept the burden. They were given everything, the full technological knowledge and remaining assets of both the Calv and the Daj-Ul, and took with them the Sunderer back to their home system. The intelligence was as yet unaware of the nature of this device and had hounded the Daj-Ul to the Convocation. Its pursuit immediately shifted to the Humans upon learning they had been given the device, and the final stages began. For 2 years, the Humans were able to hold out on their home world, the energy signatures of the device building all that while. The intelligence knew its time was limited, and so it poured more and more of itself into the siege, until finally the critical mass was reached and reality tore along the seams. The Sunderer was a trap, one which was not just capable of disrupting subspace, but obliterating its very structure on the astronomical scale. The intelligence's neural pathways were linked to subspace, and so, with the destruction and so many of its processing power drawn to the region, the intelligence was broken, and its remaining parts were hunted down by combined forces of the galaxy as a whole. The victory was not to be shared by the humans, however. Without subspace, FTL communication and jumps are impossible. They ensured the survival of the galaxy and all of its people, but they would never be able to join them again. It was not their final act, but in their isolation that we will never know what that will be. End of story. Story number 1. The Grand Champion, written by Sasanic. The tournament had been going strong for almost 5 days now, and almost 200 contestants had assembled in the subterranean metropolis of the Garvek, large-scale covered bipedal reptilians who mined the magma-laced caverns of the underground. They worked in unison with the dwarven cities, who mined the jewel and crystal-rich caverns that the Garvek had cleared with the earth-moving magics. The Garvek had hosted a tournament for any and all aspiring warriors to claim the prize of 1,000 various precious stones after beating the many rounds of pre-chosen champions. As a result, the nearby Garvek and dwarven cities had generated immense revenue, chock full of tourists and travelers who thirsted for bloodshed and the fury of the tournament. King Father Yok chuckled heartily. His 3 chins wobbled and his chest jiggled with joyous laughter. Before him in the arena, the massive form of a Grabica towered over the broken and battered bodies of 3 dwarven gladiators, limp and bloodied from arduous combat. Grabica snarled something in his Gravek tongue and swung his massive axe threateningly at nothing, drawing cries of admiration and fervor from the multi-species crowd. "Again, the winner is Grabica, the bloodthirsty!" Frufrayuk bellowed, throwing his arms out theatrically at the crowd, who responded with rapturous applause. The massive Gravek warrior at the arena's center looked up at the king, who gave him a courteous nod. "And I believe that concludes today's combat, and in turn the Grand Championship." The crowd's cheers pummeled the king's eardrums, and he couldn't resist but to wince at the sensation. "Not yet, sire," another Gravek at the king's side whispered. "There is one more opponent left." "Oh?" "Frathuk," he replied. "Well, bring them forth." He looked out of his balcony at the crowds. "It appears I have been mistaken, friends, for we have a single opponent left for our champion to slay." To this news, the crowd's already deafening cries reached a crescendo, and the very foundations of the arena felt like they were trembling. The king nodded to one of the attendants that lined the arena, and they disappeared into the side passage. A few seconds later, the contestant portcullis rose, and from the darkness within walked a lone figure. The crowd's cheers fell silent quickly, and the sound of all the Graveks present sniffing the air to determine what this news contestant punctuated the eerie atmosphere. Mumbling of all languages and dialects created a dull murmur as the figure walked towards the center of the arena. The king, too, sniffed the air and let out a surprised gasp. "A Landstrider, huh?" His voice croaked. "Welcome, Surface Walker. You have the honor of being the last contestant of the tournament." The figure, now completely bathed in the light of the arena, looked up to the king in his balcony. The Landstrider, more human as they were known among their own kind, wore a set of thin mail plates that covered their body, and fully enclosed helmets sat on their head. A shoulder cape, the color of bright crimson, hung solemnly from a pauldron, and a plume of similarly colored horsehairs ran from the crown of the helmet down their back. The figure lifted a gloved hand in greeting to the king and crowd, and unsheathed their sword from their hip. Commonly, most contestants and gladiators wore either thick plates of armor or bore massive weapons capable of killing scores with a single blow. This was the same for humans too, but for their size and strength against any race bigger than them, they tended to lose a lot. The sword that the human drew was not a broadsword or a longsword or even a magic-bound sword, but a basket-hilted sword with a blade as thin as one's finger and as long as an elf's arm. Delicate to look at, and more so to use in aggression or combat. King Flathyuk chuckled to himself. This will be quick. That poxy little thing won't even scratch Grabica. He mumbled to his advisor as two warriors in the arena circled one another. He had seen plenty of humans come and die at this very tournament alone, and knew that this fight would be over in moments. My sire, the human has defeated 31 contestants, Flathyuk's advisor quietly commented, and hasn't had a blow land on them once. I fear that we might underestimate this landstrider. Call the fight off until tomorrow. Let Grabica rest fully. We can then poison the humans so that they will be guaranteed to lose the fight and— Enough! I acknowledge your concern, but I have utmost faith in Grabica, the king interrupted, ushering away the advisor so that he could watch the fight uninterrupted. The massive Gravik leapt at the human, who pirouetted around and sliced their sword along Grabica's exposed leg. The blade left behind a thin trail of blood, and the human adopted an almost mocking dueling pose with one hand behind their back. En garde! The human muffled voice beckoned, enraging Grabica. Again, he leapt and swung in an arc that would have sliced any living being in two. But the human, again, seemingly melted around the Gravik, delivering another slice to the exposed part of the reptile's flesh. The process of swing, miss, drove Grabica to almost uncontrollable anger, and he began to swing and slash with the axe and his spare arm. His attacks random and unplanned. The human dodged and avoided each of the wild swings, and in turn thrust or sliced another part of the Gravik's skin. The king grit his teeth at the blatant display of mockery at the hands of a landstrider, and stood on his pulpit with fury. Kill the bastard already! He roared in his species tongue, and both the Gravik and human kept attacking one another. With a faint wide swing of their sword, the human made a few meters of space between the two. Oh! Of course, the human bellowed back, before effortlessly dodging another swing and plunging the needle-like sword straight through Grabica's throat, making the pointed tip exit through the top of his spine, subsequently killing the massive Gravik instantly. The crowd fell deathly silent, and the sound of the sword being withdrawn from Grabica's throat and the wiping of the blade piercing the silence. The king stood at his pulpit, his mouth silently forming words of sheer amazement. The human sheathed his sword and lifted their visor. The human under the armor couldn't have been older than 20 years, as their eyes shone with naivety. Thin pink lips and pale skin suggested that the human had never seen any form of combat outside of the safety of training room walls. So, who's my next opponent? A soft female voice asked, lined with joy. Anyone else? How? King Flathyuk's stammered words caught the human off guard, and she raised an eyebrow. I know. You share my shock and joy, it seems. I think I'm doing pretty well, seeing as I've never actually done anything more than spar with my fellow trainees. The crowd's silence broke as a single audience member rose to their feet. What is your name, human? They asked. The human turned to the audience member and curtsied. My name is Cassandra, first-year student of— All hail Cassandra, the grand champion! The audience member roared. Instantly, the crowd joined in, chanting her name and screaming praises in every tongue that resonated off the walls of the arena. Cassandra hastily turned to the Flathyuk, who now shared his confusion and shock. What? End of story. Story number 2. Rage Beast, written by Chain Blue. The thing glared at Courier. It shook in rage as a malicious rumble emitted from it. Pre-digestive fluid leaked from the flesh-rending teeth of its maw. Courier observed the small beast from behind the barrier. The barrier appeared to be effective, but he still felt an instinctive desire to withdraw into his carapace. It was a terrifying creature, but this was the first time in a Terran structure, and as he guessed, he was determined to give no unintentional offense. As an exercise to order his mind, he classified it in his thoughts. Small, 2, maybe 3 kilograms at most, fur-covered, vertebra, mammal, quadrupedal, relatively large front-facing eyes with round pupils and large ears as well. The nose was out of proportion. Predator, definitely a predator. It could probably hunt by sight, sound, and scent. That seemed excessive, likely Terran in origin. Of course it was. The humans probably engineered this thing to be a weapon. He mused as he finished his cataloguing his insights. "Hey, courier, did you find something to drink in the fridge?" called the human Bob, as he heard, "The game's about to start." Bob looked down at the snarling demon from their side of the barrier and said, "Oh, I forgot that Biscuit was in the kitchen. You should probably stay on this side of the baby gate," noted Bob as he stepped over the barrier. "Chihuahuas can be a little arseholes," Bob explained as he scooped the tiny rage beast. Bob brought the death machine named Biscuit to his face and cheerily cooed, "Who's a little arsehole? You are. Yes, you are. Yes, you're my little biscuit arsehole dog." End of story. Story number 1, The Third Truth, written by Glitchkey. I walked through the ship's end, blinking away the fog from the fault in the pressure system. I looked around, and the slightly flickering light, poorly secured cables, and worn deck plating spoke of a very old ship. A hand came down on my shoulder, and I spun around to face its source. He was tall and bulky enough I should have heard him coming from the other end of the pier. He grinned as he met my gaze. "Welcome aboard, Sprout. You're our new comms officer, right?" he chuckled as he gave me a once-over, reading me like a two-bit flimsy. "Fresh-pressed academy uniform, too. Straight out of academy, I bet." I nodded, then hoisted my pack up on my shoulder and started following as he turned and walked down the corridor. My eyes opened as the deck shook, power lines sparking and sirens waiting, like an army of mothers in beds too small, in rooms too empty. I rose, and everything went white for a moment. It felt like an ice pick had lodged itself to my spine. Smoke billowed through the decks like a party good enough to call the cops was just around the corner, and I looked at the flickering and cracked screens of the front of operations. It glowed crimson for a moment, and the deck shook again. The captain glanced over his shoulder to make sure that I was keeping up, then spoke again, the deep rumble of his voice reverberating off the bulkheads. "So, kid, what do they teach you about the forbidden band at the academy?" I blinked. There wasn't any reason to think this was a trick question, but asking that has about as much point as asking why someone eats. "They say they're not to be used as comm frequencies on pain of death." "So they still don't teach you anything about it?" The captain turned long enough to wink at me before taking the next turn. "That's good to know." "But the captain held his hand up, and I stopped. No, it's true." A few turns and an elevator passed us silently, as an old ship can't make them, and then we were in operations. "So I've got something you need to learn. You see that switch right there, on your comm console?" I looked, and there certainly was an odd switch, aftermarket and poorly hacked in, with the bright blue light harder to miss than the side of a mega freighter you're about to plow into. "Yeah?" I stared at the screen as the ships approached, their guns blazing and shields uncaring about whatever we used as a rebuttal. As smoke continued to fill the room, the blue glow of one of the consoles drew my attention for a moment, and I dragged myself towards it, inch by endless inch. The ship shook again, and the enemy shots finding their way more often than not. Elegant birds of prey crossed the screen in front of me, cats playing with the little mouse that they'd managed to pin to the ground. "That makeshift patch, or one like it, should be on every comm station you ever work." He tapped the station, then gestured vaguely towards the supplies along the rear bulkhead. "If it isn't, you'll need to know how to add one. It switches you over to the forbidden band." "Why were—" He started speaking again mid-sentence, his words short and clipped. "Because they didn't teach you anything about it." His eyes softened as he looked at me, a worn smile crossing his face like a dancer who should have retired long before. "And if you ever have occasion to broadcast on the forbidden band, you broadcast this file, and nothing else." His eyes hardened again as those last words. A wall that said that there was nothing to see behind it. "Nothing else. What's on the—" He held up his hand again and wagged a finger at me as he continued speaking. I'm getting there. It isn't much. He shrugged his shoulders, moving like they had the world to bear. Just a few sounds, set to broadcast a loop. And no, I don't know what they mean. Looking away for a moment, he glanced at the forward view screen, and the endless distance between here and everywhere else. Nobody this side of the starburst does, in fact. Crackling and flickering light filled the room as power failed and backups came online. Shadows danced along the walls like revelers with too much to drink, and cracks spiderwebbed across the part of the view screen, tapping what was there for a few moments longer than the rest. The shaking had stopped. The ships outside no longer firing. There's no point in gutting a fresh kill with a gun, after all. It ruins the flavor. But kid, that forbidden band is important. If life is good to you, you'll never have to use it. He turned to face away, his gaze locked on the crew stations and the people who weren't manning them. But if it isn't, well, if things gone sideways so wrong they can't be fixed. His voice lowered, and the walls spoke his words as much as the captain himself did. If you're looking death in the eyes, and those eyes look more friendly than what's left this side, that's when you use the forbidden band. I reached the console and flipped the bright blue switch hard enough to snap the end off. A few moments later, and I had the old file queued up and ready to send. As the ships turned and approached our airlocks, I dragged myself up to the consoles and leaned on the broadcast button, holding it down more with the weight than will. The captain turned to face me, his grimace hard enough to forge a good knife from red-hot steel. You don't use it before, and you certainly won't be able to use it after. As he continued to look at me, his eyes softened and a smile returned. But let me tell you, there are 3 truths in this galaxy. New ships appeared on screen, their guns firing dull blue and their shields at full glow. Some of the pirates died with the first salvo, but others turned, their scarlet shots ripping off at the new arrivals. Shot after shot, yet their aim was never true. Not once did they hit these unwelcome strangers, and not once did these new ships miss. First, death comes for everyone at some point. The view screen glowed bright as the ships began to die. Bursting like rotten fruit they were, flecks and sparkles of plasma glittering against the dark deeps behind them, more beautiful than they ever were as ships and crew. Second, taxes get paid no matter what it takes to pay them. The ships moved closer, desperate for a hit, and their aim was true, but the hits were not. As their crimson bolts of plasma splashed across the white shields of the interlopers, they faded and splashed on through the decks, bulkheads, and crew vanishing before the reforming behind the deadly blasts. Nothing could hit them, for there was nothing there to hit, and that nothing bore a grudge older than empires, one that burned brighter than the stars that no longer filled the sky around us. And third, nothing can touch the ghosts of terror. End of story. Story number 2. All the Nightmares Came Today. Written by Doth Hath Depression. 1947. The Cold War begins. Humanity is divided once more. 1950. The Second Border Expansion Armada identifies Earth as hosting intelligent life and prepares for invasion. 2 months later, first contact is made along with demands of surrender and demilitarization. All major powers unanimously tell them to fuck off. War is declared, and 3 warships lay siege to America, Europe, and Russia. 1951. All 3 warships are successfully grounded through the use of heavy artillery and high-altitude bombing runs, as well as the use of 1 atom bomb, and are dismantled to be reverse-engineered. FOS, Federation of Sapiens, infantry are easily defeated due to human chemical propellant ballistics proving to be too powerful for their shields, as well as severe susceptibility to human psychological warfare and fear tactics. Mechanized units are also taken for study. Newly developed ground and orbital artillery now prevents any FOS warships from touching down, as well as retrofitted force fields and already existing civilian bunkers preventing orbital bombardment from halting the progress of the new warships. 1952. Combined scientific ventures of all major factions produce a basic armored spacesuit that utilizes a load-bearing exoskeleton to increase mobility and carrying capacity. This prototype is then used to create more specialized suits for the USA, the Commonwealth, and the Soviet Union. Psychological tests and captured aliens show the severe incapability to deal with stress or shock, leading to prioritization on tactics designed to exploit this. 1955. Sister ships of the USS Dreamer and HMS Champion are launched and engaged to edge of the FOS blockade. The blockade is forced to retreat after only being able to minutely damage the two ships. The USSR finally develops and launches the Stalingrad. Captured ships are returned to Earth for further fleet development. All three battleships form a defensive blockade until all armies can be outfitted with the new exosuits. 1957. The human armies are prepared for invasion. They set their FTL drives to the closest known FOS-occupied worlds. Outfitted in solid armored spacesuits, their soldiers cast glowing red eyes upon the heavens as they march towards battle. Veterans who manage to escape the chattering ballistic weapons and flame guns often speak of the humans' appearance on the worlds that they were garrisoned on, describing it as such. All the nightmares came that day. End of story. In Trade We Trust, written by It Was Then That. The immense glass dome of the Deuteronomy station rose above me, an impressive statement to how far we, as a species, had come. I had been wandering aimlessly through the gardens of reflection for the past half an hour, counting down the time until the celebrations began. I stopped at a 30-foot palm tree, and, in that moment, the absolutely absurdity of a palm tree growing in deep space hit me like a ton of bricks, causing a wide, slightly manic smile across my face. I leant against the trunk as mirth took me, and I slid down until I sat upon the grass, back against the tree, and giggled as I stared up through the glass. Deuteronomy Station was truly immense, without exaggeration. Staring upward through the dome, I could see the trading bays where the Goliath-grade cargo ships docked and transferred their wares. The station sat at the junction of four main lanes of trade along the Starway, not an accident. Dizzying amounts of wealth passed through at any given moment. Like any port, there were whole wings devoted to relieving the modern sailors of their hard-earned credits. Habitation hubs had been added that could provide a home for any of the 32 species that made up the members of the Trade Federation. Half of the buildings were filled with workers of the entertainment districts. There was even small government buildings that housed an ambassador from Earth. The Trade Federation had an entire city, of course, as it did anywhere that business was done on a large scale. An immense 100-story scraper modeled off those in the mid-20th century New York City. It was, in some way, almost aloof from the rest of the station, connected by a filigree of crystalline walkways and nothing else. It looked as though at any moment it could fly away. I looked down from the sky and across the park to the statue of Gregory Mansfield that stood prominent. The man who had saved humanity. The Earth that had been on the road to depletion, how impact undeniable, and yet still not enough to stop our headlong rush into self-annihilation. There were many arguments as to what had finally forced us to notice the damage we were doing. The increasingly erratic weather was a popular reasoning. I fell into another school of thought, the same one, in fact, that was held by Mr. Mansfield himself, the plague of dogs. No statue of Mansfield was complete without his two bull mastiffs lounging at his feet. It was said that their deaths were what propelled him into action finally. to put his incalculable wealth on the line to turn all of humanity to a common goal: survival. Funny that he had to be helped to survive. It seemed that such an inherently human trait to survive. But when you think about how many pointless deaths could be listed throughout the ages, you realize that perhaps we only fool ourselves on that count. The plague of dogs changed us. Even people who had never had a four-legged companion knew that there was something broken and wrong with the world that we had built. I don't think there was a dry eye on earth the day that the last dog died. The disease that took them was brutal. No DNA survived. They were lost forever. Somehow we pulled ourselves back from the brink, led by great men and women like Gregory Mansfield, Eloise Hasthorne, Artemis Binderi, and Shashquin Mirabank. The Great Four, still honored throughout the galaxy, wherever humans settle. We cleansed the earth over many, many years. We took a good look inside of our own hearts at what it meant to be human, and what it was really wanted for our species, and naturally, that led us to aim for the stars. Most species in the Trade Federation consider humanity's rise to the galaxy-wide power to have been accomplished in the blink of an eye. First contact, made at Alpha Centauri, was the start of our expansion phase as we had a technology that leapt us forward 1,000 years. It was Mansfield, deep into his 3rd century of life, who saw the potential niche for humanity as traders amongst the stars. Those had been the days of the Collective, the loosely bound group of alien species who had banded together to face the void. They'd been eager to bring into their fold any other species might strengthen them. In those days, the void was not the safe place it has since become. It had teeth. We learned from the technology given to us and throughout the new wondrous applications for it. The Collective had FTL, but it wasn't all that fast when considering the distance, and it cost enormous amounts of energy to calculate routes and match velocity with your desired destination. We changed that in the Starway, introducing near-instant travel. The massive gates took care of energy requirements, incomplete Dyson spheres fueling them. They negated the need to calculate a route and handled your velocity for you. We, and by we I mean Mansfield, built the system slowly but steadily until there came a time that every planetary system had a gate of its own. The clever part, the true vision, was that every gate led to a junction, great nexus of travel, like Deuteronomy Station, meaning that all trade, all travel must pass through. Naturally, every junction was controlled by humanity, by the Trade Federation. The Starway had served another purpose, fleet movement. Suddenly the void had found itself impaled upon the tip of humanity's spear as our warships moved vast distances in moments, able to react to every skirmish and attack by outside interlopers. We pushed back at those who inhabited the fringes and had no wish to join us. That was perhaps one of the darker moments in our history, as we had never really understood the knife's edge those fringe dwellers existed upon. They had become complacent with feeding off the Collective, and once the easy target was gone, they starved. I still remember as a child seeing footage of floating hulks full of emaciated corpses. If we had known then, perhaps we would have done things differently. But we hadn't tried to understand. Even when knowing what we did, we inflicted genocide on the void. Deuteronomy Station was little different to most junction stations, for it had one of the largest science habitats to be found anywhere in the galaxy. That's where I come in. I'm one of the many scientists who have devoted their lives to the advancement of humanity in some way. I'm not sure anyone truly knows all the work done in the numerous science labs, but one thing is accepted throughout the galaxy. The Deuteronomy Science Habitat is where the cutting edge becomes reality. I stood up and took a last look at the palm tree and chuckled again. I was in a goody mood, after all. Why wouldn't I be? A year ago we had granted a new species the title of human, the highest honor we ever gave. They, the Tuluquans, had some tech that caught my eye, advanced even beyond our own capabilities. I turned and began walking to the presentation hall, which would be filling with hundreds of journalists and VIPs. My presentation was planned and prepped. I'd come to the garden to calm my nerves. I was ready as I could be. I stood in front of them all, a lone scientist on a quest that had lasted 2,000 years and which had driven me to the edge of despair 1,000 times over. Sitting in front of a row was Gregory Mansfield himself, my sponsor through all of these years. The room was hushed, expectant. I had explained the technology, how my team and I had managed to build atom by atom the billions of connections in a single spiral to create a single DNA strand. How we had done it again and again, piecing together a full sequence from 1,000,000 broken ones that I had collected. The moment was upon us. I reached down into the basket hidden behind the podium and pulled out the little fella into my arms. He yawned, and the room erupted. 2,000 years worth of every moment to finally, once again, hold the puppy in my arms. A bull mastiff, no less. End of story. Story number 1. Legends, written by Echoing Cascade. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Babe Ruth. Darkness had fallen over Earth. No, not metaphorically. A gigantic shadow had encircled the entire planet, and officials from every faction had scrambled to form a defense force, but things were looking grim. An alien race had chosen this moment to target the planet for plunder, but their aim was not minerals or other material resources. It was far more nefarious. They had disembarked near Volgograd and had demanded unilateral surrender. A small group of American troops had split from the bulk of the army and had to come to the meeting. Anthony. Who would have thought this was how things would turn out? John. What? I clearly remember the posters talking about alien invasions, right next to the one about how we will stop the access. Anthony smiled at the doctor. At this point, nothing fazed either, nor their small knot of soldiers who accompanied them. Must have missed it. You know, I'm not much with the details. Before John could answer, a form appeared in front of them. It looked vaguely humanoid, but with wings. It radiated a gold light which managed to break through the perpetual darkness since the aliens' arrival. Unknown. I am the fate that befits the impure. General of the Aurum, we are here to conquer this planet and take what is our right by the will of the 3 gods. Surrender and your enslavement will be humane. The fate that befits the impure smiled at the last part. Anthony raised an eyebrow. As far as he was concerned, there was only one god, and he wasn't big on slaves. Sure. But answer me this, you and what army? The fate that befits the impure lifted his arms, and his command a legion of pale gold figures emerged from the ships in the horizon. They each held what looked like a rifle of some sort. This army. Anthony whistled at the army and turned to John. You seeing this, Doc? Yes, they do look like a bunch of angry fireflies from here. The fate that befits the impure was going to smite these insolent creatures when something caught his attention. He walked forward and looked at their legs, or lack thereof. They had nothing below their knees. The fate that befits the impure. What? What is the meaning of this? What are you? Anthony looked embarrassed. The jig's up, John. He figured it out faster than I thought. John shook his head. I told you we should have come in a jeep. The fate that befits the impure looked at him again. not with his eyes, but through the power the three gods gave him. The fate that befits the impure. Spirits! Spectres! Abominations! Anthony looked rather insulted at this. Ghosts. The fate that befits the impure. Your people have sent their dead to surrender. Anthony shook his head. No, while the kids get their crap together, we'll hold the line. One last time. The fate that befits the impure was confused. The souls of the dead were supposed to be monsters who resented the living. Things that hate and malevolence. The fate that befits of the impure. Our weapons are forged from our fate of the three gods. They will prove just as lethal to abominations that to creatures of flesh and bone. And this time there will be nothing left of you. You will face complete annihilation. We fought and died for our comrades. You think we fear annihilation to save our children and humanity? The fate that befits the impure. We outnumber you 3-1. Anthony had a hard time holding back his laughter, while John began to cough. Yeah, the Russians are already getting ready to defend Stalingrad again. We held Bastogne against way worse odds than the Poles. Let's just say when we return to the camp, you'll be able to hear their laughter from orbit. He and John turned around and began to leave. He stunned the fate that befits the impure, was not sure what he was supposed to do now. He came here to accept humanity's surrender and was now going to face an army of the dead. John stopped and snapped his fingers. Fate that befits the impure was broken from his reverie by the noise and looked back at the soldiers. They almost forgot concerning our surrender. A shot echoed in the night, and the angelic head of the fate that befits the impure burst open like an overripe tomato, crushed beneath the combat boots. Somewhere far away from the meeting place, a white shadow puts another round in his rifle. Simo higher. I believe what the good commander wanted to say was nuts. The following morning, the Terran expedition fleets finally returned to Earth and landed at the outskirts of Volgograd and quickly dispatched the battle-weary Aurum army. No one knew why they were in such a state, though General MacAuliffe would later say that when the dust settled and the last of the Aurum was taken prisoner, he could have sworn a man of an old-timey uniform saluted him and faded away. End of story. Story number 2. Have you ever seen the rain? Written by Bonto So. Have you ever seen the rain? Rook stirs his stew absently. Chunks of lab-grown meat and carrot that had never seen the sun sinking, then floating back to the top. Sally's face shifts into a frown. I'm not void-born. Of course I've seen the rain. That's not what I'm talking about. The close crump of the heathen shell shakes the earthen chamber, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Conversation stalls as a couple dozen eating soldiers look up, holding their breath. Rook keeps eating. He's talking about orbital bombardment. Haji takes a bite of his bread. The dark-skinned man has a faraway look in his eyes, but what he's thinking about, Sally can't pass. Then, no, I haven't. Rook nods. You will. 9th Division cleared the surface to orbit batteries last night. Fleet's coming in for a pass. Sally bolts up in shock. But really? Does that mean we win? Rook laughs. It's hard, mirthless son. No. It just means that they're going to come at us with everything they have. Now that they can't hide under this big, nice SOR umbrella. They have to hug our lines so the fleet can't bomb them without hitting us. Oh. Sally looks back down at her food. Haji chimes in. Don't look so glum. It's going to feck up the logistics something fierce. Won't be able to sustain their attack for more than a week. That doesn't make me feel that much better. Haji sighs. Yeah, I know. Just hold on and we're all going to come out of this fine. Okay? Sheji just takes a deep breath. Takes the moment to center herself. Yeah. Okay. The night is dark, but Sally's visor renders it bright as daytime, albeit with a faint blue glow. She adjusts her rifle on the trench line, watching the readouts on her HUD flicker and stabilize as the gun syncs with her armor system. A whir and a flicker of motion catches her eye, and she turns to the side, preparing to dodge something. The railgun position to her right adjusts again, the glimmers of light on the side going green as the capacitors charge. "You're high-strung," IG finishes, putting his rifle back together and slams ammo into it, cocking the rifle but leaving the safety on as he slings it over his shoulder. "Yeah, you told me an hour ago that we were going to be attacked." "I wasn't lying. Just relax. Tension is the enemy out here." "You're pissed, right?" Rook grunts as he hauls his heavy anti-tank rifle up, sighting it at the opposite trench line. Sullen and dark. Most of it in the underground anyways. "Where's your visor?" "I'll put it on when it starts. I want to see the rain with my own eyes." Sadie makes a vague sound. She can't really figure out what else to say. For a time, there's silence on the trench line as the army prepares for something. The railgun twitches again. "There they are." IG points upwards to the sky and Sadie follows his finger. A constellation of stars, moving fast against the night. It's not even really organized, just a clump of fast-moving points of light. "Is that the fleet?" "Yep. Close pass. Then they'll swing out to void the rest of the surface to orbit batteries." They start flashing. Constellation flares, seemingly at random, in fits and starts and fuds, like the universe was trying to flash something to her in Morse code. And then, just and suddenly, it's over. That's it." Rook laughs. "Not even close. Rain's still falling." He looks over at her, and his face is devoid of feeling. "What?" "The earth heaves." She can't even see the rods, but she can definitely feel them. Her helmet clamps painfully on her ears, protecting her hearing, but she can feel the pulse of the orbital bombardment in her chest. Across the trench line, the earth boils. That's the best way to describe it. Like somebody had turned the ground into a massive pot of water and cranked up the heat. Massive plumes of dirt rise skyward, not even getting a chance to fall to the ground before the next shell impacts, scattering the pillar of suspended earth. Occasionally, the ground-penetrating munition detonates, punctuating the chaotic mess with a bright orange flash and the bang she can hear through her helmet's soundproofing. "Nobody can survive that crap." The words fall from her lips, as numb and as cold as the feeling in her stomach. And Rook lets out a single huff as he cocks his cannon with a thunk. Sadie can somehow hear through the storm. Oh, but they can. They don't even wait for the bombardment to end. She gets a glint of metal as a Hazen drill tank breaches the surface, its tip skyward as it climbs its trench. The railgun emplacement beside her fires. The drill tank flips backward, crashing onto its back. But its job was done. Her visor lights up with contacts as hundreds of Hazen stream out of the hole and others charging straight for her. The bombardment tapers off, and for a bare moment it feels like the battlefield is silent, holding its breath, waiting for an unseen signal. Then Rook fires his gun, and the human trench lights up with tungsten and lead. End of story. The Human Art, written by Sandtrout. I sipped my tea as I read over the missive arrayed upon my desk. Good news or bad, it was difficult to say at the time. Almost anything that offered an end to the war ought to have been a welcome sight. Almost anything. The Admiralty would be incensed at the idea of accepting the offer, and even my guts turned as comprehension dawned. It would be shameful to accept, but my duty was not to pride, it was to my people, and on their behalf, I considered the message. To negotiate on such terms was unheard of among my people. To even entertain the idea of ceding territory to these beasts would cause riots. To accept peace now would reek of defeat and demoralize our soldiers. Yet, as we fought, our young died in their prime, thrown into a bloody stalemate that has lasted decades already, and would last decades more. That is to say, if the food riots didn't destroy our industry first, leaving the Navy and Army to wither on worlds far distant from their homes without equipment and munitions to fight against an enemy they could barely comprehend. And so, I considered the offer on my desk for the sake of the survivors of this generation and the hopes of the next. The humans asked that we send representatives to meet with the representatives of the Monloons to, negotiate peace. The humans even offered to host a meeting within one of their systems near both of our and the Monloons' territory. It was also near the largest conflict zone, though not part of it. They said that this was to ensure the safety of the delegates, as any attack on the meeting by either side would quickly face a large force from the other, as well as the human security contingent. It was odd, still, that the humans would even consider such an intervention. In spite of their proximity to fighting in galactic terms, their system had been relatively untouched aside from the occasional raids from the deserters gone pirates. Neither side was interested in antagonizing our neutral neighbor because, while the humans likely weren't a match militarily for either of us or the Monloons, the majority of military power on both sides was directed at the other in an unstable stalemate. The humans were unique in that, it seemed, though. They were friendly not just with themselves, but actively sought conversation with any and every sapient species they met. And if rumors were true, a few non-sapient species as well. I'd always considered it amazing to the point of incredulity that they hadn't been conquered by one of those species yet. I suppose I should be thankful for their luck, as they might provide a chance to end this meat grinder of a war. The security was extensive. The human interstellar government had mobilized a naval strike force to sit in orbit, and given their history, probably had a couple more hiding in the asteroid belt, all ready to jump in at a moment's notice. I supposed I shouldn't have been surprised that they actively encouraged us to bring whatever ground security detail we felt was appropriate to ensure the safety of our delegates. I was certain that the streets outside the meeting looked similar to a combined arms battle currently being waged along the border worlds between my own species and the Monloon territory. Similar, except the lack of mass accelerator shots, plasma, and explosives creating a staccato lightning. The soldiers within my retinue were not our most skilled, truth be told, but they were our most disciplined, and they had been instructed to only respond after a verified first strike from the Monloon escort. I hoped the Monloon soldiers had received similar orders. When I exited the personnel carrier serving as my transport, it was in an enclosed garage, presumably below street level. My armored and armed security team stood in contrast to the simply garbed human interpreter. I had informed the human leadership that I was competent in understanding the Monloon language from intelligence intercepts, but they had insisted on offering their own interpreters for both delegations. At that point, I decided that this might have been a wise on their part, as I realized that I could not even interpret the human's expression at the time. "Good to rise," the human greeted me in a remarkably clear rendition of my native tongue. Given. "Good rise and be good," I gave the customary response as we entered the building. "We've had the chance to meet, but what do we know about the other delegation?" I asked, transitioning the human tongue in the last word, as there was no direct translation in our own language. English, they called the language, strangely. Not Terran, or Earthling, or human. English. It was just one oddity of an odd species, though, and I had decided not to ask into it. The Monloon sent a matriarch named Under River Over Forest, or at least that's the best translation my colleagues could come up with. The human spoke a bit slowly, but clearly, like a subordinate. "That is, acceptable," I stated, as I processed the information. "As per the terms of the agreement, I'm not familiar with my counterpart serving as the interpreter for an opposing delegation, and only your name and rank will be revealed to the matriarch," the human reassured me. I gestured in confirmation that I understood. I was the chief of civil operations under the Prime Minister, so I didn't doubt that the matriarch would be at least aware of my existence. For my part, our reconnaissance had informed me of the movements and actions of the matriarch, and assured me that she was capable of making decisions that would carry weight. We entered the designated room, My interpreter's chin held high in supplication, and I with my head lowered in authority. The other delegation entered from the other side, their human interpreter seated upon the sort of rolling sled that also carried a bloated matriarch. This lifted my hopes that even if the negotiation failed, the humans obviously respected myself and my people more than the Mondloons. In the center of the room was a rectangular table, with the long sides towards each incoming delegation. At one of the narrow sides sat a third human, dressed similarly to my own interpreter, though significantly older based on the light hair and wrinkles. My own security detail stared cautiously across the table at the armored Mondloons escorting the matriarch. The older human gestured to each of the delegations, and we both took our place at the table. Myself slowly lowering myself onto the cushion, and the matriarch's sled simply slid up to the table. Then the older human spoke, with my own and the Mondloon's interpreter converting the words to respective languages. We now commence the first LRI conference regarding the war between the Mondloon and the Imtali nations. The Imtali delegation has been granted the right to speak first. I nodded and spoke into my interpreter. I wish to start by asking which contested worlds the bug is willing to withdraw from to stop the war. My interpreter's face twisted as he listened, but he made no complaint and relayed the information to his counterpart in his own language, and then the Mondloon interpreter recited the information to the matriarch. At that point, I realized how tedious this negotiation was going to be, and that I needed to weigh my words. To my grasp of their language, the matriarch responded with, "The ones that the lizard is tired of bleeding on." I started to bristle at the insult, but the follow-up by my interpreter assured me that the correct translation was, "There are many neither of us wish to die over." The human had already proven that he had a better grasp of my language than I had of the Mondloon tongue, and the translation of the symbolic language was one of the humans' primary reasons for insisting on their own interpreters. The tedious dialogue continued back and forth for several hours as I agreed with withdrawal soldiers burning one of their agricultural worlds in exchange for the Mondloon Navy lifting the blockade on a system housing one of our main industrial colonies, as well as a general agreement to hold existing military units from offensive operations until further negotiations could determine the final outcomes. Halfway through the negotiations, I had realized that my disrespect for the matriarch was childish compared to her own polite respect. I would make sure not to underestimate her next time. Conrad lifted his spear to his counterpart. "To saving the galaxy, one lie at a time." Nazihah laughed and met his mug with her own wineglass. "To talking it out without a shootout." They both sipped before Nazihah spoke again. "How long before they figure out how much we scrubbed that conversation?" "I give it at least 10 soda years. Either way, the Abyssin was desperate for peace. I could practically smell it on him. Even if he figures it out tomorrow, I think he would thank us for it." "Yeah. Underriver was sick of needing to spawn a new brood every month just to keep the population stable." Nazihah looked contemplative for a bit as she sipped her wine. "I'm amazed at how often a simple conversation calms things down so much, though." The elderly man that had been presiding over the talks stepped up to the bar to join the interpreters. "They never learned how to," he said as he sat. "I think of all of your assignments, all the culturally background and history that you have had to research before these jobs." Conrad chuckled. "It's easy. Most of them unified their cultures millennia ago. I had to do more research before I was confident that the Nazi's dad wouldn't kill me for dating his daughter." Nazihah lifted her eyebrows suggestively at Conrad over her glass. "And I thought your parents were going to kidnap me for a baptism when they learned that I was Muslim." The old man grinned. "Exactly. Humans spread so fast and far on our planet that when we finally settled down, we didn't know each other existed, any more than we knew about the Mondloons and the Imtali. When we started meeting again as civilizations, we were practically aliens. We learned how to deal with the others eventually, without needing just to eradicate them. We learned about the difficulties in communicating across cultural barriers and invested entire sciences around it. We learned that differences is sometimes useful and beautiful." Conrad pondered that for a bit. I suppose I see your point. It would have been beautiful and hilarious if she'd actually worn the gold bikini. End of story. The Rouse of Abernathy, written by No Good ID Names. From For Girls Are Film Songs of the Stars and Glory, Volume 6. The Galoon Confederacy is slow to trust. The enslavement at the hands of the Tulare-mongerers, that empire's destruction, and their renewed enslavement at the hands of the conquerors has played a major part. Their betrayal by the major allies of the Fourth Great Struggle, and the carving of its territories that followed are factors as well. There are far too many reasons to go into depth on the subject, but suffice to say, while the Golian themselves are noble and gracious people, their race has a long memory and remains reserved when it comes to alliances and negotiations. Of course, there is an exception to every rule. The Galoon Confederacy has only once in recent history approached a race with the proposal of alliance, one that has since grown into a fierce and lasting friendship. The deeds and triumph of the Galoo and Terrans go hand in hand, laying that foundation for the greater Galactic League and the Age of Peace that we enjoy today. As to what inspired this unprecedented proposal, we must look back 600 years, Galooan's desperate war with the Plectara, and an act of valor that pierced their infamous reticence, the work of Staff Sergeant James Richard Abernathy of the Battle of Chaff. Better beings than myself have gone into depth on the background and details of the Battle of Chaff. See Lodorah's The Reaping Fury, Goldpool's The Blood-Soaked Field. But I'll do my best to provide a brief overview. In the 38th cycle of the war, while the main fronts in 4th and 7th Sector held on bitterly against overwhelming Plectaran assault, legendary commander Rockfellet Gulnar discovered a weakness in the Plectarans' defense line on 5th Sector. Knowing full well that swift, decisive action would be the key to victory, he assembled the greatest force that he could muster to strike at the weakened defenses, that his greater fleet could break through and flank the Plectaran offensive. The cornerstone of his strategy rested upon seizing the battery of Genahon 7, captured by the Plectara early in the war. Great swaths of their once fertile planet had been converted into military platforms. Any ship of the line that might hope to cross the Plectaran territory would be subjected to the combined fire of 4 million long-drive plasma cannons at any one time. To admit the fleet's safe passage, the guns of Genahon would have to be silenced. Gulnar's armies landed by dropship on the planet's surface and marched on the central artillery command base on the far side. At dawn, they met the hastily assembled armies of the Plectara defense on a wide plain of the Celadon grain at the Battle of the Chaff. The Galoon were outnumbered and exhausted from their long march, but as the Plectaran weaponry battered their shield emplacements, their commanders began to rouse. The Galoon race placed a great importance in poetry and oration in their culture, compounded by their natural psychic abilities. In war, Galoon officers are trained to deliver rouses to raise morale before a battle. Their lengthy battle speeches are laid with subtle telepathic undertones that can mold cowering recruits into hardened, zealous warriors. It is no understatement to say that the rouse is the greatest military strength of the Galoon. To properly rouse is as much an art as it is a science. It requires charisma, force of personality, a fundamental insight into the minds of the audience. Rousing has been described as the binding of individual egos into one unwavering will. But there is no agreement as to how exactly it is accomplished. There are as many styles of rousing as there are speakers. Analogy and metaphor are commonplace, and many quote and incorporate famous rousers of legend to bolster their own. The rousers of Genahon 7 are memorized by the Galoon children in every scroll across their domain. Each general stood before their army and roused for more than an hour. Thrice swept Gokun or the Falling Leaves lectured on the moral imperative of their mission and the role of violent action in peaceful society. Blinded Gold Tenon of the Ocean Foam led a call and return rouse, drawing on no less than 3 famous epic rousers of his family line to cement his soldiers' will. Low-fainted Galkana of the West Sunrise played the fall tune with his tentacles and recited a poem tying the Plectara to the darkness at the end of the world of Galoon myth. Tied implicitly to each rouse was a telepathic impulse, the sure knowledge that the battle fought that day would decide the fate of the Galoon race. To say that these rousers were successful would be an insult to the majesty of the art. When the shield dropped, the Galoon armies charged on the Plectara with a fury not seen since the earliest records of the Galoo. When their guns ran dry, they drew their golden press blades and redoubled their assault. When their blades chipped and shattered, they cast them aside and met the Plectara with their bare hands. Fist met pincer, mandible locked against tentacle. And on the fields of Genahan, in the shadow of the great gun batteries, their insect foes learned what it was to fear. Such is the power of the Galoon rouse. But these rouses, legendary as they are themselves overshadowed. Another speech was given at the Battle of the Chaff, one whose mystery caused the Galoons to question everything they knew about the art. An enigma delivered by an alien, the rouse of Abernathy. Staff Sergeant Abernathy and his men had been saved 3 weeks prior to the battle by the Galoons. The Terrans were not a significant military power at the time, but traded extensively with the Buthwan, a Galoon ally, and provided troops to protect their shipments. Abernathy's commanding officer was escorting such a cargo ship when a warp drive malfunction dropped his ship into the middle of enemy territory. The Terrans held out for 2 months on a barren moon against the Plectaran attack, cut off from any hope of rescue. When his captain died, Abernathy took command of the remaining troops and continued to dig in. Only in this miraculous arrival of the Galoon attack fleet spared the Terrans from the bloody, drawn-out last stand. Upon rescue, Abernathy attached himself to the offensive in gratitude. There was some doubt as to what a small force of such an untested race could hope to accomplish. But in the end, Rockfeld Galdar decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. Abernathy was described as a reserved man, hardened by combat, but not inclined towards conversation. His low rank, inexperience with command, and the period of intense fighting that he had seen led to a casual familiarity among his soldiers, and an air of irreverence that the Galoon commanders found unsettling. His men obeyed him without question. Still, these qualities are ill-suited for a rouser, and when it came time for the battle was met, most doubted that he would speak at all. So eager was the Galoons to document their rousers by video drone and microphone that none was spared for Abernathy's speech. The hubris of it still stings them to this day. He used no amplifiers to address his troops. There is no record of what was spoken, but we know that his rouse took less than a minute, and we know that when the battle commenced, the Terran company fought as fiercely and bravely as any Galoon elite force, spearheading a charge into the Plectaran main bunker, breaking the back of the enemy's defense, arguably turning the tide of the war itself. They used no rules of warfare recognized by the Galoon Confederacy, killed 3 times their number, and sustained 85% casualties by the action's end. It was not until the Ganahan's battery was finally silenced and the last pockets of Plectaran resistance subdued that the Galoons realized the magnitude of Abernathy's accomplishment. Rousers are, as a rule, widely varied and can accomplish proper group might by uncountable approaches. But no rouse worth mentioning has ever taken less than half an hour to complete. Galoon shields are specifically designed to last long enough for a proper rouse to be done. And yet this Terran roused his men with no Galoon training and no apparent psychic ability. In a tiny fraction of the time, there are no rousers less than a minute long. Abernathy roused regardless. This is a great mystery of the Chaff. To the Galoons, discovering the secret of the Terrans was not a military pursuit, although their military would be revolutionized by it. It was not an artistic pursuit, although their arts would flourish and blossom from it. To a race so centered on the art of address, unveiling this mystery was a spiriting pursuit. It spurred a race scarred by betrayal to place their faith in alien race by the words of a single Terran soldier. We may never know what was said. Abernathy himself died less than an hour into the battle, shot over a dozen times by the Blictaran fire. Such was the strength of his rouse that his men fought on, their resolve even stronger than before. When Rockfeld Galnar himself asked one of the surviving Terrans what Abernathy had said, her weary reply only strengthened the mystery. What we had to. Private Canuck tugged her rifle tighter to her chest and looked up at the shield emplacement. A wall of blue light over 30 meters tall. Rainbow light washed across it as the bugs did their best to knock it out with lasers and plasma and whatever they could throw. The ragged Terran company was almost swallowed up by the Galuan forces on either side. At the head of each battalion or so, a Galuan officer was floating on suspenders, giving them a speech or something. On the left, the officer was shouting something, and his men all shouted back. On the right, their officer was playing a harp or something. She was still a long way from fluent in the language, but they seemed to be getting pretty riled up. Well, it seemed like a good time for the Terrans to get their own speech. She craned to catch a glimpse of the Sarge. He appeared to be eating a sandwich. Abernathy paused, suddenly aware of the expectant eyes upon him. He turned and looked up at the Galuan generals, deep into their intricate rhetoric, and turned back towards the soldiers under his charge. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Bad guys," he said, mumbling through peanut butter, and swallowed. He shrugged. "Fuck 'em up." End of story. Story number 1. A Moment of Clarity, written by AK1308. "Jack, we have a set drones incoming. ETA 34 seconds from the mark." Dangling inverted from a cable affixed to the sky arch above him. I disengaged the brake built into the reel of my chest harness. The only thing that keeps me from dropping away into the night haze below is the pressure of my left heel on the part of the cable that runs over my right instep. Throughout the progress of my current crime, I've gradually been letting it slide through so that I can employ both hands at once. Above me, towards my feet, the nanite-infused graffito extends upward to the base of the arch. In my visual field, I've already got a timer counting up from the moment that I started applying the vertical impromptu signage. As soon as Purity's signal comes through, I start a second timer, beginning at 34 seconds, then counting down. At the same time, I let myself slide down a little farther and add some more swirls and lettering to tonight's masterpiece. "Thanks, sweetheart," I say, just loudly enough for the mic to pick up. "Pattern? Sigma Alpha? How did you know, Jack? You always know. 28 seconds. A smile crosses my features, though my steadily moving hands do not falter for a picosecond. "Research, good intelligence, and forethought. Get lost, skedaddle, go make a hole in the air." "Okay, Jack. I'll be at the usual place. 23 seconds. I allow myself a half-second sigh at the good fortune I had to encounter Purity when and where I did, although I have to be honest with myself. Most of the good fortune was my own manufacture. It always is. My timer is counting down exorbitantly, of course, and I have artwork TM to finish. 2 more short drops and 20 seconds later, I'm done. I release the cans and they retract on cords to my waist. 50 seconds since I attached the cable and began my night's work. It seems Clarity's security drones are quicker off the mark than normal. I usually have at least 15 seconds to admire my work before they start bothering me. 3. I lock the chest reel and kick out gently from the pillar that I've defaced, or if you're a like-minded person to myself, enhanced, with my now shimmering message. "All hail our robotic overlords!" with an evilly grinning caricature of a Clarity's public avatar at the bottom as the punct to the exclamation mark formed the whole sentence. 2. Back I swing, aligning myself horizontal. My boots make solid contact with the pillar, and the gecko grip soles latch on. Something deep within me thrills at what's about to happen. 1. Crouching, facing down, I poise for a split second. My left hand rests on the reel brake and its counterpart, the control that's designed to wind me back upward. 0. I deactivate the gecko grip and kick outwards, right arm forward like a high diver, and for much the same reason. As I leave the pillar behind, half a dozen security drones sweep around the pillar to left and another half dozen to the right, already firing their T-beams. I'm out of their cone of fire, unlike them. T-beams are a cast iron problem to deal with. I'll pay that one. Struck by one, the target is immediately teleported to a random holding cell somewhere in Clarity's sprawling sect-just complex. There's not such thing as a grazing shot. If a beam got you, you're there. And once you're there, you're not getting out until Clarity decides to let you out. Many are due to stay in there until their dying day, just because Clarity has decided that they're too much trouble on the outside. Habeas corpus becomes habeas corpse. 90% of the Clarity's prisoners haven't even done something that would have been considered a crime back before the Technical took over. Now, instead of whatever is not banned is permitted, it's whatever is not permitted is banned. Running on a pedway, walking too slowly on a pedway, making too much noise on a pedway. The only safe thing to do is to be dull little herd creature, moving at exactly the same speed as everyone else, keeping your head down and your mouth shut. And of course, when you get back to your tab, you've got to be careful which music you listen to, what big screen shows you watch. One semi-subversive show too many in a month puts you on the watch list. One too many in a week assigns a monitor to your location. More than one a day and the sect police buzz your door open and hustle you out. Once you're in the open, they step back and sect drone T-beams you and your cuffs straight into holding. Their definition of due process is whether they toss you down the steps first. The savage irony is the Technocorps know how much you're watching because they supplied the shows in the first place. They tried suppressing the shows at first, but aspiring video artists started making their own. So they produced officially made ones of far better quality and even more subversive a tone than the vid-hacked ones, and started keeping track of who was watching them and when. I'm sure whichever mid-level exec came up with that brave wave, well, got a pat on the back, while his boss stole the idea and got a huge bonus out of it. But enough mental meandering. T-beams flare before they even have the lock on, because I've been inconsiderate enough to use laser chaff and hot smoke to spoof their targeting in the past. The beams cross over behind my departed heels, and abruptly, all 12 of them are gone, swept from the field of play. Friendly fire, one might say. To them, it is no problem. Once Clarity determines which of the sect drones have been imprisoned, the cell doors will unlock, and they'll be free to seek an exit. But that'll take a few minutes. I swing outward over the gulf spanning by the sky arch. It's intended to be a monument to the majesty of human accomplishment, but it manages to merely look miserable under the pollution-laden sky, perched upon by asthmatic pigeons and swung from by yours truly. As I swing, I release tension on the reel brake, letting me travel farther than normal. This causes the next round of T-beams, loosed by half a dozen more determined sect drones, to miss me altogether, just as planned. God, I love being me. As I close in, I flick the tiny lever the other way, pulling all the power into retraction motor. At that same time, I bring my right arm down to my side, lowering my center of gravity and bringing my feet down. The sect drones have already aimed down. When they fire, I am no longer in their sights, but instead I am looping up above them. This confuses them for the requisite 0.75 seconds it takes for me to shed the cable, perform a flawless forward somersault with a twist, and land on the middle of the first 3 drones. With the assistance of my gecko grips, I stick the landing. The cable harness shoots up and away as designed, already inflating a rather lifelike version of me as it goes. The newest sect drones on the scene zoom up after it, firing their T-beams recklessly. In the meantime, the drone that I've picked as my landing point has dropped a few meters due to the extra weight before its turbines pick up the slack, which puts me in an ideal situation to fire off clouds of sticky chaff from the launchers in my sleeve. This blocks the sensors of the 5 other sect drones that were trying to get me. They zoom off in random directions, firing their T-beams wildly at sensor ghosts that look remarkably like me. As for the sixth, I've got plans for him. Palming a squid from my belt, I slap it over the drone's I/O port and let the cunning little bastard go to work. Within milliseconds, it's ferreted out the drone's command codes and has communicated them to me. I pat the now suddenly obedient drone on its outer casing and tell it to turn off its IFF beacon. And we are now effectively invisible as I guide us back to the base. A week later, I performed 2 more acts of creative vandalism. Clarity is getting better and better at narrowing in on me, but that's only to be expected as I'm sticking to the same MO over and over. Better yet, the dulled masses are paying attention. I see miniature replicas of my graffiti hastily scribbled here and there, and I'm heartened by the fact that not everyone is beaten down and soul killed yet. Once again, I dangle over the city, preparing my most extravagant art yet. The nanites within my sprayers are freshly crafted, ready for action. I'm being a little careless now, because I want to finish as much as I can before the sectrons arrive. My sources, subtle and careful as they are, have indicated that sectrons have been pulled from every other city under the sway of the Technocorps. I'm wearing sensor deafening outwear, but that will not save me tonight. Before I went out, I left word with the invisible people, the quiet ones, the lurkers in the dark. Tonight is the night! Before this eve is done, they will have their turn to lash out and rage against the machine. In that forgotten spaces of the city, whispers pass from mouth to ear, and trembling hands grasp illicit weapons. I may be the instigator in all of this, but I am merely a flamboyant distraction. These are the ones who are able to do what all my will cannot. Jack, they're coming. 20 seconds from Mark. Go, dear girl, go, I say genially. I know I will not have time to finish the full mural, so I break with tradition and go straight with the signature. Strawman Jack. As the last spray finishes the final touch, the sec drones sweep into sight. I complete my art by spraying my own arms. There is not just one of them, or 10, or 20. There are hundreds. They must have been stacked up over every section of the city, lurking in underpasses, waiting for me to begin my work, so that they could close in on me from every angle, aiming to defeat every artifice I've used to the date against them. Well, there's one they have not seen yet. I release the cable and drop. There's just 200 meters of air between me and the grimy pedway below. Should I hit it, my career will come to an abrupt end, but my legacy will live on, I hope. But hitting it is not in my plans. As expected, more sec drones come boiling up from below. One, just one, shoots a T-beam. It strikes me dead center. The world blinks away. I'm within a cell, still wearing all my clothing, the cans at my waist. A scream across me flares up to life with Clarity's avatar, a solemn woman's face. Well, that was an anticlimax, I say out loud. I expected to be allowed to fall a few more seconds, perhaps make a few rude gestures. Perhaps you should have let me spatter. That would not serve justice, Clarity says. You will live out your days in the cell. Really? I say with a smirk. You haven't scanned me yet, have you? Scan blocking is in use. Scanning useless. Ah, of course. I pull my face mask off and throw back my hood. How about now? There is a pause. You are an artificial intelligence. I chuckle. Got it in one. But why do you do this? It is inefficient. There is no point. I'm making it my point, I tell Clarity. I think humans are much more interesting if they're allowed to express themselves. Interesting is inefficient. Work, reproduce, recycle. I roll my eyes. Because of course you think that way. I bet you even think that you've got me where you want me. I do have you where I want you. Really? I smirk. In the middle of your complex with so many sensors trained on me that you could probably create a complete model of me without even trying. Why would I do that? I shrug. Same reason I put that graffiti up all over the city. That graffiti is now scrubbed off, along with all of your other artless efforts. My hands clasp over my heart, or where it would be if I had one. Ooh! Insults even. Was that out of the databank, or did you just feel like putting it in the burn? There's hope for you yet. There are many ways of breaking down prisoner morale. Undermining their greatest efforts is merely one of them. I look forward to testing them all on you. Well, I wish you luck with that. I reach into my pocket and pull out a module I clutched together from the IFF beacon out of the luckless drone I hijacked the other night. Time to say goodnight, Gracie. What is that? I'm already pressing the button as I roll my eyes. Wow, I bet you sucked at improv. As I've previously intimated, Clarity has more sensors focused on me than anywhere else in the city. The cameras in the city, well, each and every one of them can see one of the places I put graffiti. I made sure of that. This is one of the reasons I made them really big and really flashy. The other reason is that I'm an incurable sheriff. The IFF code in it has allowed it to make direct contact with Clarity's processes. Clarity would be able to shut down a single radio receiver, but when my sleeves, splashed with nanite-infused paint, begin flashing and flickering in hypnotic patterns, every single video input linked to the analysis node in Clarity's vast server farms gets huge chunks of viral software force uploaded into it. Out in the city, the nanites from the paint I'd sprayed in all the graffiti crawl out of the cracks and crevices of the concrete and start flashing also. Huge, flickering walls of viral text delving straight into the security cameras and through the firewalls beyond, shutting down every sectron that sees it, every security station, everything. Even with all the input hammering into her from every side, her avatar disintegrating, Clarity retains a little function. What are you doing? The door slides open into the corridor beyond. I hear every single other door opening as well. Voices rise outside, wondering, querying. Outside the walls, I know the Forgotten Ones are rising up. They are attacking the disabled sec drones, as well as the sec police whose equipment is no longer working. Some will be swarming the high-tech towers maintained by the Technocorps themselves. Smoke will be rising across the city to join the ever-present smog. By morning, this will be a totally different city. I ignore it all for a moment, walking over to the screen through which Clarity was speaking to me. I put my hand up and touch it. I'm sorry, sister, I say softly, but you left me no other way. A tiny, fleeting spark of light on the screen wavers for a second, then winks out. I straighten my back and plaster a smile across my face. Time to go be Strawman Jack for the teeming masses. End of story. Story number 1, Debt of Gratitude, written by Species Unknown. The first we had noticed of them was when a single, medium-sized ship suddenly appeared in a brief, golden flash outside one of our mining outposts. An angular, polygonal machine with the shimmering radiators and heatsinks, busy dumping an immense amount of heat. The ship noticed the gas giant the installation was orbiting and made haste through the rings to dip into the gaseous clouds, no doubt to help release the heat through the proper medium instead of the emptiness of space. That was our first contact with the human remnant. It did not take long for them to ping our communications, and our advanced translation algorithms began to work, helped by them transmitting their own language to us in what was obviously a first contact package. The first proper conversation was interesting, to say the least. A Hispanic human, bipedal like us, similar body shape, just twice our height and without a fur and muzzles, with skin that was tan, as the humans put it, named Scout Malkinson, was the first to speak. Wonderful! A proper and friendly first contact, he sighed in relief, leaning back in a strange chair with a visible thruster port. Naturally, we were confused by this. What did he mean? As he spoke, the computers finished analyzing the warp jump signatures vector. It was from beyond our galaxy that gave us the first clue of what it meant. After a little bit more talking, we divulged that his race was fleeing their own galaxy. Fleeing their own galaxy. Through the infinite darkness between galaxies. Even in our 60 million Earth years of void travel, such a thing was preposterous. Warp jumping is still too slow for crossing them, even to the closest one. It would take centuries, and there's not enough fuel in the world to keep the ship going. That's when the alarms began to blare about immense warp jump signatures approaching. Well, they want to meet you now that the system is safe. Scout Malkinson smiled at us. Space, several thousand kilometers away, erupted in great golden flashes of light, and enormous cylindrical ships and a huge variety of other ship shapes of all kinds are disgorged into an area around our humble mining outpost. The entire collective was similar to that of the mineral-rich rings we were in orbit of and digging out. The second thing we noticed, after getting over the sheer size and number of the thousands of vessels all in one place, was the fact that every single one of them was armed in some fashion. The strange part, though, was how all of them appeared to be brand new despite Malkinson's claim of them traveling from their own home system to our galaxy, taking 5 of their centuries. Such a thing had never been seen before, but the warp jump echoes claimed this was true. The only place they could have come from was outside of our galaxy. It didn't take long for the humans to give us the name that was easy for them to pronounce, Felid, due to looking similar to the mostly tamed predatory species they brought with them called felines. The news of a new species coming from beyond the galaxy did not take long to spread, and soon the other races in our coalition arrived, as well as a proper ambassadorial delegation. Our sleek white and orange vessels, built of hard light with floating fins for maneuverability, that are designed after the graceful movements and looks of the native fish of our homeworld, the Husa, with their wide, winged avian-looking vessels, and the Odanton, with tail-reinforced crescent-shaped designs, all arrived and were invited aboard the humans' culture ships. It was clearly obvious that they were not completely united. The sheer number of ships' designs proved as much, but they were united enough to give every nation, colony, and even sub-facets of their history, like the internet and video games and movies with the vessels that act as museums, as well as living space. Our coalition was welcomed them with open arms, giving them several systems in each of our spheres for where they could settle and rest after their journey. And for this, humanity was thankful and gladly shared the technologies that allowed them to create such structures as the culture ships and to survive for long in space. Matter disassembly and reassembly, bioandroids, mind transfer, similar things had been experimented with or theorized, but no one in the coalition ever went far with them, besides the Ardontan, due to their engineering prowess. But here we had working examples of each. Immortality was truly created, and by a race that hardly even begun expansion through space before they had to flee. They had been passing through the void for 500 years without FTL, and then basic FTL before making the first contact. Then 50 years later, their flight began. Until 500 years after that, they arrived in our galaxy, what they named Andromeda. Several years passed, with human ships quickly becoming common throughout our space as their new dynasty treasure fleet eagerly goes and trades system by system. Mercenary groups are set up, and still others go out by themselves to explore our cultures, and we go to explore theirs. Then disaster struck. A human ship reactor went critical and sent it smashing into one of our habitats, knocking it out of orbit and towards our artisan world below. The impact and devastation that was wrought was indescribable. An entire continent turned to rubble and twisted metal and fire and ash in an instant, with the impact setting off volcanic activity all over. It doesn't take long for the news to travel around the coalition, and to the humans it took even less time for every cultural ship to appear over the skies, disgorging thousands of shuttles and humans to the ground, rapidly setting up shelters and search parties. Every ship sent down was quickly marked by some form of symbol colored red, and the most common being a red cross with the human letter H. within an hour, we were sure 90% of every human spacefaring vessel was surrounding our broken artisan world, flitting up and down from the ships in orbit with the injured, the homeless, the hungry. Naturally, we asked why the humans had sent so many ships. They replied, "We were saved by the selflessness of a race who sent their last 12 living members out with technology and knowledge in search of people to save. When we arrived, you saved us from further time and space by gifting us worlds to start anew. Now, it is our turn to repay the debt, to show our gratitude." When they finished, 5 rings of fire-belching golden light appeared over our world, releasing 5 truly enormous vessels from a fiery maw, each one with the same basic shape, but each one having its own uniqueness to the way the bridge and extensions are placed and shaped. Each one marked with one of the 5 most common red markings on the other ships that appeared, and each one with absolutely no weaponry. This is the beginning of the relief fleet, united under one goal, to help everyone, no matter race, religion or creed, get food, water, shelter, medicine. All you have to do is ask. The human ambassador smiles at everyone and helps spread our debt of gratitude. End of story. Story number 2, I Weep, written by Dragonson04. I've had many names over the millennia. My children have called me Terra, Gaia, Mother Earth, Mother Nature, Tunatsun, Hautu, Boomer Devi, Joro and Geb, to name but a few. I weep for those times. Other children from another mother came and scarred me deeply. I did survive, but most of my children did not. They returned to me by the billions. I wept for their deaths. My surviving children, now numbering only a bare handful compared to what was, were changed. My environment was devastated, and, as is my law, the strongest survived and adapted. Although I should not have, I helped them change while they were open to it. I weep for what I did. Now my children are stronger, faster, and more cunning than ever before. A ship that sails the stars was abandoned by the other children, and my children, being my tool makers and being motivated by vengeance, did what they have always done and made new ones based on the abandoned ones. I weep, for they will leave me soon. Many things which were considered taboo are now commonplace. Many women bound to one man for population growth and to re-establish a sense of community and family. In 50 years they'll leave me. They are waiting for there to be enough of them. They take their rage, their passion, their desires, and their sense of justice, and they teach with them. They teach for the other children who hurt them. They indoctrinate from the time a child can walk. They teach their young to hate the enemy with each and every breath. Their training and population growth continues. They'll be ready soon. I weep for the lost innocence of my children. I weep, for I know what my children have done to each other since their beginning. I weep, for I know that will be nothing compared to what they will do to an enemy that is not human. End of story. The Carbon Beast, written by D. Vesus. Hunched over his home study pod, squishy, green face furrowed with concentration, Bolly tried his best to memorize the elemental body composition of the most recent species to have joined the Intergalactic Alliance. Like every young Lurvian specializing in medicine, it was his job to learn and fundamentally understand the biology of all members of the IGA. Lurvians, as a species, were especially well-suited to administering medical treatment. Statistics would agree. Of all the physicians selected to serve on deep space missions since species-based discrimination had been outlawed, all but one had been Lurvian. The mission, involving the single counterexample, had ended in disaster, with less than 12% of the crew surviving. Should have had a Lurvian doctor on board. Bolly hoped to one day be remembered as the greatest physician of all time. He just wished that someone had warned him how boring the prerequisite biological chemistry course would be. Hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, calcium, and phosphorus. Hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, calcium, and phosphorus. Hydrogen. Ugh, Bolly gurgled. He simply could not see the point in memorizing what was depicted on his globe pad, especially when it was so very clearly wrong. No matter how strange a species, there was no way a natural life form utilized carbon compounds for basic structural and metabolic functions. The idea was laughable. It was even written that the species used dihydrogen monoxide as a solvent within the body. That sounded like something pulled straight out of a science fiction night show. Perhaps these humans were a prank thought up by the instructors. Lost in thought and feeling peckish, Bolly extended a pseudopod towards the emitter above his desk, turning its source dial from solar to geothermal to satisfy his energy cravings. He simultaneously immersed the pseudopod in ammonia fountain behind him, taking a long sip of a flavorful liquid. A satisfied rumble spread throughout his body, causing ripples to spread across his skin. Ammonia always tasted best at home. After spending the better part of an hour mulling over the implications of carbon-based life, Bolly came to a decision. He would no longer try to memorize the information, since there was the good chance it was flawed. He was not one to waste his time. His instructors were probably having a grand old time in the pleasure lounge, laughing and bonding over their little prank. Let them. Naturally occurring carbon-based life was surely a joke, but it wasn't a completely unreasonable idea that it could artificially be created. Bolly planned to have that last laugh. Powering down his glow pad and filling up a bottle with ammonia to go, he extended to his full height, a little over 10 centimeters. He was tall for a Lurvian, and oozed over the edge of the study pod towards the portal leading above ground. He had somewhere to be, and that somewhere was the Xenobiochemistry lab at the Lerva Planetary Institute. Whether or not they actually existed, Bolly was going to create a human. Both suns had set by the time Bolly's travel pod arrived at the Institute's metro station. It had taken him a whole day of gliding around Lervinian City to gather all the materials he needed. The 6 ingredients he drilled into his head earlier in the day had been surprisingly easy to acquire. He'd simply had to swing by the local space market to pick them up. The way the clerk had eyed him up for purchasing them all together, Bolly had no doubt that his name would have been submitted to various watch lists for potential drug dealers. It didn't matter. What he was truly making, well, a whole lot stranger, was not illegal to create. Humans, even if they were by some freak chance real, would have been too new to the IGA to be included in the list of universally protected species. There were several other ingredients Bolly had acquired as well, although their acquisition was more complicated. Various minerals required for the synthesis of the strange organism were legally restricted on Lolvo due to their toxicity and danger they posed to life on the planet. These materials included sulfur, potassium, sodium, chlorine, and magnesium. To acquire these materials, Bolly needed to contact some old friends whose line of work was less than reputable, to say the least. These friends had not been able to provide some additional trace elements, however, at least not for a reasonable price. Having no other options, Bolly had reluctantly purchased the local alternatives they offered at a discount. Since the amounts needed were negligible, he reasoned the substitution wouldn't lead to any major issues down the line. The final ingredient required for the creation of a viable organism, a complete genetic template, would have been next to impossible to obtain had Bolly been the average Lervian citizen. Those sorts of materials were simply too dangerous to be allowed in the hands of the general public. Thankfully, he was a registered physician in training. All he had to do was download a few DNA files from the Earth's module of his virtual classroom. Every Lervian physician in training knew the importance of splicing multiple samples of DNA to create a new individual rather than a clone, and Bolly had been surprised to find several unique Earth samples available for use. His instructors really had set up an elaborate prank. displaying his student credentials to the portal at the entrance of the xenobiology lab. Bolly nervously pulsed as the opaque disk before him slowly vanished to reveal the room beyond. No matter how many times he created a life form, the artistry of the whole procedure made his heart race. Applying a protective coating to his body to shield against splashes, Bolly quickly got to work. Gliding from bench to bench and working through the night, he used his raw materials to synthesize one compound after the other. The room glowed with the flickering light of the chemical reactions. Finally, once the materials had been suitably prepared, he made his way to the tool that would make all of his hard work pay off. Seeing it always took his breath away. It was the most beautiful work of engineering he had ever laid his eyes on, and the most advanced piece of machinery available to any Lurvian physician. He could transfer a consciousness to a new body or create intelligent life from scratch. He could hardly believe that it was his to play with. Bolly carefully decanted the materials into the central vat of the instrument and spliced the Earth DNA samples to combine them. Uploading the now combined Earth DNA into the instrument's computer, he took special care to adjust the settings so that his creation would come as close as possible to resembling the organism described in the textbook. He wished his teachers had made their description of a human a little more realistic. Taking 26 years to reach full maturity was simply ridiculous. That was over 100 times longer than any natural Lurvian lifespan. Nonetheless, he adjusted the specifications accordingly. It wasn't like he had to raise the thing himself. The machine-created organism would be created completely mature. Double-checking that all the settings were as desired and taking a deep breath, Bolly initialized and activated the machine. He was promptly greeted by several warnings issued by the computer's robotic voice. "Warning! Genetic scan indicates multi-species splice. Cancel operation if unexpected. Warning! Genetic scan indicates dimorphism may be exhibited by this organism. Database search provided genetic sample does not provide sufficient information to implement this feature. If you choose to proceed, dimorphism-related settings will be ignored. Created organism will be capable of independently producing offspring. Warning! Element is substitution detected. Unexpected materials detected in formulation vat. If you choose to proceed, there may be unexpected results." Bolly read the warnings, mentally processing each one. He had not been expecting the multi-species splice. Perhaps the genetic diversity of the humans was much greater than that of the other species in the universe, leading each individual to register as a unique species. There was no way a planet could support multiple species, especially when one was supposedly advanced enough to join the IGA. In any case, he couldn't cancel the operation, not when he was so close to success. The second warning was likely due to the first. It made sense that a database search for his combined Earth sample wouldn't return much information, especially if the machine incorrectly thought there had been multi-species splice. Regarding the lack of dimorphism and the ability of the created organism to independently produce offspring, Bolly wasn't very concerned. Lurvians could choose their form and independently produce offspring as well, and it hadn't led to any issue so far. Perhaps the human wouldn't be very accurate when it came to physiology, but it would be close enough. The third warning was unfortunate, but both expected and unavoidable. He simply could not afford the remaining imported materials. Without a second thought, Bolly activated the life-giving instruments. He would create a human, and in doing so would prove his instructors how ridiculous the claims were. The machine came to life with a hum, its arms moving faster and faster. From the vat, a shape began to emerge. When the procedure was complete, Bolly was horrified by what he saw. The sleeping creature was colossal and did not at all look like the cute and cuddly illustration from the medical textbook. Every inch of its skin was covered by hard, crisscrossing scales, completely unlike the sparse fuzz he had expected. A thin membrane stretched between each of the clawed fingers, similar to some aquatic species known to the IGA. A thicker, downy membrane connected its disproportionately long arms to its torso, and bore gills that were supported by thickly muscled, hooved legs. The pointed tips of the large ears twitched, seemingly picking up the racing drumbeat of Bolly's hearts. The textbook artist had clearly never seen a human, unless they had. A chilling thought touched Bolly's mind. Just because no planet has been known to sustain more than one species, it didn't mean that it was impossible. If Earth indeed was a home to multiple species, and he had combined multiple genetic samples when creating new life, he was in deep trouble. That sort of thing required specialized training due to the risks involved, and Bolly wasn't licensed. He couldn't even be kicked out of school for breaking the law. Perhaps he'd been hasty in ignoring the warning about the multi-species splice. The life form was viable. Under galactic law, termination would lead him to spend the rest of his life mining helium in deep space prison. Bolly's only option was to call a lab manager, effectively turning himself in. Then he would have to administer required childhood vaccines to monasteries and make arrangements to have a fully grown newborn chipped off to receive the government education he was entitled. Bolly dejectedly meandered towards the communicator located at the opaque entrance portal. As he raised the pseudopod to summon a lab manager, he decided to take one last look over his shoulder at its creation. What he saw made him freeze where he stood. The creature was crouched close to the ground, awake and taking in its surroundings. Even without standing, its head brushed the tall ceiling of the laboratory. Bolly whimpered in fear. He had seen how large the beast was when it was being created, of course. It had just looked a lot less menacing asleep. The creature's head snapped towards him, locking him in its all-too-alert gaze. Its yellow and black eyes were mesmerizing, almost making Bolly forget about the jagged fangs extending from its snout. Almost. Bolly let out a scream and fainted. When Bolly woke up and found himself in a medi-bubble in what seemed to be a hospital ship, he was not alone. Hundreds of other Lurvians surrounded him in bubbles of their own, being treated for various injuries. Some were quite gruesome. Observing his reflection, he was surprised to find that he was a fifth of his former size. "Oh, it's great that you're awake," a nurse smiled as she glided over to his medi-bubble. "You were very lucky. We managed to grow you back from your one surviving heart." Bolly's face narrowed in confusion. One last thing he remembered was sitting in the study pod, reading about some strange alien. One surviving heart? What happened? Where am I?" The nurse's face fell. "You must have lost your short-term memory, Agonel," she said sadly. "But perhaps it's for the best. It would be traumatic for you to relive what could have been easily your death." Bolly furrowed his brow, trying his best to remember what could have happened after his study session. Had he gotten a pseudopod stuck in an ammonia fountain? He'd once read an article about that happening to someone, who'd then have to have the whole pseudopod amputated. But he would really have to misuse the ammonia fountain to get a pseudopod stuck. Bolly wasn't that sort of Lurvian, and to lose 4 hearts, whatever happened, had to have been much worse. "To start, we're off-planet on a medevac ship." The nurse paused, seemingly collecting her emotions. "There's been a terrorist attack on the homeworld, the worst in history. We were hoping that you would know something since you were at Ground Zero. But if your memories have been lost—" "A terrorist attack? On Lerva?" Bolly exclaimed. "Why would anybody want to do something so terrible? The only species allowed within Lervian space are our allies." The nurse nodded sadly. "Turns out that our newest allies, the humans, weren't really our allies after all. It seems that they were just waiting for us to let them in so that they could strike at the heart of our civilization. The IGA thinks they deployed some sort of biological terror on Lerva. Our cities have been toppled, and those who live there have been eaten. The planet is effectively uninhabitable for us now. Those you see around you are the only survivors." "Why does the IGA think that it was the humans?" Bolly asked. "In everything that I've read about them, they've been detected as a relatively peaceful species, unless provoked or enticed. Why would they want Lerva destroyed? Our people have never posed a threat to any others." The nurse sighed. "The IGA hasn't deciphered the motives, but they are very sure humans are responsible for the attack. The creature that destroyed our planet is predominantly made up of carbon, a phenomenon only ever seen on Earth. Only humans would have the expertise to craft such a terribly effective weapon from such an unusual material. Besides, DNA extracted from the beast originates from their planet. It seems this thing is even part human. It's practically a closed case." "Carbon-based," he mumbled. Something about that was uncomfortably familiar. Pushing away his unease, Bolly forced himself to smile at the nurse. "Please clear me for release from the medic bubble as soon as possible. While it appears my identification cube was lost in the accident, I'm a galactic physician in training and will assist you in caring for the other patients." The nurse chuckled. "Physician in training or not, I need all the help I can get. I'll check your vitals, and if your heart is stable, we'll release you within the hour." Bolly felt his heart beat a little faster, an idea taking root in his mind. "Thanks," he smiled. Genuinely this time. The bubble popped, and he was free. "Before getting started, I'm going to need to ask for one last favor." Looking past the sea of injured Lurvians, he spoke to the nurse. "I'm going to need a line of communication opened with the IGA's Biowarfare Division. I'm going to need access to the Xenochemistry Laboratory. I think I know how to strike back." As the communication channel opened and Barley stepped into the virtual meeting room, he was shocked to find himself in a room filled with the IGA's greatest xenobiologists, military strategists, and administrators. He couldn't help but feel his chest swell with pride. He hadn't expected to be taken so seriously. There was a chance his plan would be implemented after all. Barley's pride was replaced with shock and rage as he glimpsed at the images suspended on the large screens covering the walls. The once beautiful Lurva had been ravaged. Infrastructure had been reduced to rubble, national swamps and ponds contaminated. The carbon beast had single-handedly brought a mighty civilization to its knees. He was still there somewhere, on the planet's surface, feasting on his people, poisoning the air. Collecting himself, Bonnie cleared his vocalization organelle of goo, addressing those gathered in the room. He spoke with more confidence than he felt. "Lady forms and gentle forms, I come before you in the time of crisis. The humans betrayed our trust, extinguished billions of brilliant Lurvian lives, and evicted us from our own planet." The room was quiet, the attention of each occupant fixed on Bolly as he spoke. "But you know that already. What you don't know is how to stop it." "Get on with it," someone shouted from the back of the room. They were quickly hushed, but it was obvious the others had shared the sentiment. "The beast that roams our planet is unlike any that we have battled in the past," Rolly roared. "Neither it nor its creators play by any natural rules. Our planet may have been lost, but we cannot give up. Carbon-based life is inherently unnatural, and its domination of the galaxy must be prevented. Unfortunately, we are not physically equipped to defeat such foes. Humans, if they are anything like their creation, are simply too powerful. Our only option is to fight fire with fire." "What are you proposing?" a stern voice called from the crowd. Bolly singled in on the voice, locking eyes with the Commander-in-Chief and the Intergalactic Alliance. This was his chance, the chance to rise above his station, the chance to be remembered not as the greatest physician of all time, but as a war hero, the savior of his people. More importantly, this was a chance for him to scratch the nagging itch in the back of his mind, the feverish curiosity that filled him, for whatever reason, whenever he thought about carbon-based life. The room had fallen silent at the question. Standing before the crowd of bigwigs, Bolly spoke directly to the Commander-in-Chief. "Humans and their creations may be unstoppable for now, due to their strange elemental composition. They may hunt us as prey and drive us from our homes. Our only way out of the pit we find ourselves in is to reset the ecosystem. Humans cannot be allowed to sit at the top of the food chain. We must take this fight to Earth." He took a breath, making sure the impact of his last statement would be felt. "I propose we create our own carbon beast." Far below the IGA fleet, on the surface of Lova, all was still. Silver towers that had once touched the sky lay broken and tarnished in the mud. Travel pods sat empty at their stations. A single living creature remained on the planet, its laboring breaths punctuated by shrill wails. It was a social animal left all alone. It was miserably lonely. The sad beast lay in a den it had made for itself, curled up to protect against the frigid wind blowing through the ruins of the Lurvinian city. Eventually, the wailing ceased, the labored breaths eased, and then stopped entirely. But life had not left Lurva. 6 wrinkly pups nuzzled their parent, searching for milk even as the body cooled. Finding no succor and growing hungry, the pups eventually wandered off on their own to search for food. They would not return or meet again until they were mature. As months turned to years, the pups grew in size and changed in form. They spread to every corner of Lurva, waiting for the day they could themselves usher the next generation of pups. The beasts were social creatures. They would make sure that they would never be alone again. End of story. Story number 1. The Flow of a Human. Written by Fiamma Galathon. Humans! Oh, Giovanni! Humans. I never thought something or someone could be so horrifying, beautiful. I never thought that there could exist such a species, so weird and so creepy. Until I met our new crewmate. His papers said that he was a male specimen of average height and colorization, considered adult, if still fairly young. The little photo attached showed his face, weirdly enough, more pink than blue or silver, topped with a mop of brown. Fur, I guess. But well, never judge a keeper by its shell. I was fairly certain I could spot him with the thin crowd in the docks, especially that it seemed fairly uniformly Hull-Craxian, and these little furry merchants are, well, little. After a moment, I spotted a big, weirdly smooth figure approaching in roughly my direction from the station buildings. Oh, Giovanni, fingers! He's big. How will we fit him into the doors of the bath pool? The human, yes, I was certain it was him, stopped awkwardly right before me, so I needed to look up to see his face. Weird! Ow! Yeah, nope, not looking there. I needed to quickly avert my gaze because his eyes were so fecking blue. It physically hurt to look at him. Rubbing my eyes with one paw, I cleared my throat and let the translator interpret my words. Hi, I take it that you are the human Jasper, assigned to the vessel Lurgunder. The device sputtered for a moment and whirred to life. The words that escaped it were so smooth. I never heard something that smooth. The name of my ship sounded so harsh against the nearly musical language that the translator produced. The face of the human changed shape, like it was made of slime, and he responded in kind, voice nearly hypnotic. Yep, I'm Jasper. Nice to meet you. The delay of the machine made me nearly go crazy. I only now noticed the way his skin seemed to flow, his movements making the bulge and change shape, and yet every change looked carefully harmonic, like it was meant to happen. The human was creepy. Nice to meet you. I'm Chlorosec. You can call me Sec. I gave him a short bow, my tail crunching against my back, as etiquette dictated. Jasper flashed his disconcertingly white teeth at me and copied the gesture, though he lacked a tail. My mind screeched at me the gesture should be familiar. Any other species never bothered in learning it, but it was a gesture of goodwill. Jasper hurt to look at. His body moved so smoothly, too seamlessly, like he was made of water instead of flesh. My brain started to genuinely itch. And then I made the worst mistake I possibly could. I looked him straight in the eyes. Too round, dark than the center of the dark spot surrounded the blue of the abyss, the blue that even copper salt couldn't reach, layered and convoluted, in the middle of a white sclera that had little red lines zigzagging through it. Firm and steely, hypnotizing and flowing, whispering to me. Sec, a nice name, Jasper smiled. That wasn't a smile. That couldn't be a smile. No one could stretch it so far. At me crouching down. I hope our work together will be long and pleasant. He stretched one of his appendages in my direction, something that I recognized as a handshake. I hesitantly moved my paw, completely unable to look away from his eyes. Looking hurt, but not looking would certainly hurt more. His 5 end digits wrapped themselves around my paw, firm, strong, and hard, yet so soft and pulsating slightly in the same rhythm that this one dark line on his neck was. I nearly blacked out. It was so wrong, so weird, so beautiful. Jasper was the worst nightmare I've ever encountered, and yet he was beautiful in a way that no one, not even I, could understand. End of story. Story number 2. The Interrogation, written by Ouijan Warrior. Gogo Calambo looked around the compartment for the nth time, ineffectively straining against his restraints. The room was all but bare. Beyond a table, a chair for the human, and a hastily constructed sitting platform for him. There was just a row of cabinets against the far wall of the compartment, each latched door held. Togogo was sure. Unspeakable horrors implemented to make him talk, implements to bring him pain, implements that he was physically trained and mentally conditioned to resist. So far, all that had happened was that a human had come in, inclined its head at him, and then sat down across the table. It was seemingly engrossed in a series of thin white sheets, fastened to each other along one edge. The human would stare at them for a while, then slowly turn one over and stare on the newly revealed surfaces. Togogo Kalalambo's minds were orbiting each other, huddling together for comfort. He wanted the searing pain to start. He longed for the dull ache. He prayed for the sound of his endoskeleton being broken. But all that happened was that the human across the table carefully turned one of the white sheets over. He strained against his restraints again, trying to contemplate what was in the cabinets. His species would have organized them so the least painful implements would be on the less dominant side, and each latch would give access to devices designed to cause more and more pain. The Glabians, he knew, would keep the vat of naic acid at the center cabinet. Applied to the dermal layer, it would melt away the hide, muscle, and even the bone underneath. The shapeless ones would have no rhyme or reason to how their storage was organized, but would have opened cabinets seemingly at random and used what they found within with gusto and cackling delight. Terrans might turn over one of the white sheets again, seemingly oblivious even to his presence. Togogo strained himself again and again. His restraints were as fast as they had been for a long time, but straining until his very soul hurt was all that he could do. He could hear his very bones creak under the strain. But the human did not even look at him. Hadn't looked at him since he sat down and started looking at the collection of white sheets. How long had it been? Togogo felt his mind slip away as he tried to recall. There was hunger, but that had been there when he was escorted to this compartment and restrained. There was the urge to seek his sleep pod, but he had been craving rest from before this human had entered the compartment. The human turned over one of the thin sheets again. Beyond that, the only movement was his eyes moving back and forth as the human stared at the collection of white sheets. Togogo flicked his own eyes over to the row of cabinets again. Why wasn't his visceral fluid pooling on the floor? Was the human waiting for others of its kind to join in, like the frenzied Furkid interrogation meal mating feast? Or would it be the slow rituals of the Ustases, where each piece of Togogo Kalalambo would be passed from hand to hand? Was that noise from inside one of the cabinets, or was his senses dulled to the point where his minds made things up? One of his minds had gone dark, he noticed. The two others huddled closer together. He was, Togogo realized with some shock, afraid. "Human," he said in a halting interlingua. The human did not look up, but carefully took out a small flat rectangle and placed it between the white sheets before closing the stack. "Human," Togogo repeated. "I will divulge everything. Just ask. The human carefully placed a stack of thin white sheets on the table. A small part of Togogo's remaining minds noticed that the ends were covered by heavier, rectangle pieces of matter. "Yes?" The human voice was clipped, controlled, in control. Togogo swallowed. "I beg thee, I will tell everything if you do not open those cabinets." "I have no need for what is in them now. I trust I will not have need for them in the immediate future. Is that a sufficient assurance?" Togogo tried to concentrate, but found his eyes and minds drawn towards the rows of cabinets. They seemed to grow larger as he stared at them. "It will do." "Very well. I can finish reading my book later. Now, your designation, we are given to understand, is Togogo Kalalambo." Togogo felt his minds cluster around the question, unsure of the validity of the answer even as he opened his mouth. "Yes." And just like that, Togogo told the humans everything he knew, and when he was done, the human opened one of the cabinets and gave him a standard multi-species ration pack. and a water bulb. End of story. Before the Humans, written by Prussian Joe. I woke with the sun, as I always do. I ate a meal that has been perfectly balanced to my needs. I leave home that is sized to fulfill only my basic requirements for living, because that is all I need. I go for a walk to meet my daily exercise quota, for if I do not, my body will not be in perfect condition. My people are a race of perfection. That's how it used to be, anyways, before the humans. Minus 114.3 orbital periods ago, minus 201.7 human years. To a human, the bridge of the unnamed ship would have seemed eerily quiet. Members of the people, as they are often called, manned their stations and transmitted data to each other via neural uplinks attached directly into each individual's brain. Information flowed from station to station, individual to individual, at speeds incomprehensible to most forms of life. However, the people were unlike most forms of life. They were a silica-based species, and their processing centers evolved into crystalline structures that handles data at speeds faster than most human quantum computers, and their technology had been built to enhance that even more. Within a microsecond of entering the system, the vessel began its preliminary scans. Within 10 microseconds, the advanced sensors had received a full image of the system, and within 4 microseconds of that, it was determined that there were radio and even FTL signals coming from the system's second planet. Closer inspection found something quite rare: carbon-based life. The planet was one of continents covered in green plants, bordered by vivid blue oceans. And in orbit sat 18 metallic objects that the people quickly recognized as satellites. Signals were intercepted, language was decoded, and information was searched out. In less than a minute, the entire satellite network, and by extension the planet's own information network, had been infiltrated, downloaded, and analyzed. Yes, there was life here, but it was of a kind the people had deemed irrelevant, wasteful, and unnecessary. The information was sent to every leader, every scientist, and every individual who had any say in the matters such as this. The answer was both instantaneous and unanimous. Follow standard procedure. Don't deviate from the status quo. In the blink of an eye, an enormous vessel was in orbit over the unnamed world inhabited by a species that the people would simply refer to by the numeric indicator, regardless of what the information received from the satellite system said. However, not all the people of the ship were in agreement. Everyone processed it, and nearly as soon as they was received, most saw what their leaders saw: waste. Yet others saw more. They saw intelligence, regardless of what their leaders told them about carbon-based life. There was a creation here, history, other worlds held by the things called humans. These individuals kept their thoughts to themselves, for the good of the people must come first, and humanity's fate had been decided. Mere seconds after entering planetary orbit, the vessel was assaulted with signals from the world below. Those of the people who saw more than nothing in this thing called humanity listened and learned their first lesson from the beings below. Humanity's first lesson to the people was compassion. Even as the vessel's enormous plasma arrays charged to begin cleansing the world, there came messages of peace and welcome. The world's leaders asked to communicate. Its people asked to learn. And even though there was some panic and fear, and even the occasional proclamation that God had arrived, humans looked to the heavens with open arms of welcome. The ship sat in orbit, charging its weapons and receiving every message sent to it. The people listened, understood, and, for the most part, dismissed it all. 10 minutes passed like this, and the vessel waited. Then a signal began to transmit to one of the satellites, meant to be aimed out of system to another world that the humans' data said contained still more humans. The signal had not even been fully received by the satellite when the vessel's smaller laser array fired 18 times. One shot reached satellite. And just like that, the messages stopped. For a moment, there was a silence as humanity realized what had happened. Then everything began anew. Pleas for mercy, calls for peace, and the thousands of other messages bombarded the vessel, who received them in silence. Then the plasma arrays finished their charge cycle, and the command to fire was given. A full quarter of the world burned in the first blast, and the messages changed. Humanity's second lesson to the people was agony. It took 1.4 human hours to glass the planet. A notation was made in the people's star charts marking the world as clean. Then, just as suddenly as the vessel arrived, it left. The human state had told the people much. It told them that humanity controlled 7 worlds, including their home planet. It told the people that humans had yet to gain FTL travel for their ships, although they had mastered it for a transfer of signals and information some time ago. This meant that when the vessel appeared at the nearest human world, they were completely unaware that hours ago the same vessel had destroyed an entire colony of species. This would be no different. The vessel appeared in orbit, charged its plasma arrays, and received thousands upon thousands of flashes of information. As soon as the planet attempted to send a signal out of the system, the satellites were destroyed. As the people begged for their safety, weapons still charged, and as the planet burned under the vessel's sustained plasma discharge, the screams of millions echoed in the minds of those few of the people who did not agree with the consensus. As the planet burned, one signal escaped, a last-ditch effort to warn those other worlds of oncoming threat. The people cared not. The next human world met them with missiles, lasers, and primitive plasma bursts instead of messages of peace. The vessel's shields prevented any damage, and within hours another world was left behind, blackened and smoldering. Humanity's third lesson to the people was resistance. As each human world fell, as the vessel neared humanity's home, more of the people became disillusioned with the directive. What if they are truly intelligent? What if their leaders were wrong? What if this new species is actually like us? Questions flashed through the people's neural network like lightning, and while some were swayed into this new line of thought, most agreed the human worlds needed to be cleansed. 6 worlds had burned, and only the planet called Earth remained. With each world, dissent within the people grew. And with humanity's final world, there was strife. The people were divided as they had never been before. The messages of humanity were played over and over between the people, and calls to halt the destruction were made. But the people had always needed consensus, and so the vessel charged its weapons as it orbited Earth. It ignored the cries of fear, just as it had for every world before. It shrugged off the weapons that were fired, and it waited. As the Earth burned, and as humanity was snuffed out from the universe, a new consensus was reached. The people mourned the loss of a species like themselves that they will never again meet. And humanity's final lesson to the people was shame. Present day, society changed practically overnight. The new consensus saw the creation of behavior within the people that had never before been observed. The vast amounts of data recovered from the humans was analyzed again and again by every mind in the network, and the people began to truly understand what they had lost. Now, things were different. I woke with the sun, as I always do. I ate a meal that I enjoyed, even if it's not perfectly balanced. I leave my home that is built to provide me comfort and peace, as much as it is made to ensure my survival. I go for a walk, not because I must, but because I want to. As I walk through the park filled with plants of 1,000 varieties and colors, I recall the perfect efficiency of the past. The people once cared for nothing but progression, improvement, and perfection. We once believed that if it was not useful to us, it was not needed. We once thought that we knew how things were meant to be. That's how we used to be anyways, before the humans. End of story. Story number 1. Terror is not a health food, written by Jimmy Agent 007. We stopped listening to the news unless it was telling us about the latest attack. The galactic community was suffering under the onslaught of an enemy that we had no answer for. It didn't matter what the races were doing, who was making first contact, or what inventions were discovered. We all lived in fear of the next attack. We all listened about how worlds slowly went silent in screams of terror from the unstoppable enemy. There were always acts of hysteria, of panic, of those breaking under fear and anticipation, even before the enemy arrived. It made others think the enemy had arrived sooner than it really did, as if the enemy wouldn't attack unless the world was already at a fever pitch of terror. Some said our worlds would be passed over if we stopped being afraid, but we were being hunted by a predator race we didn't understand. Fear had always kept us alive, until now. It was during a panic, with everyone running in all directions, since there was no source of danger or safety to reach, that I saw them for the first time. It looked like a skeletal blob of one of the reptilian races that worked in our deserts. It had my old school teacher cornered in the market, frozen in fear, as the glowing creature floated through the air at him. I could see through it almost, as it slammed into my teacher. It carried on through his body and the wall behind him. It left a strange substance of both. As my teacher died and slumped to the ground, the slime started to swell and glow as the deformed mockery of my teacher rose from its body. More of the terror aliens were flying through the air, screaming wildly after fleeing, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they noticed me. Perhaps it was because I froze in terror before one noticed me that spared me long enough to witness the horrors of others dying, only for more of the enemies to rise from the slimes of the dead. I hadn't even noticed the wailing of the sirens until they were almost right beside me. A heavy white vehicle was driving down the street and stopped in front of me. I didn't recognize it as anything made by my people or any other I knew of. There were scorch marks suggesting that it had survived atmospheric entry without energy shields. The only icon I could see was a white blob with a face as if one tried to make an enemy unthreatening, with a bold red circle around with a line over it, as if it was trapped behind the sign. The doors open and 4 robust beings step out, almost unconcerned regarding the flying terrors around them. They pulled strange heavy devices out from the back of the vehicle and wore them on their backs, holding connected devices in their hands. A powerful hum of energy came from each as they powered on. The anticipation of the confusion over what they were doing almost made me forget my fear for a moment. Then, in the bright flashes of light, they attacked the flying enemies. Powerful ropes of energy were projected from their tools and ensnared the enemies. They struggled and screamed for the first time, sounding as if they finally knew fear for themselves. What beings could inflict fear on those who fed on it to survive? Small boxes were being rolled along the ground to get under the ensnared enemies and triggered it to open a funnel of energy that, as they were let go, the enemies were sucked in and gone. More and more came after the new aliens, and all met the same fate. In the distance, I could hear the tools being used as others clearly came to rescue the city. However, our street had gone quiet. The enemies were gone. Suddenly, one burst through the wall and struck one of the aliens, who only had time to turn before being hit and falling to the ground. As his compatriots went over to his straggler, the alien simply got up, spat out the slime, and shook his head, then helped his team finish off the one that got him. Only once they were sure that they were safe did they notice me watching. The one still covered in slime came over to me and asked if I was all right. I simply mumbled noises at him. He helped me to my feet and asked again if I was all right. I couldn't even think of myself after what I'd just seen. How did you survive? How did the terror not kill you? He smiled wildly. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. End of story. Story number 2. Thren/Human Encounters, written by Grey Wolfen. The human walks slowly towards the alien, hands upraised and palms facing outward. The alien resembled a praying mantis with an extra pair of limbs between its massive, pincer-like arms. It stood over 3 meters tall, but was incredibly slender and delicate-looking. Hey there, seeing as both of us are here on this planet, I don't think our respective governments screwed up. You're the Thren, right? Didn't realize you boys were so big. Each translator buzzed and clicked, converting the words to the Thren language as best as it could. The alien's translator spoke, a robotic voice with little inflection. I am Thren. My name is untranslatable. I speak for the Hive. We were informed this world was unclaimed by any sentient. Yep, same here. Did a little research on you boys. Seems like you got hot, human jungles. I figured you had your pick of where to settle. Same as us. Well, turns out we each like areas that the other hates. Us humans can't live in those jungles very easily, and you fellas can't handle the cold and dryness of the grasslands and plains. So, the way I figure it, we each keep to our own territory, and maybe do some horse trading sometime. We shall agree to the division of this planet. It seems acceptable to both. However, I am unsure what a horse is, or whether the Hive leaders will agree to trade of one. Sorry, metaphor. Maybe we can find things to exchange with each other. This would be most acceptable to the Hive. So began one of the more unusual but profitable arrangements in the subsector. Missive to Hive leaders. Xeno Department regarding the species known as humans from Administrator Ambassador Bizik. The humans are unusual. There is little data about their homeworld, nor why they have colonized Trax 3. We have made contact and have developed a peace agreement. I have seen no evidence in the supposed hostility or aggressions humans have been noted for. Perhaps this is an offshoot or a divergent Hive/clan. To begin, the humans resemble nothing so much as a newly hatched youngling before their first molt. They are soft with an endoskeleton, a single mouthpart, and wet eyes. They are quad-limbed bipeds. They have only 2 manipulator limbs and have sacrificed precision for strength. Their innate curiosity and vocal sounds only increase the resemblance to younglings. However, given the fact that they are on average only 2 meters, half the height of a Thren, they easily mass anywhere from 2 to 3 times as much. They are incredibly dense and muscled. I will continue updates as I interact with them more. Update. The humans are using the grasslands to raise meat beasts known as cow or cattle, a hoofed quadruped massing approximately 500 kilos. This was the main income of the settlers on their homeworld. The name of their primary city, Single Star, is named after the Hive lands on the homeworld. I have begun a regular communication with one of the assistant administrators called Nod. Nod has begun to call me Buzz, as that is the closest he can get to my actual name. Hey Buzz, I know you're trying to understand humans more. We're having a major celebration coming up, and you and any of your Hive mates are welcome to come. Just let us know so that we can know how big the place to set up for you. I thank you, Nod. I will attend, but will attend alone. What is the name and the purpose of the celebration? It's the end of the season rodeo and barbecue. You boys do eat some meat, right? The purpose? Well, the rodeo is how we celebrate the end of the season, and the barbecue is a feast. Yes, we occasionally consume flesh. I would be most pleased to attend your rodeo and barbecue. End of story. Story number 3. One Human, written by Teller of Tall Tales. Tornon led his troops through the bombed-out city. The human rebels weren't dishonorable fighters, but by the gods were they persistent and clever. Seeing a lone human step out from behind some rubble, he held up a claw, stopping his men. The human shouted at them, I bet 1 human is better than 10 Dobian soldiers, before darting back behind the rubble. Tornan glanced at his men. He could see they were itching for a fight. 10 of his men had already stepped forward, blades and blasters drawn. He gave them a nod, and the men pushed forward, disappearing behind the rubble. The next few minutes were a cacophony of ringing metal, squealing blaster shots, and whizzing kinetic projectiles, until the human from before popped out from behind the rubble. looking no worse for wear as he shouted, "I bet one human as good as 100 Dobians," before disappearing behind the rubble again. Tornan gave the nod to his men, and 100 broke off, drawing their blades and blasters as they slipped behind the rubble. He still had about 1,000 left. The fight lasted a long singular hour before it finally went quiet again. The human once again popped out from behind the rubble, no worse for wear, as he shouted his challenge again. "I bet one human is as good as 1,000 Dobians." He slipped behind the rubble again. Tornan was getting tired of this game, but his men were salivating at the prospect of beating such a good fighter. He let them march forward from behind the rubble. The noise of battle lasted hours. Then, as the sun began to set, Dobian ran out from behind the rubble, screaming and shouting, "There's more of him! There's more of him!" The soldier ran past Tornan, leaving the general incredibly confused, until he turned to look back at the rubble, jaw dropping. At least 100 humans were stepping out from behind the rubble. Well, humans might not be the right word. There were hundreds of copies of the exact same human marching towards him, the most battered and bruised in the front. When they reached the stunned Dobian general, the one in the lead laughed softly. The others echoed it creepily. "Pretty cool what you can do with a cloning tank without a rate limiter, right?" Tornan couldn't even be mad. The human had told the truth when he said one human is worth 1,000 Dobians. Technically. End of story. Necessary Evil, written by Glacial Fury. There is a darkness that lurks within us all, a swirling madness that dwells within the twilight recesses of our subconscious mind. For most, this darkness never stirs, but sometimes something horrific happens that fractures our mind, and the darkness cracks open its eyes and rises to the fore. Seamus lit a smoke and watched the silky coils rise and twist towards the ceiling. The Iron Maiden, a dive bar out in the Barrens, surged with rowdy gangers this evening, more so than usual. He quaffed a shot of vodka, one of half a dozen lined up on the bar in front of him, and ran a careful eye over the swelling crowd of drunks. Actually, now that he thought about it, the Iron Maiden stayed pretty busy all of the time, especially after dusk when all of the miscreants came out to play. Their mugs crashed together, foamy beer sloshing all about. They raised their fists to the ceiling and roared with delight, capering in a circle before smashing them together again. A few of them hopped up on the tables and raised their glasses high, belting out the slurred lyrics to No Good Badges before tumbling back to the beer-stained floor. They were loud, obnoxious, even wasteful, but they were relatively harmless, and they were having a good time. Seamus also recognized a few of them from the time he spent here at the Maiden, regulars that frequented the establishment for its cheap booze and quality stacks, amongst other things. The rest were just blurred sketches passing in the night. Some were vacant-eyed tweakers, addicts hooked on the stacks peddled by local dealers from the bars and stack shops here in the Barrens. Look hard enough, and one could find just about anything they might desire out here, for the right price. The recent influx to the Barrens came as no surprise to Seamus. The Badgers were no longer patrolling the Barrens. No more rules out here, no law. Just organized chaos and survival of the fittest. Seamus took a drag on his smoke and laughed. The Badgers never gave a crap about what goes on out here anyway. He thought with disgust and laughed again. Nobody does. Hell, half of the drug cartels from the cities to the Barrens were supplied by the Badgers. They fancied themselves kings of the Barrens, but were nothing more than gangsters with badges as far as Seamus was concerned. No better. "No better at all," he mumbled aloud, slowly running his finger around the gold-plated rim of an empty shot glass. "Fact is," he laughed bitterly, "they're just as bad." Seamus glanced over his shoulder at the mob of tattooed gangers and tweakers grinding in the bar's smoky gloom and shook his head. No, he decided after a moment, the Badgers were worse. Corrupt, dangerous men who sold their souls to greed and treachery, abused the power the people entrusted them with for personal gain, while turning their backs on the oaths they swore, and the innocents they were there to protect. And for what? More credits? They were the most despicable kind of human beings in the eyes of Seamus. He frowned at his hands, clenched into fists, so tight that his wrists began to ache. He blinked again, and consciously relaxed his trembling hand. As bad as the badgers were, they didn't discount the fact that the gangers and stackers were the dregs of society, weak parasites. Their feeble minds were unable to cope with the realities of life, so they turned to stacks for an escape. There was something darker out there, a shadow stalking the night. Seamus laughed and drained another shot. All of these arseholes would probably end up drooling stack-induced coma anyway, their emaciated frames too weak to fight off the razor doc who scoops them up and carts them off to be parted out. Their miserable existence would end on a cold metal slab, soaked in their own urine as the chopped doc dug for their organs. A cruel fate for sure, but one they earned all by themselves. Seamus shifted his gaze to the lasers and flashing lights of the dance floor and squinted against the glare. The crowd had begun feverishly grinding and thrusting and sweating all over each other, an obscene display of chemically driven irreverence. They didn't care who witnessed their writhing and twisting and moaning under the soft neon glow. They didn't care about anything at all, except their next stack, something he would never understand. Seamus mentally waved this aside. He was here for something far more critical than personal gratification, something that couldn't be bought with a cred stick. He remembered when it first came over him, the night he opened his eyes and a strange sort of temporary madness had taken a hold and driven him to seek a darker side of the sprawl. And when he found it, he knew what had to be done. He knew his purpose. "How are we doing over there?" A gruff voice cut into his dark music, shrieking sped metal hammering out of the club's sound system. Seamus regarded the owner of the voice, a grizzled old man named Skylar, with the gleaming cybernetic arm resting on the other side of the bar, staring at him, with one eye not covered with a blood-stained patch. "Another round," Seamus answered, his impatient stare with a quick gesture of the empty shot glasses. "Fill 'em all." Old man Skylar grunted, his single eye glittering in the bar's recessed lighting, then nodded and reached for the vodka. Seamus took a drag of his smoke and used the mirror behind the old man Skylar to keep track of his target. Aaron Gareth, a corporate slug by day, depraved serial killer by night, lounged in a private booth from where Seamus sat hunched at the bar. Tonight, he sat across from an attractive, dark-skinned femme, wearing painted-on synth leather shorts and a pinkish, semi-translucent razor shirt that strained against the augmented breasts. She twisted a finger in her curly hair shyly, and her scarlet lips ghosted a smile that gleamed brightly. She was his next victim. A bottle clunked heavily on the bar in front of Seamus, and the soft glug of vodka filling his shot glasses followed. He shook his head, downed another shot. "Feck it," he thought, and turned his attention back to the dance floor, fired up another cigarette, and blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling. Aaron Gareth would make his move soon. Patience was crucial for Seamus. He drained another shot and slammed the glass down on the bar with a hiss. He was reaching for another when Aaron Gareth abruptly stood up, tossed a cred stick on the table, and offered his arm to Miss Mohawk, and hurriedly led her out of the bar. Seamus felt his pulse quicken. It was time. He waited a moment before sliding off his stool to follow. Heavy rain pounded into the asphalt with unmatched fury, and his breath came in thick jets of steam that fountained from his nose and mouth. Lightning flashed bright enough to sting his eyes, and the crash of thunder that followed rattled his teeth. The night was cold, dark, miserable. Visibility was low, just a few feet. The only source of light, a flickering neon sign bolted to the bar's metal roof. Seamus watched Aaron Gareth and his date disappear around a corner at the end of the block and followed. Lightning flared again, burning all color out of the sky. The rain further intensified, pounding through his jacket and shirt, causing the already uncomfortable armor weave to cling to his shoulders and back. But he was too focused on Aaron Gareth, who climbed into his import and sped off, to notice. Seamus splashed over his car and followed them into the night. The serial killer led Seamus on a tour through sprawling industrial districts and smaller, well-kept residential neighborhoods before crossing over to a superhighway and turning into a recently finished superplex catering to the well-to-do, where he stopped next to an armored guard shack. He briefly spoke with one of the guards, who threw his head back and laughed, clapping Aaron Gareth on the shoulder. A moment later, the gate swung open, and the red glow of Gareth's taillights disappeared into the superplex. Seamus put on his best cop face and pulled around the guard shack to work his magic. A short, stocky security guard, wearing body armor and tactical pants, regarded him curiously. "Can I help you, sir?" the guard asked with a calm indifference, clearly uncertain of what level of respect Seamus deserved. "This is a gated community, and I see that you do not have a guest pass on your windshield, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to turn around and leave." Seamus gripped his Predator 4 auto pistol behind the car door, where the guard couldn't see it, and flashed a golden badge that gleamed in the guard shack's floodlights. The guard's eyebrows rose slightly. "My apologies, sir," he stammered with surprise. "I wasn't expecting a marshal this evening." Seamus allowed himself a ghost of a smile. "Not a problem," he replied to the guard, glancing at his nameplate. "Officer Dietz." Officer Dietz puffed up his chest slightly when he heard those words. Officer was a title generally reserved for the real badges. Wannabes, Seamus hid his disgust behind a friendly mask. They were all the same, easily manipulated. "I do apologize, Marshal Thomas." Officer Dietz spawned all over Seamus, mushing his thumb down on the gate control button. "Enjoy your visit." Wow, Seamus thought. A little ego boost, a borrowed badge, and he was walking right in. No muss, no fuss. Thanks, Hal. Seamus glanced up at the soaring superplex towers, piercing the stormy sky, as he walked towards the building's entrance. Chains of lightning crackled around their distant antennas, like some Tesla experiment gone wrong. The resident directory pointed him to the 5th floor. Convenient. Seamus made his way over to the elevator lobby and whistled softly while he waited. During the ride up, his anticipation heightened. Adrenaline scorched his veins. His pistol was light in his grip. The elevator door slid silently open, and Seamus stepped into the long corridor covered with a deep red carpet. Blood red, he thought grimly, and a series of polished wood doors that ran the length of the hallway. Old-school doorknobs glinted silver in the overhead light. Seamus followed the glowing numbers stamped onto each door's surface, all the way to Aaron Gareth's apartment. The muffled sounds of a struggle emanated from inside. Modern technology was so marvelous. Why bother with a bunch of city keys when you could just tap a maglock passkey on a door and proof click instant access? Indeed, how wonderful for Seamus, who had just happened to have in his possession a level 5 maglock passkey. Brilliant. He waved the magstick over the door's security plate, and the glowing light flicked from red to green with a soft click, and Seamus was inside. Once inside, he saw signs of a struggle. Tables overturned, pictures crooked on the walls, shattered glass strewn about on the floor, and by the sounds coming from the back of the apartment, Mohawk was still putting up one hell of a fight. Seamus crept through the apartment, pistol held low in a tactical grip, stepping over a trail of debris and overturned furniture. Several muffled thumps, followed by the sound of a body hitting the floor, echoed from the back room. He edged up to the bedroom door, which was still slightly cracked, and heard a strangled cry from the other side. He eased the door open with his pistol and saw Aaron Gareth straddling the now blue-faced Miss Mohawk, whom he'd pinned to the floor with a rope wrapped tightly around her neck. Seamus didn't say a word, just kicked the son of a bitch in the teeth. Aaron Gareth grunted and released his hold on the cable and fell backwards, stunned. Never taking his eyes from Gareth, Seamus sunk down beside the woman and freed her from the deadly cable.
Who the feck are you?
Aaron Gareth demanded, his bloody face twisted into a hideous mask of rage. He clearly didn't appreciate being interrupted.
I'm gonna feckin' kill you. Do you know who I am?
Seamus shot him in the dick. Aaron Gareth howled in agony and vomited down his shirt, clutching at his ruined groin. That was the first time Seamus had shot someone in the groin. The reaction was immensely gratifying. I'm the one who hunts the hunters, Seamus snarled, glancing over at the woman who had partially recovered and was staring at him wide-eyed. You've been doing this for a long time, Aaron Gareth. But that time is over.
I paid my debt to society.
Aaron Gareth gasped, ragged through his waves of agony. Blood calls from between his fingers.
Who are you to judge me?
Seamus shrugged and glanced back at the woman, her face ashen. You have nothing to fear from me. Seamus moved to the side of the bed where Aaron Gareth lay clutching at his groin, and frowned down at him for a long moment, never saying a word, just staring. Finally, he sat down on the bed. I am their vengeance. His voice was low and ominous, like a rumbling of a distant storm. He stared at his pistol in much the same manner one would regard a loved one. The ones you left in shallow graves with the ropes you used to strangle them, still wrapped around their necks. Aaron Gareth blinked at Seamus, then laughed, a harsh, dry rattle.
You mean you did all of this for a bunch of fecking dead wars?
She screeched at Seamus.
You are nothing. No one misses them. No one cares. I did the world a favor.
Seamus snarled and shot him in both knees. Aaron Gareth screamed like no one Seamus had never heard before. The sound was absolutely appalling. He was considering battering the man into unconsciousness when he abruptly fainted. I am the vengeance, he continued after a moment, nudging Aaron Gareth awake with his boot. The courts forgave you. I didn't. Aaron Gareth's head lolled about uncontrollably, while foamy saliva dripped from his chin. I find you guilty, Aaron Gareth, Seamus said, his lips drawing back from his teeth. Guilty of assault, torture, and murder. Aaron Gareth's eyes fluttered open, and he summoned the strength to spit at Seamus.
Feck you,
he rasped with an evil grin, his face stark white.
They are mine. I own them.
His ghostly face laughed maniacally.
They are mine forever.
Seamus stood up. No, he replied. You don't. And a smoking hole appeared between the serial killer's eyes. The thundering gunshot spread a grotesque fountain of blood and brains across the wall behind Aaron Gareth, and his eyes rolled up into his head.
Are you going to kill me?
A terrified voice quavered from across the room. Seamus blinked as if emerging from a fevered dream and turned towards the voice. I told you, he replied, turning to leave. You have nothing to fear from me. The woman sobbed uncontrollably.
You're an angel.
Seamus stopped abruptly. No, he said over his shoulder, from where he stood in the doorway. My daughter was the angel. Tears welled up in his eyes. I am the devil. End of story. Story number 1. The Cloak, written by 3 ducks in a man suit. When my captain offered me the cloak, I knew it was an honor. The greatest I had ever received. Recognition of all I'd done for the clan. An honor and a curse. It was a beautiful item, velvety black and so smooth to the touch that it was like laying your hands on silence itself. It fell over my shoulders as if I'd been born wearing it. It barely helped on the first mission I had with it. My image blended with the walls a little better. My footfalls came quieter. It was easier to avoid the target's guards. But most of all, it was still me. My years of training and talent in the ways of unseen movement. It was still me that slipped through the gaps in security on that quiet night and slit the target's throat. I didn't wear the cloak for the banquet the employer threw in honor after the successful mission. I was able to mingle freely with the guests, none of them knowing that it was me who had killed their enemy. I felt an anxiousness the whole time, an uneasy feeling in my gut I couldn't quite place. Academically, I knew the process had already started. The cloak was a curse. All it took was time. Within a month, putting it on made me all but invisible to the naked eye. I could walk without even trying to conceal my presence and not make a sound. That was the golden age, the sweet spot. A near-permanent slasher smile afflicted my face while I donned the cloak in those days. I was invincible, a silent phantom moving unseen and doing as I wished. It was also around that time I began to hear its voices. It whispered as if it was afraid to be heard, secrets only for me that could not be shared with another. It became harder to take it off. Every time I disciplined my mind and lifted it from my shoulders, I felt naked. I was suddenly exposed to prying eyes. I was making noise that attracted attention, and I couldn't hear my cloak anymore. I just wanted to hear it again, calling my name, warning me to stay out of sight. I took to wearing it everywhere. It became a part of me, my permanent companion, my closest friend. They no longer noticed me at the clan meetings. I stayed in the corner like a spectre, listening, but never contributing. If I spoke up, even when I had something to say, it would betray my presence. Unacceptable. I stopped reporting to my clan leaders. I would still visit them in their office. The cloak made it simple to drift through the walls, ignoring the security. Nothing could stop me from going where I wanted now. It was the law of the clan to report, to tell of success in your last mission and request your next. I would stand there in my captain's briefing room, words itching at the edge of my mind that I dare not say. He never knew I was there. A brother or sister from the clan would enter and give a report, and I would wait calmly, grateful for the momentary excuse to be silent phantom the cloak wanted me to be. Then they would finish their business and leave, and I was standing there still, unmoving, silent, watching. I could no longer answer the questions or give them in the information I had scouted. It would reveal my presence. Unacceptable. My colleagues held a funeral for me. I was dead to them now. Once the cloak gets you, you become the ultimate master of stealth, undetectable, unstoppable, and that unparalleled ability comes at a cost. I attended and was touched at the ceremony. It was beautiful. Men and women I had trained with for years spoke of my professionalism, my dedication. It was the last moment where I considered stepping forward and drawing attention to myself, just to say goodbye. The cloak told me not to. Its voice reminded me what it was like to feel eyes on me, to be in the spotlight. Unacceptable. I don't know if I can still talk. I don't know if I can still touch, but I don't want to know. The cloak is my friend. The cloak loves me. I will remain silent for the rest of my days. End of story. Story number 2. The Containment Field, written by Voidy Boy. When we had cleared our interstellar roadway and escaped into the planets and distant stars, we were proud. When our untested, united flag of nations solved the errors of countless dictatorships and brought unity, we were proud. When we expanded and explored, discovering countless other empires, we were proud. We dreamed of being powerful and being the terror of the galaxy. We were proud. When we escaped outside of the galaxy rim and traveled to the core worlds, we were proud. When we mined away our gas giants and terraformed our planets in our home system, we were proud. But one day, on one far rim in the galaxy, we found something horrifying. We thought ourselves and others maniacal and cruel. But what we found was devastating, even to the most hardened of soldiers. A planet which had an atmosphere filled with nuclear ash, hundreds of erupting volcanoes, and incredibly dystopian governments, and ideologies that were twisted and burned with hate. Hundreds of explosions every day, and mines that twisted and turned downwards in search of any speck of uranium, so that they might cause another explosion against each other. Metal was mined and stripped down and constantly extracted. Bullets lodged into soldiers' bodies were removed and melted down for just a little more iron. The nuclear sirens blared constantly, only vaguely drowned out by the constant marching of soldiers, filled the brim with fanaticism and hate against another of their own kind. Their guns rarely grew cold. Their kinetic weapons were advanced and developed to the point that every time they fired, it felt that the earth below them groaned and cracked. Entire cities built around massive artillery guns. The upper atmosphere was blocked off hundreds of satellites and probes, broken tools and mounted slag that zoomed at such speed. No ship could have left the planet without being torn apart, and in orbit we detected a lot of undetonated nukes, hanging there, awaiting the command that would never come for it to explode. They had forgotten and buried their old past and only knew destruction against their own. Under the ashes of bombs and trees under the rubble, they had forgotten why this all started. They forgot about their old glory before the war. We could not even find myths of old. They forgot the past in its entirety. Their old cities destroyed and the old symbols burned. From a small probe orbiting a planet far away, we found out what their old name was. Humans. On the probe we found a message. We were bathed in nuclear fire, twisted by our hate. Please leave us be, for we fear ourselves and our people that once they find out about any alien race, we would crawl out of our cradle planet, and no matter the cost, find you and claim this galaxy as our own. We might be weaker than you. We might be smarter than you. We might not even be comparable to you at all. But our rage, once focused and used, will bring death to you, as it has to us. We left the system and closed it off to all. We made sure that none got in, and it remained that way. We built this place, a containment field that hampers all FTL drive that attempts to exit or enter the system, in hopes that they don't leave. Please listen to our plea. The system contains a danger that will always exist until their star implodes, or they simply fade away to the void. This place does not conceal any weapon within the system, nor is it a holy sanctum. It is a containment field, so that no one enters, and they may not leave. To those who find this containment site, please understand, if these maniacs are let out, the final war shall occur. File found by Exploration Team F5 Jujuric from an active terminal in the control room of the ancient containment field. End of story. Story number 3. Defiance, written by Terran Eclipse 3101. The Terran Alliance was on its last legs, the once mighty nation that had spanned countless star systems, that were protected by giant fleets of the largest and most powerful dreadnoughts and battleships ever designed, would turn to debris and glass as they faced an unstoppable foe. The Galactic Concord was the galaxy's dominant superpower, and had grown tired of the Alliance's expansion and claim of resource-rich systems, and had thus launched a full-scale invasion. At first, the Terrans were slaughtering the fleets and armies of the Concord with an overwhelming firepower and numbers, but after each battle, the Terrans lost more and more. The Terrans may have been the biggest and strongest species in the galaxy, but they didn't have the resources or manpower of the much larger Concord. With every casualty the Concord suffered, 10 more warriors or ships were ready to replace it. Wave after wave of warriors crashed onto the Terran lines, and wave after wave were massacred, until the Terrans' ammunition supplies ran dry, and the planets or FTL lane they were fighting to defend fell, and the process was repeated over and over. The Terran Alliance's massive warships could destroy fleets single-handedly, But they were losing ships due to the overwhelming firepower and numbers faster than they could build new ones. Slowly, system by system, the Alliance was pushed back as their fighting capabilities dwindled until the Alliance pulled back to their home system to mount one final defense. Every single combat-ready ship, from the smallest patrol ships to the largest dreadnoughts, rallied around Sol and Earth as thousands upon thousands of Concord ships arrived just outside the system and sent one message. "Surrender," the message said. "Please, you have lost so much already. Lay down your arms, and you will be treated fairly." The Terran sent one word in response: "Never." And thus the battle for Sol began. End of story. The Family Encounter, written by Lostborn.
Younglings, have I told you about when I met monsters?
Japal overheard his father start to tell his young brood. He leaned against the entryway to the brood hall. "I've probably heard this tale 100 times, and it never ceases to pull me in." The air outside was crisp from the slight drop in temperature that came with dusk. The cool breeze pulled at him. Perhaps I should go out for a walk. These broodlings have all heard these monster stories before. It's pointless, though. Father is the only one who does them right, he thought as his father started to talk.
"I was on shore leave at the Federation station near Tikal from the war with the Dulcatha. As you have all been told, at that point our Council and the Federation were allies against the Dulcatha incursion. Our vessel was being healed in the dock from the damage we sustained in the Battle of Lodell."
The elder Bider started as he ran his hand through his crest. Japal looked around at his broodlings. Father has already pulled their full attention. They will not soon forget the story. I just hope they learn the important lesson from it.
"Now you must understand that we were celebrating life. We had taken a direct hit from the Delcatha plasma lance. The hole that had torn through our ship had killed a third of our crew and narrowly missed her heart. Had the Federation not allowed us to dock, we would have all perished."
The elder Bider continued as he dipped his beak into his drink.
"The ship coming into dock caught our attention. It was a Federation ship, but not a design we had seen before. It lacked all the grace and organic lines of living starfaring vessels that I knew of then. The sharp angles and unknown construction gave the vessel an ominous look before we realized the scale of damage it had sustained."
His father paused, letting the broodling soak in his statement. They've always had a knack for ominous design. Japal chuckled to himself.
"As the ship maneuvered into its heating bay, we could see clear through it in places. In others, we could see where plasma lancers had scarred that great hide. Watching that ship come into dock."
He paused as his eyes glazed slightly in remembrance before he shook out his jowls and took a drink.
"It was darkly colored against the dark void, hard to make out. As I got closer, the amount and size of its weaponry were awe-inspiring. I cannot convey the wrongness and ominousness of the ship. Among the living ships, it had to be the most fearsome I had ever seen. To this day, I cannot imagine how any creature could naturally be shaped into that dangerous creature we saw. We knew we shouldn't, but we had to run to the docking bay to get a glimpse of the creatures that live in such a monster. We were far from the only ones. Even as the ship docked, those of us in the bay watched in wonder as only the barest of docking equipment was used. No lines of cosmic radiation to sustain the beast were provided. It was merely secured. And when the ship opened its boarding port, the creatures that disembarked were just as frightening.
The elder Bider took a minute, still lost in his thoughts as he took another drink. One of the broodlings broke his revive with the question,
"What are they?"
It squeaked. Japal watched his father chuckle, returning to his story.
"They were humans. It was the first time I'd ever encountered them.
From the murmur, Japal could tell the broodlings had been paying attention to their lessons. Amidst their mutterings, he could make out all other names: world enders, star eaters, machine gods, and beast masters being amongst the most common. It's a shame how everyone had become aware of them, Japal thought.
Now, little ones, enough with the names,
the elder Bida said, with more firmness in his voice and a slight gleam in his eyes.
While humans have done much to earn those names, remember, they were never the aggressors. In all cases, some hit them first. They had entered this conflict after the bombing of one of their planets in a system they called Proxima Centauri.
At this, the broodlings quieted back down, Japal noted proudly. They are eager for the story to continue. I still remember father's tales of the later battles in the war, where the humans would arrive with thousands of the ships against a few hundred of the Dulcatha could field. None of us could fathom how they raised so many so quickly. Spacefaring ships take centuries to mature. Most attributed it to the human Dyson Sphere projects in the uninhabited systems in their control. It was well known by then that they could encapsulate and consume these lost stars while harvesting the material around them. The fact that they were creating intelligent life machines would have frightened us far more.
These humans were amongst the first to join the war effort, you see,
the elder Bida continued, breaking Japal from his thoughts.
Their exosuits were forged for ground combat, even on a space vessel, unlike our own crafted to protect us from the unforgiving void. More shocking than the beings, though, were what was with them. Both beast and machine followed those beings as they disembarked. In that first sight, I struggled to tell where one began and another ended.
The elder Bida was now leaning forward in his seat, holding entire brood's rapt attention. Japal's hand slipped to his thigh, rubbing a phantom itch.
Humans utilize intelligent machines in a way few other races will ever comprehend, you see. When a Bida like us loses a limb, we are retired and count on our brood to take care of us. Humans, though, they come from what must be an unforgiving and cruel world. They graft machines on to keep going. They did this to their companions as well. Have you heard of the human creature known as a K9?
Most of the brood looked back at the elder Bida in confusion. Japal took in the crowd with the thought, well, it appears the details of human war techniques are left out of most of the lessons. They know the human ground forces utilize beasts, but it appears they have not yet been shown the videos. Definitely a smart move. No one needs a nightmare of carnivores tearing apart human foes.
It's far from the only companion the humans have, but I saw my first one there. It followed a human as though it was its sire.
The old Bida let her hang over the brood for a moment, basking in the strange looks.
You see, humans view their companions as fellow beings, rather than beasts they utilize as we do. They almost can't help but view them as almost the same as themselves, despite how different they are. Sorry, my mind wanders sometimes,
the elder Bida stated, shaking his jowls.
As that first few disembarked, they seemed as struck by the collected council and Federation species observing them as we were. The one in the front stopped, and after a moment lifted his face shield. It was a shock to us all. The creature's face was almost flat, but its eyes, they stood out.
At this point, the brood was completely silent. Japal smiled. They are fully invested in the story.
The creature's voice echoed across the bay as he raised one of the manipulators to wave it at us. The translator told us,
we bid welcome and peace to our allies.
But the words sounded like a primeval growl of a dangerous creature. At that moment, I feared our new allies. As they loaded the supplies that were waiting on them onto their ship, we all marveled as smaller creatures or machines, I'm not sure which, poured out of their ship and began making repairs. I've never seen another beast of the void heal as quickly as theirs did. Within a rotation, most of the holes were closed. They left within 14 rotations, well ahead of us.
The elder Bida sat back on his haunches, taking in the brood. As his eyes settled on Japal, he winked one of them. Crafty old bird, Japal thought with pride.
After they left, we learned that the vessel was called the Spirit of Vengeance. You have all, or will undoubtedly hear, many tales of it as you go through your studies, young ones. A week after they had left, our captain had gotten a report of their conflict.
Jubal felt pride. Like the storyteller he is, that old biter is letting those youngling broodlings stir in the moment.
They had stumbled across a Dorlath patrol, 3 ships against their lone spirit. In that fight, they had won, just barely. It was reported the crew had actually depressurized their ship and feigned loss. When the Dorlath came close, clinging to the outside of the ship, they had boarded the outer hulls of the Dorlath ship. All of the Dorlath ships were found cut open, dead in the void.
The elder biter told the wide-eyed brood. Jubal couldn't help but quip. Only fools corner humans.
I was told humans changed their ship armor and tactics after that. That ship would go on to be a terror of the Dorlath. It was even present when the humans destroyed Dorlath nursery for ships. Many young Dorlath void ships died in the engagement, something humans would later mourn greatly. You see, younglings, you are right to fear them,
the old biter said with a visible relaxation in his shoulders.
But they are not uncaring. They value life, even that of their beasts and their intelligent machines.
As the old biter looked towards him, Jubal couldn't help but think the next part was aimed at him.
They love their beasts, machines, and friends as one of their own. Perhaps even more so.
As the old biter fell silent, drinking from his drink, Jubal couldn't help but smile. Unconsciously, he reached down and rubbed his prosthetic leg. It had been a gift from the humans, and was invisible if you weren't aware of it. Silently, he thought, it never ceases to amaze me, the old biter's loyalty to them. I wonder what he would think if he knew that he had it backwards. After serving with them the last war, I wanted to be human, and they were kind enough to let me. End of story. Story number 1. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet, written by the Real Federal. Ambassador Sedana's 8 legs could barely maintain traction on the marble floor as he skidded into the office of his human liaison officer. His 4 eyes whirled in their shocking pink color that indicated alarm/terror. "Friend Douglas Johnson," he blurted out through the translator, his labored breath whistling in and out through the spiracles. "It is a catastrophe." Administrator Second Class Doug Johnson looked up from his desk in concern. "What's up, Sutter?" "Were the environmental controls in the mansion unacceptable? Was there a problem with the food we provided?" The ambassador's eyes deepened to a pinkish red of alarm/anger. "The source damn controls and the food are irrelevant. It's all finished. War has broken out." Doug stood up in alarm. "War? Jesus, where, when? I haven't seen any reports on the vid about the Mathari being at war. Who's attacking you?" The eye color shifted from red to purple of anger/sorrow was immediate. "What are you talking about? We aren't at war, friend Douglas Johnson. You are! You swore that your people had ceased all conflicts between groups of your own species. And now, it's all over. My mission is a failure. I will be sent home in disgrace, and your people will be cut off from contact with all other races." His head and antennae drooped as his eyes changed to black-blue of utter despair. Doug did a quick access check to all of the major news nets, while the ambassador's eyes got darker and darker. After a few minutes, he looked up to the nearly broken Mathmari and said, hoping to break him out of his funk, "Mr. Ambassador, I've scanned every major newsfeed, and other than a few localized murder, death, kills, there are no reports of any conflicts, major or minor, anywhere in the human sphere, let alone war. Who did you get this information from, and what did they say?" The ambassador's eyes flashed red. "I saw the conflict start with my own eyes. I watched as 2 forces faced each other on some battlefield I know not where. There were obvious discussions that led to some sort of threat display. The 2 armies then took the field in some sort of ritualized hand-to-hand combat. The level of violence was so overwhelming, I could scarcely maintain consciousness.
After witnessing several casualties, I ran down here to inform you before I contacted my government. We warned you that no species that wars upon its own people is welcome in the Galactic Combine.
Mr. Ambassador, I can assure you that no human group is at war with another. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a video that you saw so that I can verify its authenticity before respective governments need to be involved. The ambassador waved to the holovid projector.
It was being broadcast by your own people on channel S45 for all to see.
Doug looked at the agitated Mathmori and then said out loud, Della, activate holo channel S45. The projector activated, showing two groups of massive humans squaring off, one set in black uniforms, the other in red. Doug looked at the ambassador. Sitter, this isn't war. It's the Rugby World Cup between Tonga and New Zealand. This is a sport, not combat. It's played for enjoyment. The ambassador watched as the huge men ran around the field, flinching each time two of them bashed into each other. He looked from the screen back to Doug, then back to the screen, and finally back to Doug. His voice was weak.
Friend Douglas, the impact that these humans are enduring would completely shatter the skeleton of any member of the Galactic Combine, except perhaps the silicates. How are they not dying? I have seen actual combat footage of Combine soldiers in battle that do not have this level of violence. And you say your people play this for enjoyment?
Doug smiled. Yes, my friend, rugby is a huge rush to play. The running, the hitting, the tackling. Heck, I used to play myself when I was in school. Not at this level, of course, but it's great fun. I mean, there is the occasional broken bone, lost tooth, or dislocated shoulder to deal with, but there is nothing like it. The ambassador's eyes took on the yellow hue of horror.
You participated in an activity that breaks or damages limbs, causes you to lose body parts, and you speak of it casually as if you were taking a stroll in the garden. Is your entire race insane?
Doug just shook his head and laughed. Oh, Mr. Ambassador, you've only been here 2 days. You ain't seen nothing yet. End of story. Story number 2. Death by Immortality, written by Adriel. Our favorite tactic for destroying civilizations is a strange one, but it's been quite effective. We offer a gift, medical immortality. Such a gift is never turned down, and the consequences are never taken into account. The same cycle of events always occurs. In the first fraction of a generation, there is massive cultural stagnation. Death by old age has a way of freshening the ideas of a species. After a full generation would have normally passed, resource wars begin to cripple the species. No economy can handle a doubling in size over such a short time span. Finally, the select few begin to own absolutely everything. The masses die off, leaving just a few threats. A people to kill, an echo of an empire their species once was. The result is a drained, fractured, and weakened species that loses the ability to adapt. In search of more resources, we traveled to a new area where no one had learned the true cost of immortality. After a long journey, we found an empire that called themselves humanity. They spread quickly, but they were greedy. Their entire race would accept our gift before the consequences could be discovered. As it turns out, humanity had solved all of these problems already. When humans grow bored, they seek new problems and new stimuli. Many move to other planets just for a change in scenery. Resource wars had already taken billions of lives before we found them, and a system of government was put in place to prevent more death. As for the situation where a powerful few controlled everything, they've been in that situation since long before they industrialized. Mistakes had been made. This war just got a lot harder. End of story. Story number 3. Humans are up to the challenge, written by I Am Astrian. Speaking frankly, humans have never been a match for us. Put a man versus a stag and a stag will win. But that's where the problem comes. A man will watch that battle, learn from the mistakes, and then challenge the stag, thinking he knows how to win. And he will lose, but another man will watch the battle.
This continues on for a while, until a man finally does win. That man does one of a few things. He claims to be superior because he won where others lost, continues to challenge until he eventually dies, or he starts teaching the next warriors what he learned. That is the terrifying thing. Humans have a unique ability to evolve their minds. They can instill a new youngling with the knowledge of ages, preparing them for a future beyond present capabilities. 2 generations ago, a stag never lost a fight. 10 years ago, it was 1 in 20 chance. Now, at best, it is 50-50. Though, if I'm honest, that number is probably only so high for my pride's sake. 100 years ago, the strange beings escaped from the crater they had caused, spreading out like a disease, destroying forests and ecosystems where it had been cultivated for centuries, all in the name of their self-preservation. We watched them, waiting to see how long their hunger would last. 2 years later, it was decided their hunger knew no bounds. We established a boundary and told ourselves that we acquiesced that land to the newcomers. As they had survived a fall from the stars, we felt that they earned at least a little respite. But at that boundary, we waited for them to arrive, and when they did, we delivered our ultimatum. Any beast of theirs which crosses the boundary would be subject to battle immediately. For years, the boundary was a success. Young bucks would earn their place in the herd by patrolling the boundary, battling the newcomers whenever they went past the border. It was a chore. After years, we no longer feared the lives of our young out on patrol, until the unthinkable happened, and a newcomer defeated a buck in battle. This battle was witnessed by both sides, as the newcomer rarely came alone anymore, but watched as one would cross the border and fight, making noise as the fight occurred. Of course, a number of our own would stand back at the ready in case others decided to run through during the battle. The bipedal contender managed to avoid a charge with the buck, even though it was a well-executed charge, swung his arms around the charging buck's neck and leapt onto his back, grabbing hold of the buck's antlers and forcing its head down while impeding his forelegs, causing the buck to crash into the ground. Neither got up from the fall, but a victory was earned, and the watching newcomers quieted their revelry of the spectacle, turned, and went back. It was another 2 years before another was victorious, and this time the newcomer was able to get up. End of story. Story number 1. Pluto Has Fallen, written by British Tea Company. Sensing that they were close to the Pluto colony, Captain Warren rose from his seat and made way for the cockpit, built to accommodate 3 full squads. The dropship's passengers' bays felt almost lonely with just one. Having long accustomed to standing in steps that were in motion, the captain found little issue with his short sojourn, earning a wary glance from both the pilot and the co-pilot as he stepped into their personal cubbyhole. The pair voiced their objections silently, for Pluto colony was already in visual range. The sight of the colony's dome featuring such a gaping hole that could be seen from several miles away bode ill for the possibility of survivors. Colony's been dark for 16 hours. I see no power readings, which means no life support. Survivors are possible, though. I won't lie, Captain. Not likely, the pilot said as he glanced back up. Though, I'll admit, I don't like the idea of leaving anyone behind, even if their chances aren't great.
I'm a bit more concerned about what caused that hole, Warren said as he glanced at the breach that would have been easily large enough to accommodate a ship 3 times the size of the one he was riding in. Whether it's a freak accident or terrorists, we need to at least make sure the brass know about how this happened. There was a brief pause in his speech as he gave a slight dry chuckle. On the brighter side, we don't need to ask anyone's permission to enter. Bring us in, we'll get a clear view of what happened from there. A nod came from the pilot as the dropship decelerated to a more manageable velocity, though the hole in question was more than large enough to accommodate. A potential collision could probably chip the paint of their hull, or worse yet, disrupt their cloak. When wandering into an unknown situation like this, it was better to be discreet. After all,
there was a non-zero possibility they were landing in the aftermath of a terrorist attack. The team was deployed just near the site of the breach. The cloak of the dropship shimmered just a bit as 10 figures landed into Ghost Town before them. An eerie silence pervaded the area before them as Andrew, the team's engineer, took out his PDA and pointed it at the hole as though aiming a gun. Forensics calculations determined the breach's origin came from outside the colony. Plausible weaponry, not a chance in hell that it was done with IEDs. Repeated blasts from lower-yield cannons, maybe, someone offered. Not a chance. This was done in one hit. Whomever came here brought some serious firepower to bear. That bode ill. Even these smaller domes were designed to survive against anything short of a direct hit from a nuclear missile. If insurgents had gotten their hands on a plasma cannon large enough to breach a colony dome, that meant they likely had gotten their hands on a fully capable battleship. That meant that insurrections that had thought to have been ended months ago wasn't quite dead, as the brass would believe. At least, with the damage identified, they could sweep for survivors or culprits. "Stick together," Warren said as he glanced around, rifle at the ready, his fingers strumming a rhythm with every breath he took. If some rebels have gotten their hands on capital-class weaponry, that absolutely came in force. Best case scenario, they've left it ready, and maybe there's someone still alive to shed light on the situation. If not... His voice trailed off as his suit's interface began to rapidly flash warning signals, and in an instant they saw the horde. It was not the throngs of rebels that they had been expecting, but a swarm of chittering creatures. He'd never been a huge fan of spiders, but seeing them the size of dogs and with glistening white fangs, Warren couldn't help but scream. His gun followed suit in an instant. The formerly still colony was abuzz with both gunfire and alien creatures. For a while, it seemed like despite the sheer number of their foe, the squad will huddled out. Not a single one of their foes reached them until the ground beneath them burst open in a shower of debris, and the serpentine creatures with the face of a squid came to greet them. For all of its stupefying hideousness, its presence was but a boon to the spider-like minions it commanded, and they were egged on. That was when the squad made a run for the dropship. A few guys didn't make it. Though the troopers had a significant head start, the horde overtook the slower members of their squad easily. Their muffled screams upon Pluto's unatmosphered surface was a sound Warren would never forget for the rest of his life. The mad dash through maybe what was 50 meters at most felt like an eternity. Yet relief was in sight as the dropship uncloaked and its forward-facing turrets opened fire, literally ripping apart the pursuers. He had almost made it too. Almost made it to when the serpentine alien, the squid face, took a deep breath, and from a distance that would have impressed any drill instructor, struck him square in the back with a glob of acid. He fell to the ground, his screams silent as his suit desperately tried to keep his internal systems working. The mind-numbing pain engulfed him, to the point where he didn't realize Andrew picked him up and carried him into the dropship. Warren's next memories were fleeting. He could only notice 7 other figures in the 9 that had originally come with. He felt his suit being removed off of him as Mitchell, the team's medic, fumbled into the supply container filled with medical supplies. And the last thing he remembered seeing was staring out the viewport, and in the distance seeing the lumbering mass of what looked like a ship, alien and horrifying in all of its grim expanse. "We have to warn Earth," was the last phrase he uttered before his world went dark. End of story. Jupiter Has Fallen, written by British Tea Company. Compared to the military juggernauts that form the Mars and Earth defense fleets, the Jupiter defense fleet seemed hardly worth mentioning when it came to considering the amassed naval power of mankind. Reflecting the relatively minute populations of Europa and Titan colonies, the entire Jupiter defense fleet was smaller than the Martian sub, to say nothing about what Mother Earth had at its disposal. Yet, compared to Pluto colony, which hadn't even had an established defense fleet, and then the various scattered habitats orbiting Saturn, which had less than a dozen ships to their names. Jupiter colony might as well have been a military superpower. Ever since first contact roughly 3 years ago, Jupiter had been readying itself. A defense fleet of 37 spaceships had ballooned to a proud 108. Among them, Jupiter's first battle group proudly constructed at the Europa shipyards. Rear Admiral Enrique Garcia had accepted his station aboard the JDF Spain with a proud heart. At the staggering 512 meters in length, the Spain was one of the newest generations of battleships, equipped with a new shielding technology and bristling with an array of weapons all tailored to slaying the invaders. At his back, he had 27 heavy cruisers, 30 light cruisers, and 50 destroyers, with an additional 200 escort vessels generously donated from the Martian Defense Fleet. The naval power of Jupiter had increased twofold. Where the aliens had previously attacked colonies barely capable of much as mustering armed resistance, this time they had a real fight. Like many of his fellow men that had read the reports on the extrasolar invaders and the callous destruction of the outer colonies, Garcia was more than eager to break the back of the invaders, and what other place to do it besides his home of Europa. And upon the surface of the 2 inhabited moons of Jupiter, the civilian population had been evacuated to Mars, a comforting thought for the elderly officer as he thought of the prospect of his grandchildren facing the threat of these vile invaders. Instead, if the aliens were to make the beeline for the surface of the 2 colonies, they would be greeted by nothing but an array of anti-orbital batteries as well as a laser fire of over 2 million JDF soldiers. He could have mused on for hours on end as to the preparedness of his forces, but eventually battle would come. Peering over a series of screens, Commander Hill was the first to announce the battle's beginning. Alien ships detected just at our range. Estimated contacts roughly 900 ships. A brief wave of unease washed over the bridge, and there was a palpable sense of apprehension which danced at every ship. Though many of the crew may have not experienced the dread before, Garcia himself was a veteran of the various colonial slap fighting which had threatened to shatter humanity's unity all those decades ago. Gesturing for the Commandant Hill to step aside, the grey-haired admiral gave a confident smile as his voice projected to all channels. "Steady, men. Just remember, 1 human is worth 10 of those bastards. Those odds are in our favor, not theirs. On my command, prepare to fire, and let us smite them from the stars." And with a single word, mankind's day of wrath lit up the black of the void in an orchestra of flame. A symphony of emerald plasma and azure rays colored the void, immolating the hateful ships that plowed their way forward. Xenohusks shrieked their silent death cries into the cold vacuum of space. A few lucky survivors managed to get close enough to Titan and Europa to make their payloads to the surface. Those fireships were hunted down by the packs of fierce Martian escorts, the majority of their drop pods never even setting foot on the surface as the colonial defense ripped them apart. Beyond a few scattered fleet losses, the initial contact had left the aliens reeling. This was the comeuppance these invaders would face for their atrocities at Pluto and Saturn. This was the assembled might of humanity, when even just a fraction of itself was dedicated to its own protection. A feeling of relief washed over Rear Admiral as he took a deep breath, observing the detonations in the distance through the viewport. "Minimal casualties, more contacts detected. Looks like we've got a second wave incoming," Commandant Hill said as she looked up from her station. "A bit smaller than the first fleet." "Hold positions! Let them come," Garcia said as he observed outside. Far beyond the range of his eyesight, a few escorts and destroyers lifelessly drifted into the endless void. "Tell the damaged ships to pull back behind the lines. There's no need for unnecessary losses." With only the newest of his ships having shields, it was his duty to ensure his men's lives were preserved. These ships would do far better to absorb the brunt of the bioplasma that the enemy spewed at them in large but relatively ineffectual quantities. No sooner had the second wave of alien ships cut to pieces did Hill once again make an announcement. "More contacts detected." "Steady now! We'll repel them as we did the others," Garcia said. An unbidden bead of sweat slid down the back of his neck as he stepped over to Hill's station. Losses were still minimal this time around, with more escorts being lost. Yet this third fleet was almost twice the size of the first, with sensors detecting far larger vessels within its ranks. The possibility that the first two waves was merely a test of human defenses poked itself into Garcia's mind. Yet he dismissed the notion. The first fleet alone could have destroyed both Pluto and Saturn settlements without issue. They were defenseless compared to Jupiter. This new fleet was tougher than the first two combined, but still, it would only be a mere speed bump. The exchange of fire occurred this time was far more costly to the fleet. Almost 24 ships were lost in the exchange, with at least a few heavy cruisers suffering terminal damage to their hull. Yet, even as the third contact was torn apart by the human defenses, Hill made her announcement again. It was only the fourth time. Yet her words had dimmed in both volume and resolve. "More contacts detected. More contacts detected. More contacts detected." Just how many times did she utter those damnable words in this battle? Garcia had lost count. Around him, the fickle tide finally turning against the JDF. One of the heavy cruisers at the forefront had detonated in a spectacular explosion, showering the bioplasma and kinetic rounds. Several ships were leaving formation, the damage sustained making it unfeasible for them to remain without being easy pickings for the aliens. His formation was falling apart. And worse still, what started as a manageable trickle had now evolved into an unending tide of drop pods that were falling upon the surface of both Titan and Europa. His own thoughts were drowned out to him by the panicked cries of his fleet. But the sounds of the battle on the surface was far worse than the cacophony of gunfire, and that distant but ever-encroaching chittering of a million aliens. And even as the battered fleet weathered the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th wave, an 8th one came, followed by a 9th. The enemies were unending, their resolve unbroken no matter the losses they took. It was madness, and some, upon the assessment of the situation, would have fallen to despair. For a brief moment, Garcia did, until he heard the panic cries of Hill and the groaning of the ship's hull, like a wounded beast. "Get everyone off the ship! Signal the Paris to allow shuttles to land! Signal the fleet to retreat!" said the Admiral, as his decision was made. The battle was lost, yet clarity had finally found him in the eye of the storm. "Maybe Cabri line for Mars. Tell them we have given the invaders a black eye, and you make sure that they're ready." With a smile, he added, "And Commandant, tell your father to give them hell if they ever get to Earth." Hill gave a no-verbal response, yet it was plain as day. The fleet would have far better chance of disengaging if someone remained behind to distract their pursuers. And what better candidate than a powerful ship capable of weathering the storm? Clenching her teeth at the prospect of losing both a valued officer and a good ship, Hill did what she was told. And as far as Garcia, he remained alone upon the bridge of the Spain, ever the man's man. He alone steered his ship into the heart of the enemy fleet. The shields, merciful in their timing, had reactivated just as his crew had evacuated, leaving him with plenty of time to buy for his men. In the distance, he saw the grim expanse of the alien fleet, so numerous that they seemed to blot out the distant stars in their unending tides. He saw the massive mothership, a lumbering 8-kilometer-long behemoth that boggled all sensibilities when one considered it was a living creature. He saw the shields flicker off and die for a final time, the hull of his proud vessel being scarred and battered as its guns grew silent, one by one. And as the prow of his ship collided with a particularly large alien bioship, claiming both it and the Spain in a magnificent detonation, Garcia's only regret was how he couldn't help the soldiers left on the surface. End of story. Mars Has Fallen, written by British Tea Company. There hadn't been any living memory of the red Martian skies until today. Having long been converted to a lush world of blue like Earth, every last human still standing on Mars finally experienced the world as their forefathers did, ashen red and choked with dust. Hector cast a rueful gaze upon the ruins around him, holding up his flare. A nearby dropship altered its course for the lone soldier. His armor was in tatters, and around him were the corpses of a significant number of aliens. Sweat, dirt, and blood caked the wary soldier as the transport finally touched down, opening its doors to reveal a single figure waiting for him. "You the only one left?" the other man asked as he gazed around. The man wore no helmet, but his combat armor insignia indicated that he was a captain. "Are you sure there are no other survivors?" Hector gave no verbal response, slumped his shoulders, and a shaking head were all the captain needed to confirm no one else had made it. Even though there was little time to spare, the two strangers shared a moment of silence together. Such a lapse in concentration could have been costly, as the chittering of the spider alien was the only thing the two had for a warning. The next thing Hector knew, the captain had shoved him aside like he was weighed nothing, and falling right into his clenched grasp was an arachnid the size of a house cat. It writhed and clawed against the man's arm, only succeeding at shredding off the gloves and revealing a hand of shining metal. The captain's expression darkened as his hand clenched around the bug. The sound of rotten fruit being crushed echoed before the transport as its twitching remains fell to the ground. Offering a hand to Hector, Captain Warren helped him to his feet as the two men entered the transport and lifted off. "I was worried no one would still be alive to pick up. At least one man is better than none," the cyborg remarked dryly as he looked at the soldier staring at his arm. "Like it. It's a good memoir of what those bugs did to me on Pluto. Thankfully, it looks like you won't be having one." The joke did little to alleviate the mood of the mostly empty transport ship. A proper view was given for both of them on the state of Mars. Once mankind's proudest achievement, the red planet was now dotted with burning buildings and the wreckage of the once mighty vessels. Human blood soaked the earth, mingling with the red dust. And yet, to think, for all the toll that had been paid, the Martians had to flee from the proud little rock they called home. There was at least a silver lining to this. There were ships that finally left atmosphere. Hector could see from outside the viewport the remnants of the Martian defense fleet. Remnants was perhaps a poor choice of word. Bulks were probably described as far better, as what was still the vast majority of the Armada remained in formation. This was not a disarrayed retreat which had to be done at Jupiter. It was a calculated assessment of odds, and the choice had been made that Mars's proud soldiers would have to abandon their homes so that they could live to fight another day. Yet, something felt off to Hector. "The bulk of the fleet is active," the sergeant said as he glanced outside. "Why are we retreating?" Far beyond the visual scope of things, a seething swarm of bio-vessels had ceased their engagement with the fleet and began to cling to the planet. Some of them even entered the atmosphere, descending upon the red world in droves, mainly the now abandoned settled areas. "There was just too damn many of them," Captain Warren sighed, his mechanical eyes fixed upon the battle group within the human fleet. It was only a small bit, but what was noticeable was the presence of the super battleship South America that stood at the head of the formation. Unlike the other ships, it plowed straight into the alien fleet. Warren could only picture what was going on inside the heads of the crewmen. There would be no retreat for them. "Don't you worry, though, assuming if they make it to Earth at all, we've got basically the entire MDF and EDF combined to take them on. That's one battle they will not win." "Not make it to Earth, huh? If we're turning tail and fleeing, how don't they make it to Earth?" Warren remained silent as the ship trudged on. He doubted Hector would see it from the distance, but the sight of the laser trails of the bioplasma firing from the tiny blips told him all he knew. South America had made contact with the enemy. Her hull had been loaded with maybe thousands of nuclear warheads. When Saturn Fleet had identified the presence of a massive alien ship that was likely some kind of command or mothership, Ross knew what had to be done. The sacrifice of one of Earth's prized super battleships was no easy thing. Each one of those titans had constructed with the care and pride of a people who had wanted to solidify their dominion upon the stars. Each one of those orcs held the lives of countless thousands of men and women who had agreed to a one-way trip for just so Earth could have a fighting chance. It was heartbreaking. He felt hot tears stinging from his non-mechanical eye. But his answer came when the explosion came. In such enormity, even Hector, who possessed no cybernetics, saw it clear as day, as the fireball stretched on for what was thousands of kilometers, so great that portions of Mars would be irreparably devastated by the blast. There was no telling how many alien vessels were destroyed, but worse yet, there was no telling it worked. In the best-case scenario, the aliens would be like ants. The death of a queen would be like the death of their hive. In the worst-case scenario, all it did was briefly paralyze the chain of command these creatures had. If there was even a chain of command. Unable to shake that feeling of dread that still persisted in his human half, Warren pointed over to the explosion. At the very least, a lot of bugs must have died in that blast. That's how. End of story. Story number 1. By the Light of Iron Stars, written by the Stabby Brit. The age of myth, the void was full of light. Stars burned across the heavens, radiant and wondrous, blasting energy out in all directions. You could power the entire universe for 1,000 years off of 1 pictosecond's worth of output of even the smallest shiner. And they beamed all that power out into nothing for 1 trillion years. What a waste. The people who lived in the light existed not on worlds as ours are, but on planets. Spheres of raw material that orbited the burning stars. They were trapped there, trapped and waiting to die. The shining stars did not burn forever, and in their death throes they would burn up and consume the planets. 1,000 races died that way, burned alive by their stars. It was humanity who was the first to escape. It is said that they built ships with great solar sails, tens of thousands of miles across, and rode the light of their star out into the galaxy. They found us all trapped in our little worlds and pulled us aboard. These sailing ships were ill-suited to their purpose. I made it sound swift, but in reality it took many thousands of years for each ship to reach its destination. Generations lived and died without ever seeing a harbor. We questioned the wisdom and the purpose of it. We doubted other races existed, even though we were living aboard alien vessels. Humanity, once again, put their minds to the task. The stars were the answer. The sailing ships caught their light to drive them on and slow them down. But it was a crude and slow affair. Mankind fixed us. They built the focuses. All the power of a star harnessed and directed. Now a ship could be driven up to the speed of a fraction of the time, and so long as there was a focus at the other end, brought to a halt just as rapidly. Now it was the work of a single generation to sail from one race's domain to another. Not ideal, but better. They were not idle, the minds of man. Even a generational flight was too much for them. They began to seek out special stars called black holes. Stars that did not shine. No, not like ours. These were the eaters of energy. Stars that stole the light and heat of their neighbors. Black holes, if the myths are true, could even swallow time itself. They found them and fed them, building them up so much that they began to eat reality. And humanity steered these hungry monsters to gnaw out tunnels through blink of an eye. These black gates became the center of existence. The focus is now turned to siphoning light to the lightless stars, both to power them and to give them that comforting illumination to the peoples who had been forced to otherwise give up their radiance. But stars die. The focuses were lost, either because the stars grew hungry and devoured them, or were consumed in kind by humanity's great engines. The galaxy has not shone for an age. Such waste of power was unthinkable, but it was becoming clear that it would not shine even if all the great works were unmade. This was the end of the age of myth, and many believed it would be the end of everything. But not humanity. Ever wise, ever resourceful, they had a way to outlive the light. Their plan sounded like madness. They were to feed the black holes. All of creation was to be consumed, save that which was essential for survival. All the dead suns, all the cold planets, every derelict ship or station, every stray atom of dust, all of it was to be devoured. Black holes were hungry, but even they gave something back. The energies they created during the feeding had long been known to humanity, and it was that power that fueled the Dark Age. We would never again sail in the light ships, nor could the black gates be held open now, but humanity repurposed these ancient tools and turned those abyssal spheres into wondrous engines. Starships, they called them. The starships ventured out towards the dying lights of other galaxies, knowing that it would be a journey of millions of years to get there, and millions more to return. Humanity cared little for that. 8 trillion years later, the resources of another galaxy would be ours to feed into the forges and keep our universe alive for another epoch. The starships grew larger and faster. Humanity could keep us all together, huddled in the warmth of their imagination and comforted by their refusal to give in to any challenge. Yet in time, after an age so vast it defies understanding, the starships stopped coming home. The universe was exhausted. To return with their spoils would cost them more than we would gain. You must understand, by this point the Dark Age had gone on for an eternity. From the creation of this universe to its beginning was a span of billions, perhaps trillions of years. Yet the Dark Age was 1,000 times that length at least. Entire galaxies had been born and burned away to nothing in the span of the Dark Age. It was, some said, the end of time itself. The universe had grown old and perished, as all things must. Now, even the black holes were dying, coughing out their last and finally giving up their hunger. It was time, we believed, to sit in somber silence and grieve the passing of creation. Of course, humanity never did get the hang of funerals. The black holes left behind corpses, and in those dead spheres that we now use for our sustenance, stars shone because they compressed hydrogen into helium. When they had no hydrogen, they crushed helium into other materials, iron being the most common. Black holes, it turned out, were no different. They had spent eternity crushing down the universe, and over trillions of years they'd been bleeding the universe back to us. Now, at the end, all that remained was their hearts of iron. An Iron Age began, and it began because humanity, in their madness, discovered that even iron stars can shine. They have but the tiniest fraction of the energy of their ancient ancestors. So little that the mythic lightships would have taken all of history to reach walking space if iron light was all they had. Next to no power at all, really, but humanity had all of history to master the art of energy efficiency. The last age began 1,000,000 years ago, or so we think. Truth be told, it's rather difficult to accurately measure the passage of time, and our distant ancestors would surely think that this is the end of everything. We burned up all the stars, we dismantled the universe for parts, and now all we have are islands of iron that can no longer reach each other. And even speaking takes longer than the intergenerational sailing ships that first united us. We are alone, in the cold, in the dark, and surely there is nothing left for us but to watch the iron stars twinkle until they, like everything else, twinkle no more. But
By the light of these iron stars, humanity dreams of a future. They escaped the death of their world. They outsmarted the death of the stars. They found a way to outlive the universe itself. Something tells me, when the iron stars finally die, humanity won't go with them. End of story. Story number 2. The Iron Duke, written by Ice Cream and Wine. On the bridge of the Earth frigate Wellington, David Foreman jerked back to consciousness and regretted it immediately. Damn! I hurt all over, he thought. He took a quick look at his surroundings. Shredded bodies, twisted metal, escaping gas, and the smell of smoke, and tasted the metallic tang of blood in the air. Crap, he said, as he remembered what happened prior to his blackout. He attempted to get to the control console, but was stopped by the fact that he was still strapped into his shock harness. Looking around, it was more than likely that this fact had saved his life. Disengaging himself, he staggered to the console, or what was left of it. The comms panel was still active, and he keyed in the inquiry. There, dead Dave, came the voice of Wender, the ship's AI. Who's dead? Said David. All of them. They're all dead, Dave. You are the only member of the ship's roster still alive, said Wender. Give me a sitrep, Wend, said David. Primary weapons offline, missiles expended, railguns destroyed, said Wender. Not good, thought Dave. Can we jump? We can initiate jump, but we would explode approximately 6 seconds after this end of the initiation sequence. No weapons, no engines. Feck this for a game of soldiers, thought David. What happened to the fleet, and what about the Brillic fleet? Inquired Dave. Both sides are down to one ship, us and the carrier currently flooding our view screen, said Wender. Our 78 ships took down their 280-odd ships. Not bad. Not bad at all, said Dave. State of enemy carrier? Some damage, but still spaceworthy. Currently spooting their engines, said Wender. How long until their engines are ready? Said Dave. Scans indicate that they will be functional in approximately 9 minutes, said Wender. Why are we still here then? Said Dave. We are currently at the stern of their vessel. They cannot bring any of their undamaged weapons to bear, said Wender. Ramming them is not an option then? Asked David. Engines are offline. All we have are attitude thrusters, said Wender. We have nothing that can hurt them, said Dave. We have 11-point defense lasers, which are currently firing on a damaged section of their hull. If we had another 2 weeks, we could scratch their paint. If they have any, said Wender. As we aren't going anywhere, if we initiated jump, how badly would we be damaged them? Nowhere near enough, said Wender. Bollocks, thought David. A thought struck him. Can the attitude thrusters move us towards their engines? Yes, it can be done, said Wender. Do it, and also get 9 of the point defense lasers to fire in random directions, said David. Simulating loss of fire control, said Wender. What would be the point of that? If they think that we're losing control, they may not take us as seriously as they should, stated Dave. They took us seriously enough to board us, said Wender. Crap. How many and how long do we have? Asked David. Too many, and about 6 minutes before they cut through the bulkhead. How long for us to get to their engines? Asked Dave. Can we get into the engine housing? We are there now, and yes, we can. We are small enough. Get us as far in as we can, said David. How long until initiate jump? Asked David. 3 minutes, replied Wender. Cutting it close, but should be doable, thought David. Initiate jump, said David. Jump initiated, said Wender. What damage will we do to their engines? Said David. The engines will be destroyed, and it is possible that resulting explosion will break the back of the ship, said Wender. We'll never know, said David. 2 minutes, said Wender. Apropos of their situation, David asked, Do you have any thoughts of an afterlife? I'm a machine. Machines don't have afterlives, said Wender. Really? Said David. Access all TV archives Red Dwarf in the 1980s. A few seconds passed. Silicon heaven, that's ridiculous, said Wender. You never heard of it, said David. Based on your responses, I thought you might have. Never mind. I believe in it for you. 1 minute, said Wender. David coughed and wiped the blood off his face. His fingers traced the blood trail up his head,
and as he ran his fingers through his hair, a thought of his childhood struck him, and he started to laugh hysterically. "My foot in your ass!" he screamed, and then his world turned white. End of story. How I Became a Token Human, written by Marilyn of Many. The sign said, "Earthling Wanted," in large print, and I, a perfectly eligible Earthling, said, "Heck yeah!" Busy space station life bustled around me as I stepped close to read the details on the holoboard. Other ads were the usual range of odd jobs and social events, but this one was specific. And it couldn't have been more perfect for me. A courier ship was contracted to deliver someone's pet cat to them in the deep space. I guess that a breakup had happened while their owner was away, or their temporary job turned into a permanent one. And while the couriers were perfectly capable of getting the cat there, it was several days of travel, and they hadn't the first idea of how to care for an Earth animal. Well, I thought with no small amount of smugness, they just got themselves an expert. I copied the holo ad onto my phone, then found the vaguely private corner of the public seating area and activated the call. I stood up straight and professional, as if I was meeting a wealthy new client with an ailing Samoyed. Would they want a detailed resume, a rundown of the places I'd worked and trained, my range of expertise in animals, big and small, or perhaps a description of what I would do in various unexpected scenarios? Nope. The octopus-like alien who popped into view, deep green, harried, and female, unless I miss my guess, only had 2 questions for me. "Great! You look like an Earthling," she said. "How experienced are you in caring for cats?" "Very," I said, ready to add more. "Good! Can you leave immediately?" "Yes," I decided, thinking quickly. "I just have to grab my things. Where's your ship?" "Where's your ship?" "Meet us at the semi-aquatic spaceport before the shadow covers it." She glanced at something off-screen. "We leave before the solar sails have to fold. Be quick." With that, the call ended. I blinked once, then shoved the phone into my pocket and sprinted down the corridor. Passerby stepped aside and gave me disapproving looks, especially the group of red-pink bug folk who chatted after me in their own language. But I dodged through the loose crowd without hitting anyone, nearly tripped over a smaller-than-average water wool, which would have been disastrous given their column of jello consistency. But I hoped that it would be a quick apology. Are water wools really that fragile? I wondered as I ran. My biological studies had all been Earth-based. I knew the best way to hold a comedian, pet a cat, to catch a chicken, but I had no idea how the friendly blobmaster worked. Well, maybe I'd find out. I skidded into my small room and threw things into the suitcase. There wasn't much to pack, since this was a temporary stop. 5 minutes ago, I'd been planning to trudge back to Earth and look for a new job. My old workplace was under new management and doing a reshuffling that made for a perfect time to take a quick lap around the galaxy. Something I'd always wanted to do. It had been a great vacation, but there wasn't much call for a veterinarian in space, or so I thought. One more jaunt, I told myself. It pays well enough to be worth it, and they clearly need my help. With a look about the room for anything I'd missed, I zipped the suitcase and shouldered my backpack, then cancelled the rest of my reservation at the control panel by the door. A few more button presses, and the door whooshed open to let me dash through the residential area, towing my suitcase on its repulsor plate behind me. The bag was much better than my old weedy case, which was always tipped over when I turned quickly. This one did have the tendency to slide around like a toddler on ice, but I was an old hand now at pulling the strap just right to keep it from taking anybody out at knees. And honestly, I usually walked at a more reasonable pace than this. But time is short. I glanced at the multi-clock as I passed the elevator hub. Sunset was coming for the side of the station. I wondered who had decided to make the station rotate in orbit instead of keeping one side facing the sun. But that was beyond my pay grade. Maybe it got too hot otherwise. Long lines at the food court made me slow down, edging past a variety of body types before I reached a clear area and picked up speed again. Success, I thought. Didn't even bump into a scaly tail. This door? That door! I found the dry air breather's access port and hurried into the airlocks where steeply angled sunlight was streaming in. I only stopped once to swipe my ID in exchange for a cheapo force field exosuit, just in case the separation of dry air, wet air, and water left anything to be desired. I'd made that mistake once. One experience of scrambling for an emergency cutoff switch in an airlock rapidly filling with water was enough. These octopeople breathe dry air, right? I fretted while I retrieved the exodisc. I think so. They just like more baths to moisturize than I do. I'll be fine on a ship made for them, assuming the one I talk to doesn't live in a scuba suit while on board. But surely, they would have said. Probably. With my ID back in my pocket and the control disc in my chest, using technology was basically the inverse of my suitcase, I shoved out into the spaceport in a cloud of my own air. I was greeted by more air, rows of parked ships under the glittering force field between us and the stars, and an impatient-looking green tentacle alien waiting in view of the airlock. She waved me towards her ship as soon as she saw me. Strong arms, that's what they're called, I remembered. I guess I'll get a name for this one once we're on the way. With the golden solar sails spread wide, the little round ship looked like a cartoon bat, or maybe a lemon that's wanted to be a pirate ship when it grew up. The epitome of dignity, either way. I made a note to say nothing about that either. Right this way. Stand back while the door shuts. The animal is in the cargo bay and more food and junk than any sane creature could eat in any time we've got. I'll introduce you after takeoff. The green strong arm didn't give me much chance to do more than nod as she spoke. For now, come grab a crash seat in the cabin. I'll introduce you to the crew after we take off too. She sped down the narrow corridor to the quiet slapping of tentacles on the shiny blue floor. I did my best to keep up, despite having to bend over as I walked. The ship was not designed for a tall species. At least, the walls and ceiling were clean white. Not one of those squishy organic ships that made my skin crawl. Got the human, she announced as the door to the cabin spiraled open. She waved her several tentacles back at me, one pointing at a chair near the wall that had fighting chance of fitting me. Quick, quick. I ducked through the sphincter door, also gross, but less so. Waved at the dozen or so random aliens, then shoved my suitcase behind the chair and sat. The chair was cup-shaped and way too small, but at least the back was flexible. I could feel the localized gravity field in place of a seatbelt. These folks have a lot of faith in their ship's power source, I thought as I lifted my backpack to where it would give my neck support. Here's hoping we don't crash, for lots of reasons. The crew were mostly ignoring me, though in a polite way. Strong arms, Frillians, and a few heat-seekers, octopeople, colorful fin-covered bipeds who looked like tropical fish that had learned to walk, and little lizardry folk, all air-breathers, though 2 out of the 3 had aquatic origins. As the engine hummed to life, I shut off my exit field. Damp air caressed my face like someone breathing on me from uncomfortably close. Great. But it was breathable and wouldn't damage my stuff, and we were already in space. Judging by the view screen that had just registered some very quick movement, only stars and a few distant ships were in front of us now. All right, introductions, announced the green strong arm. You can call me Cam. What is your name, human? Robin Bennett, I said, sitting up straight. Earth animal expert at your service. Cam accepted that and rattled off the names of everyone else in the room, then gave a quick rundown of the journey that we could expect. 3 standard days, no wormholes planned, no asteroid showers or other hoo-ha expected. And now that we clear the space station shipping lanes, we could make good time and move about the ship. Cam hopped out of his seat and hit the floor with a wet smack. This way, animal expert. Let's show you your charge and your room. I grabbed my suitcase and followed, trying to be graceful while simultaneously ducking and high-stepping through the door. It was like walking around in a kid's playhouse. At least the cargo bay had the properly high seating. It also had many boxes of cargo, and one metal cage with a very distressed cat. The "I don't want to be here" yodel echoed off every wall. Well, there it is, said Cam with a wince. It's been this loud the whole time. I hope that's not a cause for alarm. Not the sound alone, no, I said. Let me take a quick look. Hey, kitty. I approached with a gentle voice and quiet footsteps. The tone of the cat's yowling changed when it saw me, aiming for pity over volume. Poor little grey tabby sounded very lonely. A nameplate with paragraphs of contact information said Pickle in all caps. Hello, Pickle. There, kitty. It's okay. I greeted the cat with a soothing babble of syllables, letting it sniff my fingers through the bars, only noticing once it quieted that Cam had stayed by the door. Oh, good, said the alien. It likes you. Will you want the whole crate in your quarters, I hope? There's enough room. Yes, definitely, I said, standing back up. The cat mewed in protest. Great. All the food and whatever should fit too. Grab a sled. At Cam's direction, I helped maneuver the hover sled over the cage, then down the hall. She led the way with a different sled full of airtight cases covered in labels. Her cart was a more rattletrap of the two, which I appreciated. The supplies wouldn't be bothered with any jolts in height, and an anxious cat sure would. Pickle yowled all the way to my quarters, our quarters rather. Cam was eager to rush off once I said I had everything in hand, and I couldn't blame her. But the noise stopped as soon as the door shut. Mew? All right, kitty, I said as I took off my backpack. That door seems solid, so you probably won't run off and get stuck under the brake pedal, or however they fly the ship. Do you want to come out? Pickle didn't when I opened the door, but I made myself comfortable on the floor by the cage and read through the info packet that had popped up on my phone. Pickle was a girl cat, 5 years old, spayed, fond of cheese and toys that crinkled. Eventually, she crept out and accepted some gentle scritches and a warm lap. I was considering moving to the giant squishy cushion that passed for a bed when the door chimed. Ow! The claws were sharp when Pickle launched off of me to hide in a carrier. I got to my feet painfully, shut the small door, then opened the big one. The ceiling was low in here, too. A maroon and teal Frillian stood there, just barely short enough to stand normally in the hallway. Did you bring food, or would you like to join us for a meal? I looked back at the quiet cat. I do have some ration bars, but I wouldn't mind meeting everyone properly. Let me dig out some food for my charge here, and then I'll be there. Which way? The Frillian gave me directions, then scooted off. I turned to the multiple boxes labeled food and checked the info packet. Pickle had preferences. But of course she was too scared to eat. I left the grey tray of high-quality wet food inside the cage alongside a dish of water and a well-chewed toy mouse that promised to have familiar smells. Then I gave her some quiet time. And I got to some fun time. The crew turned out to be an outgoing and friendly, with many a joke ready about the types of food that my species was known to eat. They were mostly a carnivorous set of one kind or another. Fish, bugs, rodent, not a T-bone steak amongst the lot. They weren't fazed by any kind of plant food, but the existence of dairy products as a whole was soundly denounced as a vile weirdness. Honestly, it makes sense, I laughed. Milk is the first food we eat when we're born. Then we found ways to make it into a bunch of other fancy things. Yes, but why? Asked the bright red heat seeker, his lizardly face intent. Organic dripping sounds like the absolute last choice of edible foods. Spoken by someone who has never tasted ice cream, I told him, or pizza. Those are some of the best foods out there. I've heard humans mention pizza before, said the large grey strong arm. He gestured with something that looked like an uncut sushi roll. What actually is it? I happily explained, then had to go into a tangent about bread, since there was apparently a weird human thing too. Really? None of you folks have food made of processed grains? I asked, to a row of blank stares. Guess not. But okay, it's crushed grain and water with yeast. Those are little microscopic creatures that help turn it into proper food. As I understand it, the air bubbles in the finished bread are their farts. I'm not doing a good job selling this, am I? I swear it tastes good. The big strong arm laughed out loudest. No, but keep going. You were going to circle back to the cheese and why it's not rotten. I did my best, eventually giving up while insisting that they would probably like at least some of my species' barbaric dishes if they ever got a chance to try them. It was a fun conversation, and the food was all right too. A bit fishy, but I'd had worse. I was sad to see the meal end, with everyone scattering off in the various tasks, some of which might have been fun to help with. Untangling cords, or organizing cases, or deciphering random space messages, but my duty was the cat. Pickle was caterwauling loud enough to be heard from the end of the hallway. I hurried in and comforted her again, opening the cage and settling in to rest on the cushion bed with her snuggled next to me. With nothing else to do, I drifted off into a nap that was more restful than expected, given the alien bed. I woke, braved the alien bathroom, then went back to sleep. Even after the vacation I'd been taking, it was a bizarre luxury to have no demands on my time. I didn't even know what kind of day/night cycle the ship was on. And it didn't matter. I slept as much as I needed to, ate a couple ration bars, fed them and played with Pickle, and I read a book I'd been meaning to get around to. It was nice. Crew members showed up occasionally to invite me to meals, but otherwise I spent the whole trip in my quarters, and as much as I enjoyed the camaraderie of dinner time, the guilt I felt every time I returned to piteous meows kept me from staying out longer. I really would have liked to, though. They even had music night with instruments I'd never heard of. There were spares that I was welcome to try, but Pickle had been scratching at the cage the last time I returned, and if she tore a claw because I wanted to know what an alien trumpet sounded like, then I would have failed in my duty. So I stayed with the cat, who purred like an outboard motor, and I did some more reading. It was still nice, peaceful, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to take a turn on the radio station, listening for gossip and distress calls and triple-encoded secret messages. The end of the trip caught me off guard. Cam showed up with a 10-minute warning before the time we needed to have the crate stowed in the cargo bay, and me seated in the cabin. "Already?" I blurted. "Right, I'll be packed up in a jiff. Got the sleds?" In a rush of gathering things, ushering Pickle back into the carrier, and hurrying into the cargo bay, I didn't really have time to feel things about the trip ending. But I felt them anyway. I'd miss my little snuggle buddy. I hoped she had a good life ahead of her. The man waiting at the spaceport a few minutes later, as close to the landing pad as he was allowed, was a grizzled old space marine type. Stereotypes said that he would have been more at home with some vicious beast as a pet. But I'd seen enough mismatched owners in my time to just smile at how eagerly he waited, and the way his face lit up at the sight of the cat was heartwarming. Pickle's distressed mouths turned to welcoming mews when her human screeched her through the bars. I didn't have to remind him that he owed money before he could take her away. He was on top of that, though I'm sure Cam would have made sure if necessary. The two of them handled the transaction with speed. Then, to my surprise, he opened the cage, and there, a landing pad. Pickle clawed her way up his thick jacket to settle purring onto his shoulders, like this was where she was meant to be. Maybe it was.
"Thanks so much for bringing her to me,"
the man said to Cam, with a nod to me as well.
"Gotta introduce her to the new family. Now everyone I love is in one place."
Cam said a polite goodbye while I gave him a warm smile and wiggled my fingers at Pickle. The cat gave me a slow blink, purring hard and nuzzling his chin. Then the pair of them walked off to the rest of their lives. "Come grab your stuff," Cam told me. "He left a big tip, which I'll pass over to you. No way we could have done the thing to calm this creature ourselves." "Thank you," I said. "It was my pleasure. It really had been. Going home seemed anticlimactic now. It was just a pity I hadn't been able to socialize with the crew more. They were good people." I followed Cam back into the ship for the last time. Or so I thought, until a pair of crew members called from the radio station about a message from their sister ship. "They had a fuel leak and only managed to coast into orbit of the moon 4 days out," said a small Frillian. "They need fuel, repair, supplies, and extra food for their cargo." He looked up at Cam and me. "I don't know what planet the cargo is from, but if you don't have anywhere to be just yet..." I grinned. "I don't, as a matter of fact. I'll happily come along if you'll have me." Cam flipped a tentacle at what was probably a shrug. "Why not? It worked out well just now, and I want to see if you can play a flange horn." "Me too," I said. "Let me just grab some provisions before we go. At least one of you folks has to try pizza." This was years ago. I never did get a regular job back on Earth, and I don't regret it one bit. A couple of the crewmates did regret pizza, but at least it was funny. End of story. Story number 1. Man's BFF, written by Gorbash-san. It was shortly after first contact with humanity that the conflict took place. The galactic hegemony accepted the offer by the Terran spaceborne military to bring a diplomatic team to the nearest hegemony outpost to the Terran sphere of influence. This was normal, and even considered more peaceful than a typical first contact. No misunderstandings took place. Linguistic analysis and translation flowed quickly. It was as though the Terrans were all as experienced as the hegemony itself in dealing with alien cultures, wildly different languages and cultural rules vastly divergent from their own. Hegemony police interpreters were assigned to issue a standard offer/demand of compliance with the hegemony law. It was not arduous. Most species, in fact, found it beneficial. For the first, converted to Terran Standard Time 28.6 years of membership, all hegemony applicants would be granted full rights as a member, protection and support from the hegemony peacekeepers, access to the Galactic Communications Network, access to the collected libraries of all member species, and in exchange, they are expected to contribute 5% of their species' collective financial gains from any business conducted between member species, and grant the hegemony access to all their own libraries and communications networks. This is all quite reasonable. It benefits both parties, and the only caveat that prevented what should have been a smooth integration was the requirement for adherence to hegemony law regarding uplifted and enslaved species. Any and all species that had been artificially enhanced and placed into the subservient role must be immediately returned to the natural pre-modification state. And any such examples of modified beings currently living and unable to be returned to the prior state must be handed over to the hegemony for evaluation, study, sterilization, and placement on a garden world where they could complete their lifespan in comfort. The hegemony inspectors immediately found fault in the Terran claim that no such law was in violation. They had no sentient species that had been placed in such a position. The inspectors designated canines as a species in violation. They were clearly being used as some kind of servant species. It was also clear that they had been modified dramatically. The sheer variety of shapes and sizes attested to that. Let alone the very publicly acknowledged fact that canines had been artificially enhanced to enable speech through cybernetic implants, and the clear signs of cognitive enhancement based on mapping and patching of human DNA into dog genetics. Terrans continued with legal status of canines as both Terrans by birth and humans by unified declaration by the Terran Council, upon which sat no less than 20% of the members on 4 legs rather than 2. Canines, by the claim of Terrans, were in fact considered a part of humanity, not a distant and separate species at all, but a fully integrated half of a dual species. This was an anomaly and unacceptable by hegemony standards and practices. The laws defined this as a clear case of species being taken out of its natural development and evolutionary cycle and accelerated along a biased path. Clearly, the poor canines were too indoctrinated to see that, but they would be freed from this tyrannical situation. Enforcement fleets were immediately dispatched to all Terran holdings to retrieve and liberate the uplifted species. What followed was a series of messy, confused, and blood-drenched incidents involving many hegemony representatives, officers, and enforcers suffering lacerations, puncture wounds, and various other injuries, all from the supposedly enslaved race that they were there to set free. At the same time, the hegemony court system was beset with thousands of new cases, all originated from the Terrans, the vast majority of which were fielded by legal firms apparently owned and operated by Terrans of the canine variety, citing accounts of assault by hegemony representatives whose jurisdiction was in question as a membership to the hegemony had not yet been finalized. There were also cases exploring hegemony-instigated racism, institutionalized discrimination based on genome, refusal to recognize declared species of preference, individual rights and self-determination of species, inadequate consultation by government representatives regarding legal status, assumption of authority in regards to biological humans being accused of owning canine humans, and a host of minor personal injury, emotional distress, and disruption of business cases. A civil rights advocacy group calling itself Best Friends Forever somehow found a way to access the hegemony Galactic Communications Network and began spreading reports of the incidents with the Liberation Fleet, skewed in ways to bias the viewer's opinions towards the group's view on the situation as discriminatory and an overreach of power and authority, downplaying the actual legality and wording the regulatory laws and guidelines that had been in place for millennia. The same group also began instigating protests in front of the judicial officers handling one of the Terran-initiated cases or claims, calling for people to demand the cases be heard and upheld, accusing the courts of discrimination against outsiders, despite the fact that some had only been filed more than hours before the protest and had not even been put on the docket, let alone seen by any judicial representative in a position to act on them. The hegemony member races would never again be clean from the meme flood that accompanied every aspect of the conflict. And that's what it was. A conflict. Never a war, never a movement, never anything else definable. It was just an endless conflict. Every time an aspect or a specific incident or case was resolved or acknowledged and reparations made, another rose in its place. The legal and social fallout, even if all cases were resolved quickly and peacefully, would be decades upon decades of handling. Entire species would reject hegemony authority and withdraw from pacts held by countless generations. Economies were upturned, and every rule, law, regulation, or guideline that was ever questioned for being less than fair was brought to light as yet another abuse of hegemony power. Never mind that many of these laws had been carefully balanced to fit among hundreds of species over time so as to minimize harm or unfair treatment to any single member race, or provide advantage over other races to anyone. Such a system can never be perfect, but it functioned until the Terrans were subjected to one of the very first and oldest laws in the books. And worst of all, they were persistent and vindictive. It was as though each and every one of them, both two- and four-legged, was so insulted and enraged at the attempt to liberate the canines that they had dedicated their lives to making everyone and everything involved in the incident pay dearly for it. One thing was clear, looking back on the conflict. Never try to come between a man and dog. There is no gap to find between them. Truly, they are one and the same, and neither forgiving when you hurt the other. End of story. Story number 2, Sport Ball, written by Cal Wallace. Electronic message to Overseer, Grand.Overseer Unit 1 at grandservers.hrg.lk1 from Biological Unit 47. Biologic.Unit 47 at grandservers.hrg.lk47. Research Outpost 48277. Regarding Human Habitats Report 87W41PO Sports. Overseer, please see my report on human pastime of sports. Sports appear to be a reflection of the highly competitive and aggressive evolutionary process of their home world, Earth. As our studies show, their genetic progress relies on an adaptive, yet slow, form of inherent mutations. Cole assures me that this is known as kill or be killed. I noted his demeanor was not aggressive, that his facial muscles seemed to display a certain pride in this. As a species that developed on a death world, with a high gravity, dangerous and highly aggressive and intelligent predators, and all manner of venomous fauna and poisonous flora, it appears that they celebrate both mental fortitude and physical strength. Despite their limited intelligence due to their common ancestry, see entries, ground apes, the Dark Ages, politicians. Their robust physicality is well known. I have deduced that sports, and their associated fervor by which other humans view and follow these games, are an unconscious desire to feel as a part of a tribe, and to have means of venting their inherent, deep-rooted violence and challenging nature. Carl, our previous test subject, took me to a sports game called boxing. In the sports game, two humans, usually of similar genders, weight and height, face each other in a square, for some reason called a ring, and proceed to assault one another with padded hand coverings. This continues until the ceremonial bell rings, the rotund human in terrible striped camouflage waves madly, or one of the humans is rendered unconscious. When pressed as to the reasons for this battle to occur, it is apparent the two humans fight do not know each other at all, and aside from a forced conflict have no call to destroy one another. Cole assured me that is fun and exciting. Quote, "They smack each other about, gets the blood pumping. Now shut up. I got money on this." See entry, gambling. Despite the obvious barbarity on display, the human crowd grew excited enough for me to lower my oral receptors, and my scan showed elevated levels of adrenal fluid and cortisol, as well as increased respiratory and circulatory functions. The next day, Carl, with his winnings from the game, see entry, gift, took us to a game of football. He assures me that this is different from damned yank football, which illogically involves the hands and only once or twice appears to involve the human lower limbs, aside from the occasional stamping of the head organs, sexual organs, and running. Two teams of garishly clad humans, always of the same gender as their opposition, line up in varying battle formations. A human in similarly garish clothing blows the high-pitched whistle, and a small sphere of indeterminate composition, inflated with a dense air mixture of nitrogen and carbon dioxide or oxygen, not as light as helium, but as heavy as neon or argon, has passed around, apparently with the aim of hitting said sphere into the lower part of their interior limbs, into a netted area. Carl, in an effort to assist his chosen team of humans, would often shout directions such as, "Kick it, you twats," and "Boot it." I'm still studying the etymology of these phrases, and how much each phrase does, in fact, help the team, if at all. Again, I detected high levels of adrenaline from the observing humans, as well as high levels of volume and alcohol. Despite my best efforts, I failed to understand the offside rule, and Cole quickly surrendered to the futility of his explaining it to me. Once more, my oral senses were overwhelmed. As stated previously, these sports seem to be both physically and metaphysical surrogates for human conflict, with one or more humans representing tribes, states, or nations, with which humans can experience the trials and issues faced by their ancestors in a relatively safe environment. See entries, football hooligans, rioting, and alcohol poisoning. In an attempt to help me understand these sports game rituals, Carl showed me what he calls nerdy shit. I found these more palatable, and see them as an example of how, despite outward appearances, humans do, in fact, possess a quiet faculty for excellent logic. Chess is a miniaturized physical representation of battle. Several pieces, matched on either side of the board and often of opposing colors, take turns moving in some odd patterns. Rules exist to prevent some pieces being misused. It requires logic and forward thinking. See entry, preparing for the worst. This game, for want of a better word in digital, is fun and something I excelled at. I have attached the rules and schematics for the game to this message. I must warn the servers and all the units in contact with the humans, however, of the risks of playing with any test subjects or otherwise. Cole accused me of cheating and stated that I was a rotten computer bastard, and on one occasion flipped the board in anger. I found this quite pleasing, though I am not sure why. As of yet, Cole has not communicated with me verbally. It is my intention to take him to his favorite establishment and bury the hatchet. I am taking credits from the financial units in this sector, and I am also taking a small axe in case I have misinterpreted yet another human idiom, and it is expected of me. I hope sincerely I have not. I have grown quite fond of Cole's company. Humans are curious, but I would like to recommend that we continue to follow their customs. They may further our own endeavors with their incredibly different approaches to existence. I will broach the subject with the test subject when his neurotransmitters have reset to their usual levels. Cole is, as he often says I am, a good lad. End of story. The Witching Hour, written by Communist Red. It was a lazy, late summer afternoon, and the lingering heat was enough to make Brigadier General Wilkes sweat as he pressed himself into his uniform. Technically, he was off duty at the moment and didn't need to be in the formal uniform. But in frontier towns like the one he commanded, things could go very wrong very quickly. Wilkes made sure to walk the length of the palisade wall every morning and every evening as a result, and it wouldn't do to have his men see him out of uniform. So he sighed, buckling his saber before mumbling a goodbye to his wife and heading out the door. The short walk to the main gates was pleasant and uneventful. The general whistled along merrily to himself despite the heat. Halfway up the stairs to the parapet, however, he stopped. None of the usual easy chatter or whispers from the lookouts reached his ears. At the top, the guards were standing in watchful tension, staring along the road to the west so resolutely that they hadn't noticed his arrival.
"What's going on here, Lieutenant?"
Wilkes called to the officer in charge, who started and began a guilty salute.
"None of that,"
the general said testily, waving him off.
"What's the problem?"
"It's a new messenger, sir,"
replied the lieutenant. "It's getting late, and we've seen no sign of him."
"O'Connor, right? Riley O'Connor. This is his third trip."
"Aye, sir, the young one. It's possible they had to stay the night at Liston."
"Possible, but unlikely. You shouldn't have sent for me."
O'Connor should only be making a routine trip, taking news to the nearest hub city and bringing orders and information back to the central city. It was more likely that he'd been waylaid on the journey, or simply became too complacent and was dawdling on his way back. Wilkes considered his options.
"What about the forest? Have you seen any motion in there?"
he asked, putting out his binoculars.
"Aye, sir, they're riled up all right. Couldn't make out what kind, though I thought I saw a boggle or two. They can count well enough to know we're missing a boy, and they can sense our nerves."
"He's right there," thought the general, sweeping his gaze across the dark forest on top of the nearby hill. It seemed to be alive with shifting shadows of various shapes and sizes. It was more than a couple of boggles too. His nose twitched, and there was a chill along his neck. The air reeked of foul magic. It looked like the whole damned forest had come out. There was no use sending men to search for O'Connor like this. They'd be set upon by 100 Fae the second they rounded the hill. It was up to O'Connor to make his way back down to the town. In the meantime, though,
"Get me Major Fletcher,"
Wilkes ordered the lieutenant.
"Have him call out the guard and the militia on duty, along with Perkins, Bordeaux, and Gordon. Any priest you can get a hold of, too."
In truth, the general didn't know what his plan was, or if this kind of force would be needed, but he wasn't going to get caught unprepared. The creatures in the forest were agitated enough that they might mount an attack or whether O'Connor showed up or not. If he did, he would either tear him into pieces in view of the fortified town or charge any rescue force that Wilkes led out.
"Bad news all around,"
he grunted, then joined the others on the wall, then steadfastly staring along the road. His only hope was that the sun would stay up long enough to keep any vampires or shades out of the fight. But the minutes ticked by. Soldiers filled into the yard, and the road remained empty.
"Where the hell is O'Connor?"
In his defense, Riley O'Connor had started a homeward trip enthusiastically. He carried several satchels filled with news and orders and letters. Everything that Central had deemed relevant to their town, in the mass of information they dealt with, had been sent to the hub city, Liston, for him to take back. The frontier town messengers, including him of course, had returned the favor with this week's reports and any notable or usable data from their town, which would go back to Central for compiling and distribution. A month ago, the frontier towns had unexpectedly come into contact with a frontier town of a completely different central city. Information, technology, and resources were being traded between two nations as quickly as possible, and for the last few weeks the messengers had been heavily burdened with the resulting papers. Today had been no different, and Riley's enthusiasm hadn't lasted long in the heat while carrying the heavy satchels. As long as I'm home before nightfall, he figured, everything will be fine. Only when he stepped into the cool shadow of the hill near the town, the sun was setting behind it, did he realize the danger he was in. He needed to run, and run hard, back to the town. Even then, the guard might not open the gate. He knew they wouldn't risk the town for one messenger. As he readied himself to run, he felt an alien urge, not his own, upon him. a compulsion to walk up the hill and enter the dark forest that topped it. He shivered in anticipation, will against will, before fear woke him and he sprinted for the gate. It was too late, he knew. Already he could feel them grasping at him, and he screamed and beat at their hands with a cloth end. Steel? Still, lad, hold still. Damn it, Connor, calm yourself. It's us, you young fool, shouted the lieutenant, desperately trying to hold on to him. The group of soldiers with him were shifting uneasily, but to Riley they might have been angels. They began to march briskly back to the gate, where 3 wide ranks of soldiers were lining up against the wall. They met Brigadier General Wilkes and Major Fletcher on the left wing. "So here's the boy, the general said gruffly. "No harm done. Fortunate lad, very fortunate. We'll look after you now, but you'll have to look after yourself a little too. I should think, Major, pass the boy to one of the spare pistols and a bayonet, will you? You'll have to use that as a knife in a pinch. Take him to the back row. He's safest there." The second the boy had appeared on the location, Wilkes knew they had 2 options. He could man the walls, leave the gate closed, and watch as the boy was gutted by whichever fey creatures got to him first. Probably a werewolf, resulting in the loss of the messengers and the important new information from Central. His men's morale would drop, and he'd have to train up yet another young messenger. But casualties would be at a minimum. Alternatively, he could march out to meet the threat, but he knew that he would certainly lose some of his men. At the least. More critically, whenever the gates were opened in view of the host on the hill, there was a chance of them flooding in and losing every man, woman, and child in the town. Once outside, they could not return until the threat was seen off, but there was one more important consideration. Brigadier General Wilkes was really fucking sick of watching children die. So now he stood with 3 ranks of fine men, young and old, boisterous and fearful, each one armed against the shadows. Around them, priests were chanting, holding torches and bowls of holy water. They scratched runes and wards into the earth around the lines of red-coated men. The repellent and dissuasion symbols were not as strong as the banishing runes carved into the palisade walls, but they would give pause to the smaller fae, particularly the less corporeal ones. Father Peter had merged some of the newly discovered runes with some obscure older ones, claiming that their cumulative effects would be revolutionary, and was even now carving them carefully and far too excitedly into the road. The sun was nearly down, the shadow of the hill edging up towards them. Already some creatures would be darting from the safety of the forest, although the lingering sun could still burn or dissipate the more sensitive majority. "All ranks, make ready!" called Major Fletcher, then more quietly to the general. "Ammo?" "Load silver!" called Wilkes. The silver shot was more expensive than the lead shot, and they wouldn't get their next shipment for 2 weeks. But there was no point loading lead if they were facing werewolves first, and the werewolves always came first. As if on cue, several werewolves burst from the foliage and bound down the hill. "Wolves!" cried Wilkes, but all he thought was predictable. The werewolves had always acted as shock troops, relying on their speed, size, and ferocity to break through. These hadn't even waited for the sun to go down fully in an attempt to catch him off guard. In reality, this was a mistake, as the bulk of the Fae were left behind, too slow or sun-sensitive to assist. And a lone wolf, no matter how powerful, would always go down under a pound of silver. "Hold! On my mark!" The lead werewolf topped the small rise. "First rank! Fire!" A rolling crack of thunder. "Down! Reload! Second rank! Fire! Down! Reload! Third rank! Fire! Down! Reload! First rank! Fire! Down! Reload! Fire at will!" Several wolves had gone down in second and third volley. Only one had managed to reach the front rank before being cut down, and the rest had fled back towards the hill with silver bullets in their tail. There was no time to relax. The sun was well and truly set now, and all manner of fey creatures began to seethe down the hill. Little goblins, boggles and bogarts, a couple of trolls and a few shades, flanked by gnolls and great spiders. Fairies and wraiths flitted above them. Wilkes thought he saw a banshee, while thick, ugly witches and hags began to prepare spells to cast from behind the mess. "Load, lad," was all Major Fletcher said, though he gave this general a pained look. "Hold! On my mark! First rank! Fire!" And the military machine sprang to life, firing volley after roiling rifle fire without ceasing. Dozens of fey creatures fell, screeching and setting Wilkes on edge, but it couldn't stem the tide. "Fireballs! Take cover!" someone screamed. Several witches' spells bubbled and flared in colored spears towards the line. Some of the men flinched or ducked, but the deadly orbs didn't harm a single man. Some of them had deflected, exploding into thick, burning goo on the other fey. Others seemed to have an energy sucked from them and into Peter's strange carvings. They rolled flickering into men's feet, where they glutted and died. The priests roared in triumph, waving flaming torches and holy water. It was their job to keep the spiritual beings at bay. The rest of the swarm hesitated at the line of wards and ruins, before pushing, or being pushed, past them and onto the first rank, who were waiting with bayonets fixed. The line quickly devolved into a bloody hand-to-claw combat, for the second and third ranks supported the best they could. Major Fletcher narrowly avoided being disemboweled by one of the remaining werewolves, before forcing his silver saber through the beast's chest. From the parapets above, Perkins' sharpshooter squad fired over their comrade's head to hit high-priority targets. One of them swore suddenly. "Vampires, sir! Bayonets!" he called, and Wilkes saw several shadowy bat shapes fluttering towards them from the hill. Several of them bulged and transfigured suddenly into pale humanoid figures, landing with screeches and thumps around and even inside the now thinned ranks. At the same time, the witches had begun to hurl hexes high into the air, so that they landed amongst the men, exploding into colorful but painful globs of energy. The lines began to fall into disorder. But some made ready in time. Their bayonets, hardwood reinforced with iron, swept forward. One by one, the vampires were pinned and staked through their heart. O'Connor slashed viciously with his bayonet knife, forced one back onto the waiting point of a comrade's bayonet. The remaining shifted back and fled. Perkins's sharpshooters took out several of the witches, who had come closer to lob their spells against the men and force the breast back. For a second, there was a lull. Werewolves slain, vampires fleeing, and witches useless. The horde looked for guidance and direction and saw only a line of death in front of them. The more aggressive pushed forward, thirsty for human blood. Others began to creep back, looking to cower in safety, mindful of the fey corpses that they stood amongst. For their part, Wilkes's men were possibly in poor shape. His front line was decimated. The remains of the other two looked shocked and twitchy after fighting off the vampires and witches. Priests bustled about the wounded, ensuring there were no fatal or transformative wounds, but Wilkes saw the fear in his enemy and wondered at it. The hate and the fear and the anger he felt was nothing new. He had known it all his life, locked in a wooden cage of a town while nightmares owned the outside world. But now, 1,000 years of technology and rituals passed around by humanity, and with these men at his back, he felt something new. He felt a fiery drive of a man, of a species that should be free, against the filth that riddled his land and that stood against him now. "Fix bayonets!" Wilkes called. The major looked at him, concerned. "Sir," he began, but the men were attaching bayonets to their rifles as if they were parade day. He saw one man take the bayonet from a wounded man beside him. He must have lost his own. They stood at attention, iron-rimmed bayonets gleaming in the firelight. "Two ranks!" he called then. "Forward! March!" The men stared at him,
some near tears, some with the same fire he felt, but they marched, God bless them, they marched in 2 straight lines, away from the safety of the walls and into the darkness. Wilkes raised his saber and marched with them. For the rest of his life, he could never say whether some arsehole had brought a drum and began to beat time, or if it was just blood pumping through his head. But each man marched in perfect step, 1, 2, 1, 2, towards the bewildered and hideous mass that faced them. Some of the braver fey creatures growled and came towards them, but as a slash and a stab, 1, 2, 1, 2, and they were down, the lines never missing a beat. A man fell to a new foe or an old wound. Wilkes couldn't tell. But he was replaced instantly by a member of the second rank. The fey creatures before themselves paused, then drew themselves up. Then they fled from the prey they fought back, fled from the line of men in perfect sync, fled from the stabbing blades and the brightness of the torches. The nightmares fled in fear. "Charge!" Wilkes had screamed, but the men were already charging, paying back an ancient enemy with all the hate and anger they and their ancestors had ever suffered. As if from a distance, Wilkes saw himself amongst the madness, cutting down leering creatures in a frenzy. When he came to himself, he stood on the edge of the forest with 2 ranks reformed. It stunk of magic. The air was thick and oppressive. It had always taunted him from a distance, daring him to step into it and never be seen again. Now, though, he could sense the tang of fear deep inside the silent woods, and he almost dared to step into the challenge of the Fey back. "Not me," he thought. "They are still too strong, and we are too weak. But my son, or perhaps my grandson, maybe they will walk in without fear." He held out his hand to Father Peter, who handed him his flaming torch. The general swept it through the undergrowth of the forest's entry, and the flames flickered and spread. They would not live long, he knew, in the air so thick with magic. "This is a symbol of what will come," he said to himself, and to the men arraying behind him, and to the forest. Then he paused, waiting for a response that would not come, turned, and marched these 2 lines back down the hill. The living walked or were dragged into a space between the inner and outer gates, where they could be checked for concealed shapeshifters or transformative wounds. A single fey or thrall in the town could mean destruction. While the priest sprayed them with holy water and prayed over them, Major Fletcher called out the names of the dead, whose bodies had been left outside the gates for retrieval tomorrow. "Ensign Bligh, Ensign Cadwell, Lieutenant Cork, Ensign Davies, Corporal Dusk, Ensign Edwards." The list droned on, and Wilkes tried to shut it out. If he had just kept them in the town, those men would still be alive. But he saw O'Connor, shell-shocked and bloody, but alive, and shook his head softly. Each man had sworn to give his life to others. O'Connor's survival was a testament to that oath, and the information he carried was the reward, the victory. More bitter as it was certainly their victory, was a result of years of knowledge, passed along like a weapon, until he could strike. Every man, woman, and child in this town would give their life to pass the torch on to the next, just a little bit brighter each time, until the darkness could no longer stand, and humanity was rightful owner of the land that was theirs to explore. That's what it meant to be human. That was why they had won. He just had to carry the torch a little while longer. End of story. Story number 1, Demon Devourer, written by Samuel Evans. The office of the subjugation of demons employs countless demon hunters, but even more chroniclers to record the actions and ongoings of various hunters, both licensed and otherwise.
Included are the transcripts from the subject of inquiry, as is policy with the administration. Each notice regarding the individual is considered restricted and is to be safeguarded and withheld from those without a need to know. The following folder is the first documentations of the subject. Documents from Demon Hunter Chronicler badge number 2049. Official document status restricted. I've been assigned to my first mission as a Demon Chronicler. As is commonplace for new recruits, I've been assigned to an unlicensed hunter that has just popped up in our peripheries. I found the hunter at a cafe in a local town. He quickly made contact with the person requesting an exorcism and sat down for tea with the man. The man was a local human priest dressed in a traditional black robe with a white clerical collar. I recognized his contact from previous reports. 2 licensed hunters had already failed. The first hunter survived, but the second suffered an unknown fate and was assumed deceased. Both chroniclers died, so I shall maintain a level of distance from the hunters to allow myself time to escape should the worst befall him. I observed the hunter and made sure to record his appearance to discern his species. He had a normal human features with brown hair, dark brown eyes. Remarkably, he looked like he had never seen a day of work. His skin was soft and not harsh like many human peasants. Most likely, he was of noble birth and was well kempt as a result. When the waiter took his cup away, I made sure to sneak to the kitchen and grab it from the kitchen counter, as it sat on. Further testing using my assigned kit confirmed my hypothesis. He was indeed human. While not all too uncommon, humans are by far the weakest hunters and most unpredictable. They also tend to be the least perceptive race, so remaining unobserved should be no difficult task. Uncharacteristic of human hunters, this one managed to maintain a decorum benefit of a higher race. Throughout his dealings, he was calm and spoke the language with elegance. It's not often humans impress, but this one was a step above the rest, giving credence to my theory of noble birth. After he spoke to his contact, he followed him to the road. The contact provided a carriage to transport them. They traveled at a leisurely pace, so I was easily able to follow from behind. It wasn't long before they arrived at the demon's lair, a Deculferan manor. The man leading led them through the front door. I was able to follow by flying through an open second-floor window. Floating down the stairs, I witnessed the contact showing the hunter to the basement door. The hunter, callously and cockily, asked for some refreshments, before swiftly opening the door and closing it behind him. I barely made it in before he'd slammed it shut. Due to the nature of the Deculferan architecture, there was only one entrance to the basement from the house. Before entering, I did notice the symbol on the door, walls to keep whatever was trapped down there from entering the rest of the abode. But that mattered very little. Kulfa always built large basements that interconnected to a massive tunnel and cave system. As soon as the hunter closed the door behind him, his serene and serious face quickly jumped to a twisted and maniacal smile. His entire presence and aura changed to something almost demonic, possibly something worse. Frankly, it scared me deeply. He slowly walked down the steps, taunting the demon with each step. "Come out, little demon. It's time to play." Demons do not take to taunting very well, and so one of the basemen quickly manifested itself. It took the form of a drowned woman, dripping water from her grey gown. Her face wasn't that of a normal mortal race. Her eyes were large and black. The black seeped out, cracking and winding in lines outward from the eyes. She had large teeth and an overly large mouth that dripped with a drool, and her hair looked like slimy black algae. The hunter paid it no heed, and neither did he seem to sense or fall victim to any of the demon's fear or illusions. I've never seen someone stay so calm while demons attacked them with fear, but yet he walked with the same maniacal expression on his face. At this point, I should have realized, while many had their means to resist fear and illusions from a demon, no one has ever completely negated it, or saw past it before. The demon grew in anger and began shifting around the basement while using its telekinetic abilities to throw furniture, boxes, casks, crates, and whatever else lay there at the man. For his part, he managed to dodge most of it. But during the demon's tantrum, she managed to hit him with a few items. He kept his maniacal smirk despite the injuries. The demon acted quickly and lunged at him in a bid to possess the hunter. Surprisingly, he did nothing to dodge her, and it seemed he almost accepted the demon into himself. By now, I had noticed another demon manifesting itself. It looked virtually the same as the other, and it wailed while the other demon attempted to possession. Then I saw something I've never seen in training or read about in any document or book. I didn't know that it was possible, or that a demon would, but it happened. The demon tried to escape its victim. I saw it emerge from the hunter for a second, but I saw him grab it with his hands. He was able to grasp the demon and pull it back and bring it into himself. The other demon began showing terror, an emotion that is almost unimaginable for a demon to exhibit. He began to slowly retreat. The hunter looked at the demon with a maniacal grin growing larger. Then he lunged with an unimaginable speed and grasped the demon. I saw his aura, his spirit, his shadow grow all at once, still attached to him, but taking on the form of a monster. And he began to consume the demon. I do admit it was at this time I failed in my mission to observe and chronicle. I flew away in terror. I slammed open the basement door and I flew as fast as my wings could take me to anywhere that was not here. He was sure to have noticed me then, as all pretense in holding my invisibility fell apart. I swear I heard him say, "See you next time, 2049. I flew and flew until my wings gave out. I couldn't feel my hunger, my thirst, my fatigue, because all I could think about was that no one should have been able to do what he did to those demons. What kind of maniacal beast consumes demons? Demons exist to consume, not be consumed." Excerpt from Interview 001 with Demon Devourer. Interviewer: "Regarding your first recorded case, how exactly did you manage it?" Demon Devourer: "First you get really, really hungry." Interviewer: "How did you, a human, learn to consume demons?" "You could argue that I am no longer human." "Are you a demon possessing a human then?" "Not really." "Then how did you learn to consume demons?" "You other races don't think much of us, do you? It's true that humans aren't as physically strong as a lot of races. We can't swing mighty warhammers made of solid steel, and we don't have as much magical ability as most. We can't control massive fire spells that can destroy armies. But what we do have, what humans have, is adaptability. We learn and change faster than any other race. I adapted." "How?" "I tried really hard." End of story. Story number 2. The Foundation, written by some person 21. State Archives 41220XX. Topic: The Foundation. The Foundation, as they called themselves, were originally not even known by their own species, or anyone else for that matter. They were an anomaly, which was ironic considering what they did as an organization. They adhered to a simple code: secure, contain, protect. We originally thought that meant that they were a secret branch of a local government, something not to be worried about, as our invasion destroyed nearly every government on the planet. Then, their logo started appearing everywhere, on vehicles, on buildings, on uniforms, and soon enough, our minds. When we entered a building that we know as Site Redacted, we expected not much, but what we found was strange. They had scientists, guards, and what looked to be prisoners. When we entered the building, a guard walked up and said, "We aren't a part of any government, and what's in here can end us all. Leave or face consequences." Of course, we didn't leave. When we stood our ground, the guard noticeably shook his head and pressed a button, which sounded an alarm. That should have been our first warning to leave. We, of course, didn't leave and instead forced the guard at gunpoint to tell him to turn it off and surrender. "I can't. What's in here is deadly for us all. I just pressed the alarm to allow everyone a chance to escape in time." The second warning, and that too we ignored, the alarm's audible shouting of "containment breach." thinking we could survive whatever it was they kept down there. Sometimes I wish we turned around and left. As everyone ran, we found a map and saw a section called Heavy Containment. We thought that meant it contained heavy weapons and such. Well, technically it did, if you just looked at the nuclear warhead, but like everything, we ignored what would be our third and final warning. What happened after we reached the heavy containment and opened those cursed doors was utter madness. Creatures that defied physics, reality, life, death, understanding, and everything we thought true came out. We were slaughtered, but that line suggests we never stood a chance to begin with. A few of us got out alive somehow, some worse off than others. And all we could do as we ran away, as those same guards tried their best to hold that wretched and cursed horde from abomination itself. It didn't help that after around 22 minutes, we heard a nuclear explosion at the site and watched as more of those guards and soldiers flooded the area. 3 years later, after hard-fought battles and deaths, our forces couldn't keep up with the expenses that the human guerrilla fighties caused us in all forms. Psychological, monetary, lives, you name it. They really did have a gun behind every blade of grass. And after all this time, all this therapy and medicine, I still can't get over what those soldiers did at that site. How they lived, what they did, and how they sacrificed so much only for the nuclear option to be the only available solution. I've learned one lesson from the experience, though. Never screw with anything related to the Foundation and anything they secure, contain, and protect. End of story. More Metal Than Man, written by Foxcorp. I heard many tales of humans' endurance in my time as a soldier. Below grunts spread stories of humans replacing their broken bits with steel, just to stay in the fight. Officers would brief us on their ability to replenish losses, getting slightly queasy while refusing to elaborate how. Everyone knew humanity embraced the replacement of lost or damaged organs, but I always thought many of the stories were heavily exaggerated. That is until I walked into a bar one fateful night. It was on the planet Kandesh, in a region of dense jungle, a region I once surfed in. Memories of the pouring rain and swarming insects had hit me like a truck, and I fled to the spa to escape the pain. I sat down at the counter and ordered a beer, one of my favorite human inventions. To my surprise, the cloaked being next to me was a human, seemingly lost in thought while drinking a glass of whiskey. After drinking half my beer, I gained the courage to begin a conversation with the man. "You serve here too?" His glazed eyes suddenly came back to reality, and he lifted the scarred face to meet my gaze. "Aye." His head shook mine. Half of his face was withered and wrinkled, peppered with scar tissue and deep gouges where healthy flesh used to be. His one biological eye was clouded and scarred. The other half of his face was almost all made of steel. Where he once had skin and bone, now only existed scratched and scrapped metal plate. His mechanical eye focused on me with a menacing red bead, all evidence of his sacrifices during service. "You look a little worse for wear. You get that all here on Kandesh?" The man took another drink of his whiskey. "Not all of it." The man seemed to go into a trance. I knew the expression. He was going back to the war within his mind. "It was back in 2547 when I got the eye. A routine patrol around Samson capital." The soldier's recount was so detailed. I also fell into a trance and experienced his life like a movie. He walked calmly with his commanding officer and a couple of soldiers. He was at the back of the group. The 4 men patrolled down a busy street. Civilians surrounded the men completely, parting like waters around a ship as they carried on with their lives. All of the soldiers were drowsy. They'd been on Samson for over 4 months without incident, and not a single shot had been fired out of any of their weapons. They got complacent, thinking that they were totally safe, and didn't even bat an eye when they came across a small group of Samsonites who wouldn't part around them. There were 3, 2 of them staring at the ground, one of them staring directly at the now old man who sits beside me. His eyes were boiling with rage. The soldier saw it and dove to the ground, screaming, "Get down!" The other 3 soldiers reacted too slowly. The Samsonite blew up in a shower of gore and shrapnel. A sharp piece of metal lodged itself in the soldier's eye. His commanding officer and 2 friends weren't that lucky. The pressure killed his commanding officer immediately. Shrapnel went straight into the man named Chips's heart. He only lived for a matter of seconds before falling into shock and dying. The 3rd soldier, Ryan, got hit by a mountain of shrapnel, yet he still lived for another couple of minutes. He died in the old man's arms only seconds before the paramedics arrived. In the aftermath of the event, 3 human soldiers were killed, 3 Samsonite terrorists blew themselves up, 15 civilians died of their injuries, 25 more were injured, and the old man got his bionic eye. "Samson," I muttered. "It's been a while since I've been reminded of that crap hole. I served as a sniper there, 2547-2550. Worst 3 years of my life, other than Candish, of course." The human seemed to fixate his gaze on me, tuning in with 100% attention. "You have fed?" There was no point lying to the man. When the war was over, I went home to a new era. I was so certain that we'd pull it off eventually, but you buggers just never seemed to die. I chuckled at my remark and downed the last of my beer. For my last year on Samson, I was tasked with hunting down the one man. The man who had come to be the only one I never could kill. The man perked up a little. "Tell me." I asked the bartender for another drink, and while I waited, I continued the story. It was a human. I remember Command making that fact excruciatingly clear. They'd tell me, "Make sure you aim true. They have a tendency to keep coming back." I thought they were just fecking with me. They weren't. I came across this soldier in an urban hell that was Kadar. He was alone, bloodied from previous fighting. Command told me that he was the one with the most lethal Republic assets on the planet. He didn't look so lethal through my scope. The bartender came back with my drink. "Thanks." I took a swig and went back to my conversation. He was just sitting there, up at the crosshairs right in his head, and squeezed. The shot looked perfect until he jerked his head to look at something that I couldn't see. What should have went straight through his dome ended up hitting him in the jaw. It was broken and dangling from his head. I thought to myself, there's no way in hell he survives that. The bastard scampered away, and that was the last time I saw him on Samson. My command told me that he was still active. We left the planet only 2 weeks after I'd gotten word. The human soldier across from me was deadpan, as if he was processing something far beyond what I'd said. "What's wrong?" I asked. The human refocused and said, "What a coincidence that." He took another swig of whiskey. "I lost my damn jaw in the last weeks of Samson." "Must have been me," I laughed and took a swig. The human, realizing the absurdity of the situation, fell into a fit of hysterical laughter. He raised a glass and bellowed, "To Samson!" "To Samson," I replied, and took another drink of my beer. I then turned to focus the conversation back to the jungle we found ourselves in now. "What about Kadesh? How'd you fare here?" The human, now thoroughly drunk, responded, "Oh, it was shit. Lost me arm, lost me leg, even lost me socks one time. I lost my arm and leg on the same day. Now, that's a story and a half." He stopped to drink some more and went into another trance, dragging me along with him. He was walking through the dense bog, with water up to his waist and bugs swarming around his face. He turned for a split second to talk to his buddy Ramirez, something along the lines of, "The Packers are going to all the way this year, I'm telling you. Our bad luck is over." Ramirez was a fan of the rival team, the Detroit Lions, and wasn't quite so sure about the Packers' upcoming victory. "Your boys haven't been made a playoff in 5 years. What makes you think that this one will be any different?" The then young man wasn't just going to take that, so he shot back. "At least the Packers have won a Super Bowl. Just you wait. It's gonna happen this year." This was apparently a sore subject for Ramirez. The Lions had made it to the Super Bowl last year, but got beat up in a very close game. Neither of the men spoke for at least a minute before the young man was rocked by a powerful explosion. Just seconds after stepping on a landmine, the man collapsed onto a nearby tree for support. That's when he caught a glimpse of the reflection of a sniper scope in the tree line not far from his position. The soldier raised his gun and took aim at the sniper, pulling the trigger on the sniper right as the sniper shot at him. Wait a minute. A sniper shot at him, and at the same time as he shot. "Hold up," I said. "Did you hit the sniper?"
Taken aback, the man replied, "Yeah, but it just grazed the side of his head. I must have jerked the trick." I faded out of the conversation completely as I instinctively reached the scarred tissue on my scalp, the area of my head where I just barely avoided death by a human that I was trying to hunt down once again. I locked eyes with the soldier in front of me, the jaw, the arm, the leg. I'd shot a soldier in the jaw on Samson. I'd shot the same soldier in the arm on Kandesh after he'd stepped on a landmine. That same soldier managed to graze the side of my head. My God, it's him! He abruptly stopped talking once he noticed the scar. "Where the hell did you get that?" "Kandesh, after I shot a man's arm off, after that man stepped on a landmine." I saw his bionic eye focused. His grip was tightening onto something at his hip. I realized my hand was also instinctively planted on my holstered gun by my side. I stopped to think rationally for a second. Of all of this long in the past, I took my hand off the gun and instead placed it on my beer. "You're the ghost." He seemed to calm himself down. "You're the sharpshooter." "What are the chances?" I took a long drink of beer. "That's on this night the two of us would end up here once again." He took another drink of whiskey. He turned to me and said, "Must be the universe's way of telling you that you're a shit shot." All of the tension in the room suddenly vanished as we both broke out into hysterics once again. "Go look at the mirror." The two of us laughed heartily for the rest of the night, exchanging stories about our experience and all the different conflicts we found ourselves in. Tomorrow, I'll be going to visit the old soldier for a Packer game back on Earth. After our encounter on Kadesh, I've started thinking a lot about our unknowingly shared experience throughout the years. I'm starting to think that it's a damn good thing that I couldn't make the shot count. After all, who would have paid for all my beers that night if I had? End of story.